Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see what if Naruto satisfied Hinata with help of Kurama. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. Bloodline. Pirates vs Ninjas. Chapter 1. The start of a new beginning. Naruto's POV. I can't believe it, all I did was ask if she would go out with me and what did she do? Sakura freaking hit me so hard I fell into the river, and to make matters worse, Ino was there laughing at me. Now they're going to tell everyone. I took my wet jacket off before wringing it and letting the water out of it. I gave a deep sigh and thought to myself. Why do I even try? Sakura hates me, Sasuke thinks I'm an idiot. Kakashi-sensei ignores me, so why do I even try? I watched the small river go by and I listened to the sound of the water. I felt at peace right there, I heard someone say, and Naruto-kune, are you okay? I turned and saw white, no lavender eyes looking at me with care in them. Hinata's POV. I saw it all, how Naruto just asked her one question, and yet Sakura punched him so hard he fell into the water. I was so mad. But what can I do? Nothing. I sighed from the tree I was in, but I gave a sigh of relief when I saw Naruto pop out of the water, Ino and Sakura were fighting over Sasuke again when Naruto asked and she punched him. When they saw him they both laughed at him. I saw Naruto watch them leave and he sighed as he got out of the water and sat at the edge of the riverbed. He then took off his jacket. I felt a small blush come up, but I pushed it back. The day was going to be the day I was going to ask him if he wants to go get some ramen with me, but I don't think he would want to now. I jumped down and started to walk by, but something in my head yelled at me. Do it. Ask him. I was planning to ignore that voice like I always did, but then I heard it say, fine, if you won't do something, then I will. My body suddenly began to move on its own and I started to walk over to him. It was like I had no control, like my inner voice was walking me over to him. When I got close to him I asked him with my stutter, and Naruto-kune, are you okay? Just then I had control of what I was doing. I saw Naruto looked up to me with his blue eyes. I felt a huge blush coming up and I gulped. Normal POV. Naruto saw Hinata blushing. He started to wonder why. Hey, you're Hinata, right? He asked. Hinata's eyes went wide as she got a deeper shade of red on her face. He remembers my name. She thought as she nodded and her inner self did a happy dance. So, what are you doing here, Hinata? Naruto asked her. IIW was wondering, come on, say it. Her inner voice yelled. Naruto blinked in confusion as he saw Hinata try to say the words. If why you want to go get some ramen with me tomorrow after training. I mean if you have training. Naruto blinked while he thought, is she asking me out? No, she can't be, but what if she should? I say yes. I mean I was planning to ask Sakura tomorrow, but since she's being mean lately maybe I should. Okay, Hinata, sure, why not after training, right? He said. Hinata blinked a few times and blushed with a smile as her inner self yelled. He said yes. Oh okay, after training. How about around 8? She said, only this time not stuttering that much, which Naruto noticed. She sounds nice without stuttering so much, she should do that more often, he thought. Okay, sure, see you tomorrow. Naruto said as he got up and started to walk away, but before he left he stopped and said, bye Hinata-chan. He walked more and left a bright red blushing Hinata. She stopped blushing and ran back home thinking about tomorrow. When she got home she was looking at different outfits, wondering what to wear the next day. She stopped and gave a big smile for a second. She placed her back to her wall and slid down with a blissful smile. As for Naruto, when he got home he went to his desk and started picking things out for the next day. For some odd reason he smiled a soft smile as he thought about Hinata. When they were done they fell asleep on their own beds dreaming about the next day. Both Naruto and Hinata woke up late. It was around 6 in the afternoon. They rushed around their own house looking for their stuff. When they were done they ran to their team meeting spots. Naruto got to his an hour late, but thankfully Kakashi wasn't there yet. Naruto saw Sakura look at him with a oh god it's him face as Sasuke's face said, great, the idiot is here. Naruto knew their faces said that just by looking at them. He always had that skill to tell what the person is thinking just by reading their face. But for some reason Naruto didn't care what they thought today. He was busy thinking about Hinata and their meeting after training. Naruto hummed a nice song as he walked by, about ready to punch him in the face. Sakura, when he got to the railing of the bridge he sat on it, looked to the sky, and he was still humming the song. Sakura and Sasuke looked at each other, wondering what the heck. Naruto was still humming, and when Kakashi got there, he noticed no one had yelled at him yet. He saw Sakura and Sasuke looking at humming, smiling, quiet, Naruto. Naruto looked at Kakashi and asked, hey, do we have any missions or training today, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi looked and said, no actually, I was planning on letting you guys have the day off today. Naruto perked up at this and said with a smile, that's great. They all stared at him for a long time. Normally Naruto would say, aw man, but he was happy there was no mission today. Sasuke asked, why are you so happy, dope? Naruto looked at him and said, because I have something to do today, team. Kakashi asked, oh really? With who? Naruto looked at him and blinked before blushing and mumbling a few words. Kakashi I made a upside down U shape before he said, I can't hear you Naruto, speak up. Naruto blushed deeper and still mumbled huh. Kakashi asked with a masked smile. Naruto took a deep breath and let out the words, a girl. Kakashi blinked as he saw Sakura and Sasuke stare at Naruto too. So Sakura said yes to a date huh? Kakashi asked as Sakura twitched at her teacher, while Sasuke was hoping at Sakura so she could leave him alone today. Naruto looked up and yelled out as he remembered what happened yesterday, what? Hell no. There is no way in hell she is ever going to say yes to me, I mean it's not like I like her right now. They all blinked at him. Sakura's eye twitched and her inner self was yelling what did he just say? Kakashi then asked because he really wanted to know, then who Naruto? Naruto looked down again and then looked back up before asking quickly, Kakashi-sensei what time is it? Kakashi blinked for a moment from the question huh? It's about 7:45 why do you ask? Kakashi said, oh Carp I'm going to be late. I hope she isn't going to be mad. Naruto yelled as he started to run off. Bye guys see you tomorrow. Naruto yelled out as he ran all the way home and got ready for his meeting with Hinata. Kakashi and the others looked at each other and decided to follow him today. Meanwhile with Hinata, she got to her team an hour late too, she knew it was already 7 and she knew she only had an hour to get ready. When she got there Kiba, Akamaru, Shino and Kurenai-sensei were already waiting for her. Hey Hinata where you been? Kiba asked as he walked over to her and Akamaru barked sorry I got home. Late why yesterday she said this time almost not stuttering so much. Kiba, Shino and Kurenai noticed this and they blinked in surprise. She wasn't like this yesterday I wonder what happened. Kurenai thought, but she heard Hinata ask, Kurenai-sensei do we have AM mission or T training today? Kurenai blinked before saying no why do you ask Hinata? Hinata smiled brightly for a moment, oh no reason if you all excuse me I have to get ready for something T today. She said as she began to walk back home to get ready, but then she stopped and said with a smile that none of them had ever seen before see you all T tomorrow. And with that she ran off. Shino, Kiba, Akamaru and Kurenai looked at each other and blinked at each other. Was that really Hinata? Kiba asked out to the others who didn't know what to say, but they knew something was up so they planned to follow her today. Okay chapter 1 is done so please review. Edit. Friday, January 29, 2010, 12:25 am, I went over and looked at misspelled words hopefully I got them all. The date. Okay chapter 2 is here and wow already so many reviews. And OMG I would like to thank a reviewer Lord Frozen, thank you so much. Oh and just to let you all know the reason why Hinata isn't strutting so much is because I read the reason why she blushes and stutters so much because her fear of being rejected by Naruto made her like that. Okay I do not own Naruto at all. Chapter 2. The date. Naruto ran all the way home as he rushed inside he looked for his wallet, he changed his clothes too, he then ran to his closet, he pulled out a box and opened it, he took out some money he had been saving, then he ran back out. He felt like someone or someone's watching him, he smirked to himself as he went into an alley. Naruto knew the streets very well, I mean what prankster wouldn't after all he needed the allies so he could hide for whenever he got in trouble, the only one that knew the streets like him was Iruka-sensei. Naruto could still feel the people following him, so he quickly jumped up and took hold of a pole that was above him. He jumped to the next one and the next, before getting to the top of the roof of the houses. Naruto smirked before jumping to the other side of the roof and start running the right wrong to the ramen bar. He went to many allies along the way to confuse whoever was following him. When he felt their chakra gone, he smiled and walked the right way to the ramen bar. He still smiled to himself as he got to the place and waited in front. Hinata ran home, then to her room, got changed, and got out. She never really liked going home, but she felt so good today she didn't mind so much. As she turned left in a hallway she saw Neji walking down the same hall, but he was busy looking down at the floor. Hinata quickly ran to a door besides her and waited for him to leave. She heard the footsteps stop at the room she was in. Hinata knew Neji could use the Byakugan and see if she was there, in a panic she looked around fast and saw the window open across the room. She made a dash for it and jumped out the room as she heard the door open. Hinata sighed and ran to the ramen bar, she couldn't help but smile and blush at the same time, she had never done something like that before it felt so fun. Hinata ran all the way and as she was having so much fun she didn't realize her teammates following her. When Hinata got there she looked around and saw Naruto standing there. He looked different today. She noticed he wasn't wearing the orange jacket or pants, but instead he was wearing a nice black shirt and nice dark blue pants. He wasn't even wearing his headband. Hinata felt a big blush come up on her face, but she had to shake it off. Come on Hinata you can do it. Yelled her inner self, I can't, she thought to herself, while her inner self sighed. Hinata took a deep breath before walking over to Naruto, who saw her coming. Naruto looked and saw Hinata coming down the road. He blinked and felt his heart go fast and his face getting hot for some odd reason. Hinata was wearing a long light purple shirt that would have been a dress if she wasn't wearing light blue shorts under it. She wore light blue shoes and in her hair was a clip in the shape of a fox. Naruto shook his head trying to get the blush away and to calm his heart down. He had no idea what these feelings were. Both Naruto and Hinata looked at each other for a long time before Naruto asked quietly but clearly, let's go in. Hinata nodded with a blush and they both walked in the ramen bar. Meanwhile Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke sweat dropped as they lost Naruto. They had followed him and a few allies and in 1 second he was gone. Kakashi let out a sigh, Sakura was mopping and Sasuke didn't care but he wondered who Naruto was going to meet. As for Hinata teammates, they were watching from above on a shop right across the street of the ramen bar. Kiba, Akamaru and Kurenai looked at each other with big eyes. So that's why she left so early today, she has a date with Naruto. Shino thought, whoa, Naruto and Hinata together? Kiba said out loud and blinked in wonder. Naruto and Hinata sat in the bar and ordered a few things when Tucci came out. So what would you two like? He smiled and said, I'll have miso ramen. Tucci. Naruto said happily. Hinata looked at what to eat and said with a blush, I'll have beef. She saw the ramen bar owner smile a kind smile. Okay, 1 miso and 1 beef, am. Tucci said to his daughter who was in the back, coming right up. Dad. Am yelled out. Naruto and Hinata sat in quietness for a bit before Naruto asked, so Hinata, have you been on any great missions? Hinata looked up and then back down before saying, and not really. What about you? Well, I had a mission where it was a Serp's C rank, but it turned out to be a A rank. Naruto said. Hinata looked at him and wondered what he meant by that. Naruto looked back to her and saw the question look on her face. He blinked and said, me and my team was supposed to take this old man named Tazuna back to his home at the Land of Waves, and he was a bridge builder. Naruto started to tell her all about that mission. About to the part where they meet Zabuza and Haku up to the part where the bridge was named after him. Hinata listened with great amazement. When he was done talking, Tucci came out with the food. Here you go. He said as he gave Hinata beef and Naruto miso. So Naruto, is this your girlfriend? Am asked with a snicker. From behind the counter, Naruto, who was eating, nearly choked on his noodles. Hinata blushed more redder than ever before. Gee, girlfriend, Naruto chalked out. Am-chan, W, what do you mean? Hinata-chan, I isn't. Naruto tried to say, but Am said with a grin, Hinata, huh? That's a nice name. Doesn't that name mean a sunny place? She was asking Hinata, who looked up and blushed more before nodding and looking down. That's cool. Am smiled more with a grin. She saw Hinata blush even more and Naruto looked away blushing. Am loved messing with Naruto, it was always fun. Now Am, that's enough, we have more orders to fill out, Tucci said as he shooed her to the back to cook some food, but he was smirking at how Naruto and Hinata blushed so much. Both Naruto and Hinata sat there just thinking and trying to keep the blushing down. Sorry about that, Hinata. Am like to embarrass me when I have friends eating with me, but she's okay when you get to know her, Naruto said with a small blush. Hinata looked at him for a long time before nodding, smiling, and blushing. Naruto looked at her and felt heat going to his face. She has a nice smile, he thought to himself. When they stopped blushing, they ate. Soon they talked about missions, food, and other things. Naruto really learned something out Hinata. He found out she liked flour pressing. Her favorite food was senzai, which is soft bean jam, and cinnamon rolls. Her not so favorite food was eels and crabs. She even told him a joke, but at first he didn't get it because of her stuttering, but when he pieced it together he got it and laughed. They were at the ramen bar until it was 8 at night. When they realized this, they laughed it off and left the ramen bar. They both said goodbye and were leaving to go home. Hey, Hinata-chan. Naruto yelled out as he looked back and saw her about to going home. Hinata stopped walking and looked back. I was wondering, do you want to go out again next week? I mean, that is if you don't have anything to do. Hinata blinked and blushed before saying yes, sure. Naruto smiled and said, cool, next Friday at the ramen bar around 9. Hinata nodded. Oh, okay, bye. Hinata said while walking off. Naruto smiled to himself before whistling to himself and walking home. Hinata's teammates watched the entire date from the rooftops, and what shocked them the most was Naruto asking her out for another date. They then realized the time and went home trying to clear their heads for a bit. Naruto got home around 10, and boy was he tired as heck. He knew he wouldn't be ready for tomorrow's training, but hey, it was worth it. He smiled to himself as he fell asleep thinking about a white lavender-eyed, blue-haired, blushing girl smiling at him. Her name was Hinata Hyuga. Hinata got home around 11 since her house was a bit further than Naruto's. She sneaked into her house through the window and closed the window when she got in. When she opened the door to get to the hallway so she could get to her room, she heard someone say, Hinata-sama. Is that you? She knew that voice, it was Niji. She looked at him and blushed and blinked. "Where have you been?" "Your father has been looking for you all day," he said to her with a hint of anger. Hinata gulped before saying, he's never cared before so why does he care now?" She was a bit mad, she had such a nice time, but now this just made her happy mood sour. She walked past Niji with a huff. Niji blinked and looked back to her. He had never thought she would ever say something like that. He started to wonder what happened today to make her like this. Hinata got to her room and changed to her pajamas. They were a light blue pants and a long shirt, on them both was moons and birds. She fell backwards on her pillow and looked at the ceiling. As she was about to fall asleep, she smiled softly while thinking about a blue-eyed, yellow-haired and whisker-marked boy. He smiled a big fox like grin to her. His name was Naruto Uzumaki. Yay. Chapter 2 finally up. Have fun reading. I had fun writing. Please review. Edited. Thursday, February 4, 2010. 7:33 p.m. Anytime you need me. Okay, here is chapter 3, and I know I had some spelling mistakes, but please don't review me and tell me I need to spell right, just let me know about the story, okay? Well, I do not own Naruto or anything for that matter. God, I have to stop listening to Japanese songs when I'm writing fanfics. Chapter 3. Anytime you need me. Naruto awoke looking at his ceiling. He had been dreaming about a girl with blue hair and a shy smile. In his dream they talked and he liked that she heard him and he heard her. Naruto blinked while still staring at the ceiling before hearing his alarm go off. When it did, he looked at it and had a blank look for about 20 minutes before realizing the time. It was about 9 in the morning. Oh crap. I'm late. Naruto yelled as he ran around his house trying to get ready for the team meeting. When he got outside and locked his door, he ran all the way down the stairs, but he stopped when he saw a small lone flower on the floor growing near a dark alley. It was a lavender flower and it looked beautiful. Naruto looked at it for a long time before picking it. Naruto remembered Hinata liked flower pressing and he wondered if she would like this one. He put it in a small pocket area and ran to the meeting area with his team. Hinata woke up and looked at her beeping clock. She saw it was around 9 and soon she got up and got dressed. As she ran out the door, she saw her father coming down the hall. She knew he was going to come in and yell at her for being out late last night, so she ran back in her room and saw her window. Her inner self said, "Hey, you did this yesterday, why not today?" Hinata got to the window and opened it. She got out right when the door opened. Hinata blushed and smiled to herself as she walked away from her house. When she got to her team meeting spot, she saw Kiba smiling big. "So Hinata, how was your date with Naruto go?" Hinata eyes went big, her face got redder than a tomato, and then she fainted on the spot. Naruto just reached his team's meeting spot not a minute later. As soon as he got to the bridge, Kakashi come out in a poof of smoke. He saw his teammates look at him. Sakura stomped over to him and yelled, "Where the hell have you been?" Naruto blinked before saying, "Sorry, I got home at 10 last night." Kakashi then asked, "So Naruto, who were you out with all yesterday?" Naruto blinked and mumbled as he looked away, "Speak up, idiot." Sasuke said, uncaring, but he too wanted to know. Naruto mumbled with a blush, "This really nice girl." Sakura had just about enough of this and yelled out, "Just say her name." Naruto looked up and his eye twitched at Sakura's high-pitched voice. "Fine, her name is Hinata. Hinata Hyuga, she's this really nice girl that is really sweet. Are you happy now?" Naruto yelled out with an anger mark. Naruto then saw Kakashi drop his book. Sasuke looked at him funny and Sakura's jaw dropped. That's who he went out with. Kakashi thought so. The idiot finally got a brain. Sasuke thought, Hinata. Since when did he like her? Heck, since when did he even know her name? And besides, I'm much better than her. Sakura thought, "An. Yeah right, bitch." Naruto looked at his team funny and wondered what was going on in their heads. Oh, well, might as well tell them about Friday with Hinata-chan. He gave a little sigh before looking at his sensei. "Hey Kakashi-sensei, are we doing anything for this Friday? Like missions or training?" Naruto asked out. Kakashi, who was done thinking, looked at him and picked up his book. "No, why do you ask?" He asked, "Because me and Hinata-chan are planning to go the ramen bar this Friday." Kakashi gave Naruto a smiling upside down U and a snicker. "I see, so you're going on a date." Naruto blushed bright and yelled, "No, we're just friends." "Yeah, but you're friends with a girl, so she is your girlfriend." Kakashi smiled from behind his mask. Naruto went into chibi mode. "For the last time, we are just friends. Besides, I don't like her like how I used to like Sakura, at least I don't think so." Naruto mumbled the last part, but then Kakashi asked because he heard it used to. "You mean you don't like Sakura anymore?" Naruto shook his head. "Nope. I think she's a bit too mean for me to like anymore," Naruto said, forgetting Sakura was there for a moment. Kakashi gave a smile behind the mask again, but stopped when he heard a sound coming from Sakura. She looked mad, and she had flames behind her too. Naruto stopped and looked at her. She had on her "I'm going to kill you" face. Naruto sweat dropped and said, Sorry Sakura, I forgot you were Sakura," then cut him off. "Shut it, Naruto. I'm going to kill you." Sakura yelled out as she ran at him. Naruto blinked and ran off screaming in horror. Ah. Kakashi smiled and said to Sasuke there was no training so he could go home for now. Sasuke nodded before walking home. Kiba was poking a passed out Hinata with a stick. Akamaru barked at him to stop. Shino was just being Shino, and Kurenai was thinking to herself. Hinata woke up feeling someone poking her. She got up and said, "K Kiba-kun. Stop that, please." Kiba stopped his poking and said, "Have a nice nap." Hinata looked at him and was about to say something until they heard a voice yell, "Get back here." Naruto. Hinata blinked before jumping up and Naruto-kun. He's in danger. Before Kurenai or anyone could say or do anything to stop her, she had ran off to help her friend and crush. Naruto was running as fast as he could from a really angry Sakura. "I'm sorry Sakura, I just forgot." She then cut him off once again. "Shut it, you idiot." Naruto ran to Ally and saw he was staring at a wall. "Oh shit," he thought, as he felt Sakura's evilness coming closer to where he was. Naruto looked around and saw an opening on his left. He ran through the one way and saw he was near the edge of town. He didn't dare stop because he knew Sakura was still chasing him. Naruto was about to run over the bridge that went to the other training grounds when he felt someone take his hand and run to under the bridge. Naruto heard footsteps rush over the bridge and run away in a split second. Naruto looked at the person who was holding his hand. It was Hinata. Hinata saved him from Sakura's evilness. "Hi Hinata-chan." Naruto said. Hinata looked at him and then remembered she was holding onto his hand. She blushed and then Naruto blushed because Hinata was still holding onto his hand. She let go and they looked away from each other blushing under the bridge. They sat there in silences for a bit before Naruto asked, "Why did you help me Hinata-chan?" Hinata looked at him and was still blushing as she said, "Why, you're my friend." And Naruto-kun, "I had to. Do as something. I mean, isn't that what friends are for?" Naruto blinked before saying thanks. They sat next to each other in silences for a bit, then Naruto remembered something. He took the something out of his pocket and said, "Here Hinata-chan, I found this today and I was wondering if you would like it. I mean, since I remembered you liked flower pressing and so yeah, I got you it." Naruto gave Hinata the small flower he had. Hinata looked at the flower before blushing and looking at Naruto. Thanks Naruto-kun," she said with a blushing smile. Naruto looked away before asking, "We still on for Friday?" Hinata looked up and blushed before nodding. "Cool," Naruto said with a smile on his face. A small blush was there too, but then they heard the bridge being hit by a fist. Naruto looked up and saw Sakura's fist. "I know you're down there, Naruto." She yelled out. Naruto gulped as he remembered what he did to tick off Sakura. "Hinata-chan, stay here and wait for her to chase me, okay? When the coast is clear you better get back to your team." Naruto said as he got up and ran out from under the bridge and back up top. Hinata couldn't stop him. Hinata heard feet running fast from bridge, Sakura yelling, and Naruto screaming away. Hinata sat there and waited for the sounds to disappear, and when they did she looked at the flower Naruto gave her. She gave a soft smile with a blush as she got up and went to her teammates. When she got home later that day, she went to her book of flowers and put it in there. She took out a marker and wrote 3 words under the flower. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." She let out a sigh with a blush while she thought, "I hope Naruto-kun is okay." Naruto got home and locked the door as he gave a sigh. Sakura sure did try to kill him this time, but for some reason she couldn't catch him like before. Naruto replayed what happened today and smiled a soft smile. He walked to his room and laid back on the bed. When he got into his room, he thought to himself, maybe it's because I don't like Sakura that much anymore. I don't have to slow down so she can hit me. I wonder what's Hinata-chan doing right now. Unknowing to both of them, a man with a mask, a book, sliver hair, and one eye that was seen, was wondering how he could help the 2 new lovebirds out on their date on Friday. Okay, chapter 3 is done. Please review, and I would like to thank all those who had already reviewed. Have fun. I wonder what Kakashi is planning to do. Edited. Thursday, February 4th, 2010, 8:28 p.m. Go home Kakashi sensei. Okay, here is chapter 4. Have fun reading. I do not own Naruto at all, so yeah. And I've been thinking I think I might change Naruto's bloodline to something different from teaching other clans their bloodline. Instead, thanks to SPIRITWOLF32 who gave me some new ideas, Naruto's bloodline will be called Hikari. And here's a bit about the Hikari bloodline. Hikari means light, a bloodline able to give the user the ability to talk, control, and summon animals or demon animals. Also, the user can see through the eyes of an animal and commutate through them to talk to someone who is far away. In the Hikari bloodline they can make strange weapons that can change into any other weapon. Also, they can hide in the darkness and shadows of other people. Also, this clan can destroy any seal. This bloodline has more, but I forgot the rest. Blood bond. A blood bond is something in the Hikari clan that can give others the bloodline Hikari. Only a true Hikari blood user can use this. In order for them to give someone this bloodline, it has to be someone they trust with their heart. The blood bond is when a Hikari user cuts their wrist and the other person does the same and they mix their bloods together. The person the user chose gets to use only part of the bloodline like talking, controlling, summoning, and talk through animals. And some other parts of the bloodline, but the most important part is that the blood bond leaves the person the user chose after 2 years. And the only way to let someone have part of Hikari bloodline permanently is if the user marries to someone and they do the blood bond on the wedding day. Mikazuki means crescent moon. The users of the Hikari bloodline love this time of the moon phases, no one knows why, but it has to do something with the Hikari bloodline awakening. And just to let you all know, this is going to get a little random. Chapter 4. Go home Kakashi-sensei. As the days went by, it was finally Friday for Naruto and Hinata, but to one perverted, book-reading, always late, sliver-haired man, it was the day to help out two lovebirds fall in love. Kakashi sat on the roof waiting for his student to come out of his apartment building. He saw from the roof Naruto running around his room trying to get ready. Just then he heard someone right next to him say, "Hello my rival. What are you doing on this roof?" "Yosh." Kakashi looked and saw Guy. Kakashi let out a sigh before saying, pretending not to had noticed Guy at all, "You say something, Guy." Guy laughed before saying, "I still see you have the vibes of coolness in you." Kakashi gave him an uneasy eye smile and said, "Look Guy, if it's nothing important, I have something to do today." After Kakashi said that he saw Naruto run out of his apartment and was then locking the door to his apartment door. After locking it, Naruto started to head off, and before Guy could say anything, Kakashi went off to follow his student. Hinata made sure she had everything that day: money, breath mints, and the gift for Naruto she had got for him. She looked at the small fox toy she was planning to give him. She had saw this a few days ago on a mission to a village not far from Konoha. When she had saw it, the small fox reminded her of Naruto because this fox fur was orange-yellow and had sharp blue eyes. She smiled at the toy and left her room. She made sure no one was there when she left the house. As she left, she blushed at a sudden thought, is this what I should call a second date? No, it's not a date, it's just a normal day with a normal friend, I wish. Naruto stood in front of the ramen bar waiting for Hinata. For some reason Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that someone was going to ruin today, and also he thought he saw someone with silver hair watching him. Naruto waited for 20 minutes when he heard someone coming down the road. He looked and saw Hinata walking to him with a smile and blush, but then he saw she had something in her arms. It was a small toy fox with yellow-orange fur and blue eyes. When he was going to walk over to her, they both saw something. What was that? Is that snow? They both thought. Why is it snowing? It's spring, Naruto asked out as Hinata walked next to him. She looked up and saw the snow wasn't going down straight, but it was being thrown off a roof. Hinata and Naruto then realized it wasn't snow, but tiny papers in small balls being thrown. Naruto and Hinata looked at each other before walking into the ramen bar, wanting to get away from whatever strange thing was happening. As they sat down, Naruto couldn't help but ask out, "So, Hinata-chan, what's up with the toy?" Hinata blinked a few times and blushed for a while before saying, "It's a thank you. I wanted to give it to you since Yuji gave me that flower." Naruto blinked before looking at the fox. He still looked at it and let Hinata give it to him. "Thanks, Hinata-chan, I'll keep it," Naruto said with a very kind smile. Hinata blinked and blushed again, then they ordered their food and sat in silence. Naruto looked at the fox toy before smiling a soft smile and thinking to himself, "Wow, my first ever gift, she really got me something. Hinata's really nice, I wonder why I never noticed her before." They sat there and waited for their food to come, but then they both began to hear soft and lovely music. What the heck? They both thought. Naruto looked around the ramen bar and saw sitting in the corner was Kakashi, and he had a stereo out on the table and it was playing the music. Naruto's eyes twitched at his sensei before getting up and running over, wanting to kill the stereo for some odd reason. He picked his sensei by the collar of his shirt before hissing out, "Kakashi-sensei, what the hell are you doing here?" Kakashi gave his non-caring smile behind the mask before saying, "I'm trying to help." "Help? Help? Help with what?" Naruto nearly yelled out. He didn't know why, but he was embarrassed that his sensei was playing such music, but then he heard Hinata behind him, and Naruto-kun, who is that? Naruto let go of Kakashi and turned around as he pretended to have not done anything. "This is my sensei, Kakashi." Kakashi, this is Hinata Hyuga," Naruto said. Kakashi held out his hand, and soon both him and Hinata shook hands. "So you're the always late, perverted book reading teacher and Naruto-kun told me about," Hinata said as they watched Kakashi sweat drop at that. "Nice to know how Naruto can describe me," Kakashi thought. Kakashi watched as Naruto tell Hinata, "Hey Hinata-chan, the food's ready, why not start eating without me, I'll be right back." Hinata nodded and turned back around as Naruto took Kakashi by the arm and dragged him outside. "Okay Kakashi-sensei, you wanna help?" Naruto saw Kakashi nod. "Okay, I know a way you can help, go home Kakashi-sensei." Naruto yelled out as he suddenly kicked his sensei out away. Kakashi was able to stop himself from hitting the ground, though since he was after all a jounin, Kakashi waited but didn't go home, he was having too much fun with this. Kakashi watched from a roof from across the street of the ramen bar and waited for the right moment to interfere. Kakashi watched as Naruto went back to Hinata and both young genin talked to each other and laughed a small bit. "Okay anyway, I was walking with Sasuke and Sakura down the road, but then out of nowhere someone dropped a bunch of bird seeds and it pours onto Sasuke and Sakura. And then 23 birds come down and start going after them. It was kind of strange but funny, normally it's me who gets hit by bird seeds and gets chased by some birds for almost 5 hours." Naruto said as he started to eat a few more bits of ramen. Hinata ate before saying, maybe your luck is changing." Naruto looked out into space for a moment and smiled as he said, "Yeah, maybe you're right Hinata-chan." Hinata looked at him before looking down, blushing and poking her food with her chopsticks. Naruto tried to hold his laughter, but it was kind of funny to him, Hinata would blush so easily, it was kind of funny but cute. Then as AM was walking she had slipped on an ice cube someone dropped on the floor when they were playing with the ice in the cups. I do that a lot. AM was holding on to 2 plates of old cold ramen 2 customers didn't finish, but when she slipped the tray of ramen went up in the air and landed on both Naruto and Hinata. The oops was heard from AM as she looked at them. Both Naruto and Hinata blinked at each other. Naruto was about to ask her if she was alright, but then he heard giggling from her and then she started laughing. Ha 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 ha. Hinata laughed out with a small happy tear near her eye since she was laughing so hard. "Why ha show ha s ha he yo ha ha her ha herself." She laughed out. Naruto blinked for a bit before laughing too and saying, "Like haha you circa haha and talk haha." They laughed for a while trying to get ramen out of there and the other one's hair, both still giggling at how funny the other looked. Kakashi, who was still watching, thought that the ramen mishap might had ruined the date, but for some reason it didn't. Kakashi sat on the roof trying to understand why they weren't mad or sad from the mishap. Both Naruto and Hinata got up and paid. AM had said sorry as they said don't worry about it. Then both Naruto and Hinata walked out the ramen bar still laughing about how they looked. It was around noon as they walked around, people who saw them wondered why they had ramen on themselves or why they were together and laughing at themselves. Kakashi thought now would be a nice time to interfere. He watched Hinata go into a shop so she could change her clothes and Naruto waited outside for her. "Hey Naruto, come here." Kakashi said as he waved to Naruto, getting the blonde's attention. Naruto looked to whoever was calling him and his eyes went big. Naruto made sure Hinata was still inside getting ready and he soon ran over to Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, what the hell are you doing here? I thought I told you to go home." Naruto whispered out in a hint of anger. He really didn't know why he was so mad at his sensei for interrupting his time with Hinata. "I'm here to help," Kakashi said with a smile on his face. Naruto's eye twitched. "Go home, Kakashi," Naruto said with a hint of anger in his voice as he started to walk back near the shop Hinata was in, but Kakashi stopped him. "Here Naruto, why don't you use this to help you out with Hinata, after all you want her to be your girlfriend right?" Kakashi said while opening his little book and showing a perverted scene on when the boy in the story got the girl to kiss him. Naruto's face blushed deeper than Hinata's, he never ever thought of kissing Hinata, but then Naruto got mad. "Pervert. She's my friend. And only my friend. God, can't I have a friend that's a girl? Why do all of you guys think we're dating?" Naruto yelled out. Then Naruto did the unthinkable well to Kakashi, that was, Naruto took hold of Kakashi's book and threw it far away, above the shops and houses around them. Kakashi stood there for a minute before running off while yelling, "Hold on Bookie, I'll save you." Naruto let out a sigh before walking back to the store only to find a waiting Hinata. She had on new clothes, but she still smelled like ramen. She took a look at Naruto and saw a piece of ramen was sticking out of his hair. She was trying not to laugh at this. Naruto tilted his head and asked out, "What?" Hinata tried so hard not to laugh this time and nothing, and Naruto smiled, and this time Naruto went into the store to get new clothes, but he still smelled like ramen. Hinata had on a nice light purple spring dress and light blue shoes. Naruto had a light orange shirt, long sky blue pants, and black shoes. They both may still had smelled like ramen, but they looked good. They had their old clothes in small bags. Both of them walked around looking at items and other things in the shops and stores. Naruto and Hinata were having a lot of fun. Naruto never had so much fun before and Hinata hadn't felt this happy in a long time. Just then, they both saw a small shop with a dark purple sign that said Dreams of the Moon. Both Naruto and Hinata looked at each other and walked in. In the shop was all dark and kind of scary. They walked around, and Hinata heard Naruto say, "Who lives here, eh?" Which? Hinata looked at a pendant while Naruto was still looking around. They got to the back of the shop and saw a table with a crystal ball and with a lady who looked like a gypsy sitting there. She had long black hair, on one side of her eye was silver and the other was yellow. Hello?" Hinata asked while holding on to Naruto's arm just in case the lady scared her or something. The woman looked up and asked with a smile, "Welcome, did you come in to get your future told?" Naruto blinked and so did Hinata, then Naruto smiled and said sure. The woman blinked before nodding and asking, "Who should go first?" Naruto pulled Hinata out from behind him and sat her in the chair, "Her first," Naruto said with a smile. The woman nodded and said to Hinata, "Put your right hand out on the table and put your left hand on the crystal ball. Please young one." Hinata did as she was told. The woman looked at the crystal for a moment and then she looked to Hinata's hand. "I see, you, with a chance to change things in your home, I also see you get the chance to help someone awaken who he really is. You will show all the people of your family you are not weak, afraid, or discouraged one day. But along the way you will have to change yourself and take a risk," the woman said as she sat back. Naruto and Hinata blinked before the woman said, "You're next boy." Hinata got up and let Naruto sit down. Naruto did the same thing Hinata did and waited for the woman to say something. "I see, you will have to prove yourself to many people to reach your dream. Your true power will awaken soon, but not now, you are far too young. You will tell someone close to your heart a deep secret soon also. And that person shall be with you till the end of time no matter what. Be careful though, I see people of pure evil coming to try to take you away. I also see a battle between a man who can summon snakes. He will come for one of your teammates. Your power still grows and your family will be found soon, boy," the woman said but then stopped. She looked at Naruto's hand. "You will show the light to those who had lost it. One is for a boy like yourself. He will have red hair, he walks alone and needs friends. He knows how it is to be called a demon." Naruto's eyes widened. "I also see a woman. She is the one your heart will love and is the only one," the woman said while getting up, and before Naruto or Hinata could say anything the woman spoke, "I'm sorry, but it's time for the shop to close. Please go." Naruto and Hinata got up and walked out the door, but as they walked out they heard the woman say, "Hold on, Naruto, Hinata, take this." The woman gave them a small napkin with something inside. Both Naruto and Hinata walked out of the shop and opened the napkin. Inside was 2 lockets, one had a blue raven on it and the other one had an orange fox. They looked at it for a while and then a small light bulb went off in Naruto's head. "Hinata-chan, when did we tell that lady our names?" Hinata looked up and realized that too. I don't think we ever did." They both looked back to the shop and saw the lights inside go off. They started to walk away from the shop but still looked back to it for a moment. It was around nighttime before Hinata said, I have to get home. I have a mission tomorrow." Naruto looked a bit sad but then asked out, "How long are you going to be gone, Hinata-chan?" Hinata answered, maybe 4 days." "Oh okay, see you in 4 days then, and hey, when you come back why not we get some ramen? Or maybe we can go to someplace new, it's up to you," Naruto asked as he kicked the dirt under his feet. Hinata looked up before blushing and smiling a soft smile, I'd like that, and Naruto-kun." Naruto looked up and smiled at her. "Cool, well see you later, Hinata-chan," Naruto said as he was about to leave, but then he stopped and looked at the lockets he had put in his pocket when they had left that strange shop. He looked at the small raven one before running over to Hinata and stopping her. "Hinata-chan, wait," he said to her. Hinata had stopped and looked back to him. Naruto held his hand out and she reached her palm out to it, then Naruto placed the fox locket into her hand. Hinata looked down and looked back up with a wondering face. "I'll keep the raven one, since you kind of remind me of a raven, and you keep the fox one, okay? That way we can always be together no matter how far we are from each other." Hinata blushed bright before smiling and nodding. She waved goodbye to Naruto who was now going back home. She waited before putting on the locket and looked at the small fox on it. At the same time Naruto had put on the raven one and they both thought of the person that the locket reminded them of, both smiling brighter than any star above them. Up above on a roof Kakashi sighed. After Naruto thrown his book he had looked hard and just found it not too long ago, and then when he finally found Naruto and Hinata their date was over. Kakashi sighed again and thought to himself, maybe I should go home, but on their next date Kakashi smiled to himself with all the ideas he had to embarrass Naruto. Kakashi watched as Naruto stopped and looked up at the moon above them. It was a crescent moon tonight. As Kakashi watched his student he noticed something on Naruto's left shoulder he had never noticed before. Naruto had a strange marking on that shoulder. It was in the shape of the small crescent moon above and it was glowing brightly. Kakashi blinked in surprise, but when he looked again he saw the marking was gone. Kakashi shook his head. It can't be, they died out about 12 years ago, no one lived Kakashi sighed for a moment as he sat on the rooftops. He waited for a long while before he went home, but was still wondering. Meanwhile, the Hokage was sitting in the tower, and right in front of him was the same woman Naruto and Hinata had met. So is he showing signs of the bloodline awakening, Sophia? The third asked the woman, who nodded yes, plus the young girl with him seems to be the only key to awakening his bloodline. I have scanned Konoha thoroughly, and only when those two are together is the mark glowing bright, Sophia said, and the third nodded at this. When do you think his power will awaken? The third asked with wonder. In about 1 more month on the third crescent moon, Hokage Sama, Sophia said in all-knowing voice. The Hokage nodded and waved his hand, which meant she could leave. Sophia nodded at the Hokage and left in a swirl of small balls of light. Naruto, I was hoping you wouldn't find out until you were about 17, but it seems you're just like your mother. She too woke her bloodline around your age, and Hinata, please become strong for both your sakes and do not give up, the Hokage said as he looked out the window and saw the moon. Minato, Kushina, your son will become as strong as both of you, I just know it, he thought with a smile. Kasumi, may God rest your soul, Hinata will show her father and all the others what she's truly made of. The third let out a sigh, but then smiled. Woot. Chapter 4 already. Just to let you all know, this was a hard one to get down with. Kakashi is such a prev. Oh, and I do not know Hinata's mom's real name, so I'm calling her Kasumi, with means pure heart. Anyways, please review, and I'll update soon. Edited. Sunday, June 20th, 2010, time. 2:24 p.m. Slowly changing heart. Chapter 5 is here and ready to read. I do not own Naruto or anything. And to let you all know, Kakashi knows a small bit about the bloodline. He saw Kushina use her bloodline in battle once. Chapter 5. Slowly changing heart. Naruto was bored. No wait, he was more than bored, he was really bored. 4 days without seeing Hinata, Naruto was way bored. The reason why Naruto was so bored was because without Hinata, there was no one to talk to in Konoha. Yeah, sure, Naruto would talk to Iruka, but since Iruka was a teacher, he didn't always have time to talk with Naruto. And besides that, Hinata seemed to be the only person to really listen to him fully. Naruto still looked at his ceiling. Today he just got done with training and trying to ignore Kakashi's tips. When he got home he was beat and bored, so he rested on his bed. Naruto then turned and looked into his toy fox eyes. He looked at the toy Hinata gave him and asked Hina, when do you think Hinata will come back? The fox just sat there. Naruto blinked before turning back to the ceiling. Naruto then started to fiddle with his locket, the one with the blue raven. With Hinata. Hinata and her team just got back to the village after 4 days. The entire time Hinata kept fiddling with her locket with a fox on it. When they got through the gate, she turned to her team and said, Kaen. Yo you. G-eyes. Gio. On why thou t. Me. I-h-ave. To go. T-o. Naruto's. Plus e. So we see in Gio. G-t. S-omid hinji. 2. E-at. Together. Kurenai looked hand. Nodded as they saw Hinata run off to Naruto's house. Kiba then heard Shino say, have you all noticed she's been getting a bit stronger? Yeah, we have, Kurenai said as they walked to the Hokage tower. With Naruto. Naruto woke up hearing someone knocking on the door. Naruto let out a yawn and walked over to the door. When he opened it, he saw Hinata standing there smiling, but then she started to blush. Naruto then remembered something, he was only in his boxers. Hinata was having a hard time not passing out. Oh my god, inner Hinata said while drooling over the side of Naruto. Naruto blushed. Hinata-chan, you're back. Do you mind to wait for a bit? Naruto asked as Hinata said while covering up her face and hiding her blush. Suri. Naruto ran inside his room, got on his shirt and pants and ran back out. Sorry about that, Hinata-chan, I was sleeping and yeah. Naruto said with a blush. It's okay. Hinata blushed out. They stood there for a bit before Naruto said, you want to go to the ramen bar or something? Hinata nodded and watched Naruto get his keys and wallet. Naruto locked the door and then they both started walking to the ramen bar. When they got in, AM smiled and said, well look. Who's back, little Miss Sunshine and her boyfriend Fishcake. Naruto got an anger mark as Hinata blushed. Sorry, just kidding. But you know Hinata, when you're not here Naruto gets really moody. He can't even eat his 12th bowl of ramen without you being here in town. AM smirked out and dogged a flying ice cube Naruto threw at her, and Hinata was blushing big. AM was having the time of her life. Boy, it was always fun messing with Naruto and Hinata, but her fun stopped when her father came out and said, stop messing with them AM, you have orders to fell out. She let out a mumble, but said yes dad. Tucci looked at Naruto and Hinata asked out, let me guess, 1 miso and 1 beef. Naruto smiled while Hinata blushed and nodded. Naruto and Hinata sat in the bar and talked for a bit before Naruto asked about her mission. Hinata told him in her Hinata way it was great and quite dangerous. Naruto was envying her for a while. All his team did was catch a cat 12 times, help out some of the villagers, and help some old lady to a village that was not even far. When their food got there they talked and ate for a bit. Naruto then got an idea to take Hinata to his secret place. "Hey Hinata-chan, I was wondering, do you think you can go with me to some place?" Naruto asked as he paid for the food they ate. When they left, Hinata said with a small blush. Suri. They walked down the road, came to the training grounds near the woods. They stopped when they were near the entrance of the forest. "Come on, we have to go inside," Naruto said with a smile as he took Hinata's hand, who started to blush as he pulled her into the forest. They walked for a long time before Naruto stopped in front of a cave. "Come on, it's just a little further," Naruto said as he walked in, but Hinata just stood outside not moving. Naruto stopped walking and looked back to Hinata. "What's wrong?" Naruto asked. Hinata looked up and then down before saying quietly, "I'm Ed." Naruto just blinked for a bit before smiling and saying, "Don't worry, I was scared too when I found this place, but believe me, there is something you need to see. And I'll be with you all the way." There, Naruto held out his hand so Hinata could take it. She looked at him before reaching out and taking it. They both walked in. Hinata held tighter onto Naruto's hand as they went deeper into the cave. She was blushing big and her heart was racing. Naruto led her deeper and deeper, and not long after that they were way deep in the cave. Hinata heard water dripping and soon rushing water. She held onto Naruto's arm. Naruto felt Hinata holding on his arm and he started to blush. "Don't worry. It's not far now," Naruto said to her to make her feel better. Hinata then felt the sun on her face. She looked up and saw a light at the end of the cave. She took a few steps forward and gasped at what she saw. She saw it was an open cave and a great waterfall was inside, and the waterfall went into a lake. Light was coming through a hole above them. Around the lake and waterfall was beautiful flowers, different types all over the place. Trees grew all over and animals, fish, butterflies flew around. Fireflies started to come out. Birds were heard. In the middle of the place was a stone pathway and small ancient tablet in the middle. Hinata had never seen such a beautiful place in her life. It was like a fairy tale. "Come on." Naruto laughed out as he took her hand and ran with her. They were on a small hill and went to the place below them. Hinata was still in awe as she looked around and saw butterflies dance alongside with fireflies. They walked to the stone pathway and she looked at the markings. She looked around and saw the stone tablet. It said something in words she couldn't read. She went down on her knees, tried to read it. She heard Naruto say, "On the night of the Mikazuki, the key is relived. And the Hikari bloodline can be awakened." She looked up at him and asked, "Yo you.c and re added." Naruto looked at her and said, "Yeah, the third taught me." "But wait, you can't." Naruto asked out the last part. Hinata looked up to him still before nodding no. Naruto blinked and started to wonder, "That's strange." Naruto said, "Why would he teach me a language that no one else can read or say?" Naruto asked out. Hinata shrugged as she got up. They walked around and Naruto showed her his secret garden that had many things to eat. They talked more and laughed a lot. When they got tired they sat on a hill under an apple tree. Hinata was eating an apple Naruto had picked for her from the tree. He sat down next to her and they sat there eating apples. "Wow, the c.re goody," she said while eating more of the apple. It was sweet and at the same time juicy. "Thanks, it take weeks to make them like they are," Naruto said as he too ate some of his apple. "Naruto-kun.ho.w.did yo uknow.abo.thias plasi?" She asked out while feeding a small deer piece of her apple that came close to them. "I really don't know, Hinata-chan. I was walking home when I was 5 and I kind of ran into 2 people. One was a guy, he had yellow hair like mine and blue eyes, and the other was a woman, she had short red hair and blue eyes too. I thought they were going to yell at me or something, but they didn't. They said sorry and started to walk off. But that lady and that guy looked so familiar, so I followed them. When they went in the cave I still went after them. And when I got out I found this place. I looked around and the man and woman was gone. It was like they went even here, but I thought I heard a voice say to me, happy birthday Naruto. I never did find them again." Naruto said while looking through the hole and seeing the sky and the sun. "It's strange, but whenever I'm here I feel like someone or someone's is watching me, making sure I'm safe," Naruto said as he fell back and stared at the sky again. He laid with his arms out. While just looking up, Hinata looked at him and not long later Naruto fell asleep. She just watched him asleep for a bit before laying next to him. Naruto felt someone's head on his arm. He looked and saw Hinata on it sleeping. He blinked before starting to blush. Naruto went back to looking at the sky before noticing his heart was beating fast. "What is this feeling?" he thought before smiling softly and falling asleep. The breeze was soft and the sounds were light, but one heart was changing to something new. It was learning a new feeling, love. Above Naruto and Hinata watching from the apple tree were 2 people smiling to each other. One was a woman, the other was a man. They watched Naruto and Hinata, but as the wind blew they started to disappear in the air. The woman floated down and kissed Naruto on his forehead before the man came down and said, "Come on, let's go." The woman nodded as they went to the stone tablet and disappeared into thin air. Meanwhile, the third sighed as he looked through his crystal ball. He was happy Naruto and Hinata were happy, but he couldn't shake a bad feeling. About something, but what? Later that day. Hinata woke up feeling a heartbeat in her ear, she realized she was holding on to someone, when she looked up she had moved in her sleep to Naruto's chest instead of his arm. She blushed big before thinking, she looked at Naruto's sleeping face, Hinata moved closer to his face, and she stared at him for a long time, then her inner self said do it. Hinata gulped and blushed bigger. She moved closer to his face before she placed a small kiss on his lips. When she went back she was blushing bigger and sat up wondering something. He tastes like strawberries. She heard movement from Naruto, she looked back and saw he was moving around, and then she saw his eyes. Naruto got up and yawned, she saw him blink before realized where he was. Hi Hinata-chan. Naruto said with a smile. Hinata blushed and waved hi, you feel asleep on my arm you know that right? Naruto asked out. Hinata blinked and blushed big as she tried to say something, I.ust, it's okay. Naruto said with a smile, he looked back up and said, come on I'll walk you home. Naruto got up and held his hand out to Hinata who blinked before smiling and nodding, she took Naruto's hand and they walked back to the cave they came through. When Naruto and Hinata got to the front Hyuga Manor, Hinata turned back and said today. Was Griat, Naruto-kun. Thanks, oh and Hinata-chan do you mind not telling anyone about my secret hideout? I don't want people to go there and make it bad. If you don't mind. Naruto asked her. Hinata nodded and smiled, I'm happy I'm your friend Hinata-chan, I can tell you things not even my team knows about. Naruto said as he started to walk backwards, but in his heart he didn't want to leave. Hinata smiled and said, I.fail.the saw me but maybe one day we can be more than friends. Hinata opened the door and walked in before waving bye. Naruto stood there for a bit, but then he turned back and started to walk back home with his hands in his pocket. For some reason his heart was beating so fast, he couldn't but smile and blush a small bit. When Naruto got home and fell asleep on his bed he still felt Hinata on his arm, like she was still there, he smiled in his sleep thinking about today. Hinata went to her room and closed her door, she let out a small sigh before laying on her pillow, she still felt the sun, the breeze, the grass, and Naruto right next to her, she still heard the birds, the water, and the wind blowing, she still smiled the flowers, the garden, and Naruto's scent. She started to fall asleep not long after, only thing was she was smiling in her sleep. Okay here is chapter 5, I like this one so far, please review. Oh and the two people were Naruto's mom and dad. Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. It's their ghost nah just kidding but am I? And please don't review me and say I need to spell check that's the thing that bugs me the most, just review TT. Anyway, please review. The Bloodline starts to show. Okay here is chapter 6 have fun reading, and I do not own Naruto or anything really, but my favorite thing about this is Inner Hinata she makes me laugh, Inner Hinata is kind of based on me. P.S. I know I have some misspelled words, but come on you don't have to tell me over and over again. Even you guys made some mistakes on stories if you ever wrote one. So for the love of the person who lives up above, stop telling me I have spelling mistakes. Oh and those who might get confused Kumagakure is the village that tried to kidnap Hinata when she was younger, but it didn't work. Chapter 6. The Bloodline starts to show. They would always met at the ramen bar and after that they would leave to go to the hideout and talk, swim, and eat. Well whenever they didn't have missions or anything like that. Who am I talking about? Naruto and Hinata of course. Hinata's father didn't understand why she would leave when she had no missions and she wouldn't be back until late at night, he had even tried talking to her when she was leaving, but all he got was a blank stare and she had asked him, you saw why saw methanG? He asked she was going to say something, but she just slammed the door in his face not really caring that was her father. Neji had once tried to follow her, but he had lost her when she went into ally Naruto showed her to make sure no one would follow her again, an. She told him about how her team found out, but even with the Byakugan he couldn't find her. As for her team, they saw how little Hinata changed each day, she was almost not stuttering, she was even getting stronger. Naruto's team on the other hand saw how he started to understand things more, he had almost stopped yelling on missions, and he was getting a small bit stronger. Sakura kept trying to get Sasuke out on a date, but from time to time she sent glares to Naruto, Sasuke was having a hard time trying to beat Naruto in training for some reason, while Kakashi kept asking Naruto when was Naruto's next date with Hinata, but Naruto never told. As for both Naruto and Hinata, they made a deal, Naruto would help Hinata get stronger and brave, while Hinata would help Naruto understand things more and be stronger. They even started making their own fighting styles if they were ever on missions together. Whenever Hinata was with Naruto she never stuttered anymore and she was always funny, but only when she's with him, other times. When she's with someone else she stutters but not a lot and whenever Naruto was with Hinata, he would understand things more but at the same time his heart would beat fast and wild. Naruto smiled to himself as he walked next to Hinata. It had been 1 month and 3 weeks from that day. They still wore the lockets around their necks and just looked at things in windows. Hinata was looking in a small ice cream shop when Naruto asked, "You want to get some ice cream?" Hinata looked up and said with a smile, "Sure." They walked in and looked at the things they had. The worker looked up and asked, "So what would you like?" Hinata wondered, but then she said, "I'll take the cookies and cream." The man nodded and looked at Naruto. "And you?" "I'll take the brownie bits." Naruto said while looking at it. The man nodded and got their ice cream ready. Naruto told Hinata a joke while they waited and she laughed sweetly at the joke. When the man came back, "Here you go," he said and gave them the ice cream. They were both in waffle cones. Naruto paid the man and they walked out laughing. "Okay, I'll let you get a piece of mine if I can have a bit of yours," Naruto said while pulling his ice cream away from Hinata, who tried to take a bite. Hinata pouted and said, "Yo, you just want it for yourself." She laughed out. People who had watched them were shocked. Hinata wasn't stuttering that much this time and she was laughing with Naruto. "Maybe," Naruto said with a smile. He went behind her and took a bite of her ice cream when she wasn't looking. She looked at him and yelled out, "Hey." Naruto ran off laughing with Hinata hot on his heels. "Get bossy Hiri," she yelled out laughing to him. People stopped what they were doing and stared at them with big bugged eyes. They laughed and ran the entire way to the ramen bar, but as Naruto ran a corner he ran into Sakura. "Damn it, Naruto." Sakura yelled out while sitting on the ground. She then got up. Naruto too fell to the floor and was rubbing his head. "Sorry Sakura," Naruto mumbled out as he got up. Sakura was about to punch him, but then a hand stopped her. She looked and saw Hinata standing in front of Naruto and she held on to Sakura punch. "Hey, let go." Inner Sakura yelled. She sent a glare and said, "Sakura," he said he was sore. Sakura just blinked. She was going to yell, but Hinata's glare was scaring her. Hinata smirked as Sakura ran away. "Ha, you mess with my friend, you're going to have to mess with me." Inner Hinata yelled out in a rant and kicked Inner Sakura far. "Thanks Hinata-chan, you saved me," Naruto said with a smile. "I know, let's see, that's 123 times I saved you," she said with a smile. Naruto then said, "So? You owe me ramen, remember you said if I saved your butt 123 times you have to buy me my favorite ramen," Hinata said while poking his head. Naruto said, "How you remember all that, I will never understand, but alright, come on." He smiled and they walked into the ramen bar. They sat down and saw AM come out saying, "Hey, you're back, what would you two like?" She said it with a smile. "Hinata-chan wants her fav, she won the bet we made 10 weeks ago," Naruto said as they sat down. "Hey dad. Hinata's favorite ramen. Plus she won the bet, you owe me 39 bucks. AM yelled out to her dad. "Okay," he yelled out, but you could hear mumbles in the back. "So, you two heading out after eating again?" AM asked out while she cleaned a spot. Hinata nodded and Naruto smiled. "You know, you two had been changing a lot," AM pointed out. Naruto and Hinata blinked before looking at each other. They didn't understand what that meant. But they shrugged it off as the food came. Hinata had her favorite but expensive ramen, which blew a huge hole in Naruto's wallet. When she was done she smiled happily. "Hey Hinata-chan, you keep eating like that, people might think you have a problem," Naruto said with a sly smile. Hinata sent a glare to him and said, "NW had to s that supposed to mean?" Naruto looked at her and said nothing, but then he ran off. Hinata got mad and chased after him. They ran the entire way to their hideout and when Hinata found him hiding in an apple tree on a hill, she threw a rock at his head. Naruto came crashing down and mumbled out ouch. He looked up and saw Hinata standing in front of him. He smiled as he saw her give a soft sigh and a small smile. "You're lucky I don't kick your butt," she mumbled as she sat down. "Yeah, but after all we are friends," Naruto said with his fox-like smile. "Best friends?" She asked. "Yup, best friends." Naruto smiled out. They looked at the waterfall and sighed. No matter how many times they saw this place they loved it. Naruto got up and said, "Come on, let's get back to work." Hinata nodded and walked with him down the hill they were on. They walked until they got to their training area. Today was their annual training day. Naruto jumped to one side and got ready. Hinata got into fighting stance. They stood there until Naruto rushed fast at her. Hinata ducked as he kicked up to her face. Hinata hit him in the stomach. Naruto was pushed back, but he did a backflip and landed with a smirk. Hinata smirked and waited for the next move. Naruto disappeared and then reappeared behind her. "Hi Hinata-chan." Naruto smiled out. Hinata smirked before kicking behind herself, but Naruto moved out of the way before he got hit. Naruto then punched, but Hinata blocked it. They fought hard with each other for about 3 hours. That was until Hinata used her gentle fist and hit Naruto. Naruto went far and hit the cave wall. Hinata had realized what she did and ran over fast. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" Hinata asked out as she helped him up. Naruto smiled and dusted himself off. "Sure am, boy Hinata-chan, you sure know how to fight when you Want to? Naruto said. Hinata blinked and blushed before saying well. I can. Naruto blinked before saying, you're blushing again Hinata-chan. He smiled at her as she looked at him and blushed brighter, but then she heard Naruto's stomach growl. Naruto blinked and blushed, embarrassed by the fact he hadn't eaten yet. Come on, let's find you something to eat, Hinata said as she took his hand and ran with him down to the garden. Naruto and Hinata picked some berries and sat while looking at the clouded sky with the crescent moon that they were able to see through the hole of the cave walls. Unknowing to them, one person had been following them ever since they left the ice cream shop. He thought to himself, so that's the Hyuga girl, boss told me to nab, man she's tougher than what they said she was. The man moved from the tree he was hiding behind, only have a twig break. Both Naruto and Hinata stopped what they were doing and stood up quietly. You hear that? Naruto asked Hinata as she nodded. Yeah, she said. Where did it come from? Naruto asked, not moving behind the redwood tree near the apple tree. Hinata said. Naruto nodded before saying, get behind me. Hinata did just that as Naruto turned around and yelled, come on out, we know you're there. The man was shocked, but he said as he came out from behind the tree, not bad kitties. Both Naruto and Hinata saw the man had a Kumagakure headband. Naruto heard Hinata say in a low voice, he's from Kumagakure. Naruto realized what that meant. He remembered when he talked to Hinata, she told him a ninja from Kumagakure tried to kidnap her for the Byakugan when she little, but her father Hiashi killed the ninja. Naruto's eyes sharpened as the man took a step closer to them. Listen kid, I'm not here for you, I'm here for the girl, the man said, over my dead body. Naruto yelled out while putting a hand in front of Hinata, if it has to go that way, then fine. Naruto growled in his mouth in anger, stay away from Hinata-chan. Naruto yelled out, look kid, as much as you want to protect your little girlfriend, I have to kill you, so the man said as he rushed over to them with speed, his hand on a kunai. Naruto picked Hinata up and jumped out the way. They landed near the apple tree the man came from. Naruto said, Hinata-chan, I want you to run. Hinata looked at him like he was nuts. What, no way. She said to him. Naruto looked at her and said, no you have to, I'll keep him busy while you run to the Hokage, I don't want you to get captured, I won't let you get captured. Hinata was going to say something, but then she pushed him out of the way. He almost got hit by a kunai, but Hinata got hit instead. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw her fall. He ran to her side, Hinata-chan. He yelled out as he looked at her arm where the kunai hit. I am Doka, why, she said. Naruto heard the man say, man, she wasn't supposed to get hit. Naruto looked back to the man with anger in his eyes, you bastard. You hurt her. Naruto yelled out as he held onto Hinata, who was in pain from the kunai. Naruto was able to get the kunai out, but it still hurt her. The man said, yes oh. Naruto was getting angrier, that bastard, how dare he hurt her, I swear I'm going to kick his ass. Naruto thought. Above them the clouds that hid the crescent moon moved, the moon's rays came down to Naruto and hit his body. The man blinked as he saw a sliver light surround Naruto, but he just thought it might just be nothing. Naruto put Hinata near the apple tree, her back to the tree and said, don't move, I'll be right back as soon as I beat this guy's ass, he heard her say, be careful. Naruto nodded as he got up. Naruto slowly walked to the man and said, you're going to pay, the man just said, really, and how are you planning to do that? Naruto smirked and said, like this. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto made 20 clones appear and the man took a step back. What the? He thought. Just then Naruto and his clones rushed at the man with full force, each one had a kunai. The man smirked as he used jutsu. Flame barrier jutsu. This is not real, I made it up, he yelled out as a fire barrier came around him, destroying each clone. The man looked around before hearing a voice above him say, up here. Naruto came down and slammed his fist on the man's head. When Naruto's fist hit the man, Naruto jumped and landed near Hinata, who was holding onto her shoulder in pain, but she was getting over it. Naruto asked, you okay? Hinata nodded but said, watch it. Naruto turned and saw the man about to hit them with shurikens he had thrown. Naruto and Hinata both jumped out the way and landed not too far. Naruto said, Hinata-chan, let's try out C3. Hinata looked at him like he was crazy. Naruto-kun, you know we haven't perfected that yet. She almost yelled out at him. Naruto gave his fox-like smile and said, well now we can perfect it. Naruto jumped to the side while Hinata nodded and did the same. She did forehand size and a bright blue light was around her. Naruto did the same as Hinata, but inside of him having a blue color, his was orange. The man stopped and thought, what the hell? It was then Hinata's blue light turned into a bird and Naruto's turned into a fox. The animals shot out and went to the man. The man was able to move out the way of the bird, but the fox was able to get him. He felt like he was burning. The man fell to the floor and said, damn kids, it was then the jutsu wore off, that was the problem, it only stayed for a while on an enemy. The man got up and said, you both just made this even harder than before. He then did some hand signs and said ground barker jutsu, again not real jutsu. Naruto moved Out the way of the attack as the ground around him broke and shattered, Naruto jumped on a shattered piece of the ground and saw something that made his eyes widened. Hinata had gotten hit by one attack and she fell back as the ground broke, she hit the back of her neck and passed out. Naruto's eyes widened and soon anger went into them. Naruto jumped down and jumped over shattering rocks that come up. When he landed near Hinata, a broken piece of the ground went to them. Naruto took Hinata and shielded her. At that moment Hinata woke up, she looked up and saw blue eyes meeting hers, it was then she saw some blood on his back. Hinata's eyes widened upon seeing this, she saw a piece of a sharp spike rock in his back. Naruto-kun. Are you okay? She asked fast. Yeah, of course I am Hinata-chan, Naruto said with his smile. Hinata blinked but then her eyes were wide again, she yelled out, watch out. It was then 40 kunes and shrunkins came down at them. Naruto looked back as time slowed for all. Hinata felt Naruto hold onto her heart in meaning to block the attack for her. Naruto and Hinata closed their eyes as the moon shined down to them and they waited for the hit, but it never came. Naruto and Hinata stopped and looked up and saw the kunes and shrunkins in midair. It was then they saw a barrier abound them as the weapons fell to the ground. Naruto felt as if the barrier was coming from him and it was Hinata saw it, right where his jacket was cut off on his shoulder from getting hit in the back by the ground spike was a sliver crescent moon, it glowed in the moonlight. The barrier disappeared into thin air. Naruto-kun did you do that? Hinata asked. Naruto said, I don't know. Maybe. The man was shocked but he shook it off. Okay, that's a nice little trick, but guess what, I'm done playing here. Ran over and pulled out a scroll and with a poof a sword came out. When he jumped and down to them, something happened, the barrier reappeared and when the man touched it, it sent an electrical spark to him. He fell back when that happened. Naruto helped Hinata up and when they got close to the man, Naruto said, hey Hinata-chan, this asshole needs to learn something. Hinata nodded as Naruto did the shadow clone jutsu hand signs, it was then 20 Narutos came out and cracked their knuckles. Meanwhile, the Hokage had seen it all through the crystal ball, he had saw how it was nice day until near the end. He sighed softly knowing Naruto and Hinata were safe. He then heard the door open, it was Sophia, she bowed and said Hokage-sama. It is time. The Hokage nodded as he got up and set out with Sophia to the spot where Naruto and Hinata were. Back to Naruto and Hinata. Naruto smirked to himself as they tied up the man to a tree, he was beaten badly and was knocked out from Naruto's hits. Naruto smiled as Hinata said, you okay? What? Of course Hinata-chan, this is nothing. Naruto said as he lied about the pain in his back. Hinata said, you're lying. No. No, I'm not. Naruto said with a sweat drop as he took a step back as she glared a bit at him, it was then. Naruto felt his head get lighter, his body failing, and his breathing slowing. Naruto felt his legs give out and as he fell and passed out from blood loss, he heard the yell of his friend Naruto. Okay Clifford. Please review, no flames. Thank you. And sorry for the wait, school is killing me, and work is too. The Kyuubi secret and bloodline awakened. Okay chapter 7 is here, I do not own Naruto or anything really. Please no flaming or telling me I have spelling mistakes otherwise I will hurt you. Man, have you ever listened to the Spirited Away soundtrack songs? I have while I was writing this fic. Chapter 7. The Kyuubi secret and the bloodline awaked. Last time. Naruto felt his legs give out and as he fell and passed out from blood loss, he heard the yell of his friend Naruto. Back to story. Hinata rushed to his side as Naruto fell to the ground, as soon as she got over to him, she saw he was in a deep sleep. She put her hands to his face and said with a frantic voice Naruto. Naruto. Please wake up. Nothing was her response. She looked around and thought I need to get him back to the village and to the hospital, but how? I can't carry him all the way. It was then she heard footsteps behind her, she looked back and saw the Hokage and the woman they met in the shop. Hokage-sama. Hinata yelled out in surprise as she got up. Wondering where or how did he get here, she looked at the woman who said, Hokage-sama, we need to patch up these wounds fast. You're right. The Hokage said and nodded as he pulled out a scroll and undoing the jutsu he had on it in his hands instead of the scroll. Was a medical kit, Hinata looked and said, I'll do it, I've been reading some medical books in the library ever since I was 5 years old. The Hokage was a little shocked she was not blushing or stuttering this time, but was more amazed by the fast she was ordering that sentence out. He nodded and handed her the medical kit, she nodded also and started to help Naruto. After a while, she was able to get bandages on and around him, somewhere near his head, somewhere on the wounds on his back, while she tied the last bandage around his back, she heard the woman say, you were hit. Hinata looked up and blinked before looking back down to her arm that was still a little bit bleeding, she smiled and said, it's nothing too bad, I'll be okay. The woman was silent for a bit before saying as Hinata laid the sleeping blonde on the ground on his back. I see now why you are the key to awaken his power. Hinata stopped and looked back and asked what? Key? Just then Hinata heard the Woman say words in a different language and then flicked Hinata on the head with her index finger. The Hokage saw Hinata's eyes go dark and they started to haze before they closed as she fell to the floor next to Naruto. Hinata didn't know what was happening until her world got dark. Meanwhile, Hinata woke up hearing drips of water in a long hallway. As she opened her eyes she saw she was in a sewer-like area. She looked around in wonder and she was also frightened. It was then she heard something at the end of the tunnel of darkness. She gulped as she started to walk over to where the voices was talking. As she passed doors and more doors, she saw some of them were pitch black and only a few were light pink. As she was going to end of the long hallway, she noticed more and more doors were light pink. Wondering what it was she opened one door and she saw two people talking to each other as she went inside the door. Just then, she found herself in the ramen shop. She looked and saw herself and Naruto sitting at the counter of the bar talking. She remembered this day, it was the day they first went out. She heard. "An." This was in chapter 2. "So. Naruto, is that your girlfriend?" AM asked with a snicker from behind the counter. Naruto, who was eating, nearly choked on his noodles. Hinata blushed more deeply than ever before. "Girlfriend?" Naruto choked out. "AM, what do you mean? Hinata-chan isn't." Naruto tried to say, but AM said with a grin, "Hinata, huh? That's a nice name. Doesn't that name mean a sunny place?" She was asking Hinata, who looked up and blushed more before nodding and looking down. "That's cool." AM smiled more with a grin. She saw Hinata blush more and Naruto looked away blushing. AM loved messing with Naruto, it was always fun. Hinata still blushed when AM thought she was Naruto's girlfriend, but she laughed, it was kind of funny. The memory ended as soon as it began and soon she found herself in the hallway again. Hinata looked around before noticing the voices were yelling at each other now. It was then she heard one voice she knew. "You stupid fox." Hinata's eyes widened and muttered under her breath, "Naruto-kun." She rushed off to the end of the hallway. She passed doors and more doors and as soon as she got to the end she saw a cage that Naruto was staring at. He was mad also. In the cage was two bright red eyes. They were huge and so was the fox the eyes belonged to. The fox spoke and said, "Brat, how dare you speak to me like that?" "Naruto," Hinata said. Naruto gasped as he heard her voice and he looked back. "Hinata-chan, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked out in wonder. Meanwhile, "Hokage-sama, may I send a message to Lord Fukai and Lady Hana?" asked Sophia as she looked at Naruto and then to Hinata. The Hokage nodded and said, "You may, Sophia. After all, didn't they tell you to contact them once you found their grandson? And when his power awakens?" Sophia smiled and said, "Yes. I just wish Kushina and Minato was here to see him. They would have been proud and happy to know their son's ki was a Hyuga. By the way, how are they doing?" the Hokage asked in wonder. Sophia shook her head, "They still have not awakened yet. They are okay, it's just their souls have not been found yet. It is like something is keeping them in the human world and they cannot find their bodies." Sophia said. She looked at the Hokage, who said, "I was surprised when I saw them both again. I thought for sure Minato died when the Kyuubi attacked and Kushina died when she gave birth, but I wonder. Why wasn't I told this years ago instead a few months ago?" Sophia smiled and said, "We were making sure their son was alive, we didn't want to make a mistake. Besides, it takes more than death to keep the Kushina Uzumaki from living. And Minato, he's just stubborn. So he can't die yet." The Hokage smiled and nodded. It was true, not even death can keep Kushina from living and Minato was stubborn. "I hope you can find their souls soon. I bet Naruto will be happy to know his mother and father are alive and to know about his family." The Hokage said as Sophia nodded, "Yes, but a body without a soul is just an empty shell and a soul without a body cannot be real." Back to Naruto and Hinata. "Naruto-kun. What is that?" Hinata asked as she pointed to the big fox with the red eyes. She noticed the fox was behind a gate with a seal on the door. She noticed they were safe because the seal was holding back the fox as far as she could see. Naruto looked at her before asking, "How did you get here?" Hinata blinked but answered, "I was going to run you to the hospital when you passed out, but then the Hokage came out and so did that woman we met at the store. What was it called? Dreams of the Moon. But anyway, the Hokage had a scroll with a medical kit inside. I told him I was going to help you since I've been reading medical books since I was 5. When I was done I was going to talk to the Hokage, but that woman said something about me being a key. And then she flicked me with her finger on my forehead and that's all I remember before waking up and coming here from that hallway." Wait. Dreams of the Moon. Ki? It can't be. Kyuubi thought in wonder. Naruto blinked before hearing Kyuubi say, "Tell me, child, did this woman have one eye yellow and the other silver?" Hinata looked at the big fox before nodding with a little fear in her. She didn't know what to say when the fox talked to her. "I see, so Sophia Uzumaki is still alive. Good." Kyuubi had muttered the good part, but Naruto and Hinata looked at him with wide eyes. "Sophia Uzumaki?" Naruto looked at Kyuubi before saying, "Uzumaki. Does that mean The Kyuubi looked down before noticing something about the boy. This boy looked just like him, just like the man that sealed him away. He looked and saw something else. The boy's eyes, they had little fear and hid hurts of his past, but there was much strength and courage, something he had only seen once in the eyes of his best friend. The one that trusted him and the one that showed him the way out of darkness and the one that hooked him up with her older sister Toki. Kyuubi asked, "What is your name, boy?" Naruto was shocked at the sudden question and the fact Kyuubi didn't call him Brat. I mean, ever since Naruto woke up in his mind, Kyuubi called him Brat. Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said with little fear. The Kyuubi went down in the cage and met Naruto eye to eye. He smelled him before gasping a bit. You smell like her, you smell like her so much, the scent of forest and strawberries. You must be her kit. It is only way you can smell and have the same courage in your eyes like she did, and you must be his kit too, it's the only way you can look like him." The Kyuubi spoke with a hint of relief, wonder, and was it happiness? Naruto and Hinata was wondering what the hell was the fox talking about, who was he talking about, who did Naruto remind Kyuubi of? Hinata, wanting to know who the fox was, spoke with little fear. "I'm sorry, but who are you?" Naruto's eyes widened. He didn't want her to know, he didn't want her to see him as a monster. As he was going to say something, Kyuubi spoke. "I am the one who attacked your village 12 years ago. Hyuga, I am Kyuubi the fox demon." Naruto heard Hinata take a step back and he saw her eyes with fear. "How? You're dead. The fourth Hokage killed you. How are you alive?" Hinata almost yelled out with fear of the fox demon she had heard stories of. The Kyuubi chuckled before saying, "Really? Is that what people think had happened? That I died?" "Kyuubi, shut up or I'll kill you, you furball," Naruto yelled out in anger. "Oh really, Brat? How do you plan on doing so?" "I'm sealed away in this cage." Kyuubi chuckled a bit but at the same time mad that he called him furball. "Naruto-kun. Where are we, how can he be here?" Hinata asked. She was also fearing for Naruto's life for calling the Kyuubi a furball. Naruto turned to her with a sadness look in his eyes, but hide it. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. What was he going to say? It was then words of the woman in the shop of dreams of the moon came to him. This is from chapter 4. "You will tell someone close to your heart a deep secret soon. And that person shall be with you till the end of time no matter what." Naruto thought to himself, please God, let that person be Hinata-chan. Please. We are in my mind, Hinata-chan. Naruto said with a sad smile. Hinata looked at him with wonder. How can the Kyuubi be in his mind? Why was he sealed? "Hinata-chan, there is something I need to tell you. You know the story of the fourth killing the Kyuubi, right?" Hinata nodded as Naruto said that. It was a lie. He didn't kill Kyuubi because the fourth was strong, but not strong enough to kill a demon. Instead he sealed Kyuubi in something. And that something was a baby that was just born, a baby that only had less than 3 minutes of being a human before becoming a demon vessel. The fourth wanted the people of Konoha to see the baby as a hero that saved Konoha from being destroyed. But that never happened. Many of the villagers saw him as a demon, and only a small little bit of Konoha had saw him as a hero, and ever since then the baby has been living his life in hell. He was kicked out the orphanage when he was 4 years old. The third gave the child a place to live in an apartment, even though he wanted to care for the child himself, but couldn't because the elders of Konoha told him he wasn't able to, and the only thing the third could do for him was to watch over him. So the young boy lived his life each day, trying to live from attacks from villagers and ninjas who hated him. He had no friends, because since the older generation was told they were not to tell the younger generations of the boy. But the Kyuubi locked away, but they had told the younger ones he was not good to be with every day. The older ones called him a demon, a monster, a murderer, a killer, even though the boy had no idea why he was always called that. That was until he was 12 and he was tricked by Mizuki to steal a scroll that the fourth Hokage made, a scroll with a shadow clone jutsu in it. Iruka had found the boy and the boy found out he was being used thanks to Iruka's warning. But then Mizuki came and told the truth about why the boy was hated. The boy didn't want to believe this and ran away with the scroll. Iruka and Mizuki went to find him. One wanted to keep him safe because he saw him as a hero, and the other wanted him dead so he can be a hero and kill the beast of Konoha, but Iruka had stopped him. The boy heard how Iruka's mom and dad died because of the fox demon and asked why Iruka wasn't mad at the boy. Iruka said he was mad at the demon, but the boy was not the demon. Because of Iruka's kindness, the boy was happy that someone had cared, but when Mizuki tried to kill Iruka, the boy stepped in and stopped him. The boy had learned the shadow clone jutsu not long after he stole it and did the shadow clone jutsu on Mizuki and kicked his ass. Iruka was hurt, and when the boy was going to get him to the hospital, Iruka gave the boy his headband and made the boy a ninja who passed the test. So tell me, Hinata-chan, do you know the little boy that Kyuubi was sealed away in? An longest thing I have ever wrote, Naruto said with a sad smile, but near the end his smile was a bit happy. Hinata had only nodded, she realized it and everything made sense, her mind was in sadness and anger. She was not mad at him, she mad at the villagers and Mizuki, how can they not see that Naruto was Naruto not Kyuubi? Her sadness came when she had realized why he had always saw the pain in his eyes, but never told him she saw them. Why? Why him of all people in this village? Why must he have this? She thought but was pulled out of her thoughts when she heard Naruto say so. Do you think of me as a monster? She looked up and saw Naruto almost about to cry, his hands were clutched because he had saw the anger in Hinata's eyes. She smiled a soft smile. I can never hate you. You're my best friend Naruto-kun. You are you, Kyuubi is Kyuubi, you're just two souls in one body Hinata said. She saw Naruto look up at her in surprise, happiness, and relief. Naruto didn't know what to say, but he rushed over and hugged Hinata. Hinata blushed as her best friend and crush hugged her, she felt tears coming from him. She let out a smile and hugged him back and said Naruto-kun. She heard Naruto say, thank you. Thank you so much. Naruto-kun I promise to never let you have this sadness ever again Hinata thought as. Naruto thought thank you Hinata-chan. I promise to protect you. I promise. As they broke the hug Naruto and Hinata smiled to each other. But stopped when they heard Kyuubi say, child. I see why Sophia called you a key, what is your name? Hinata. Looked at him and said Hinata Hyuga, but can I ask you something? The Kyuubi nodded why? Why did you attack Konoha, why did you do it? They saw the Kyuubi's eyes grow sad with remorse and said, I never meant to. If I had my head in the right place I never would have, so why? Naruto asked this time wondering why the great demon Kyuubi was sad. Kyuubi looked at Naruto before saying, when I was young I met a girl younger than I. This girl became my friend and I lived with her clan that didn't fear demons, there I met her older sister Toki, and I fell in love, for a while, I was scared to even tell her I liked her. That was until her sister and her boyfriend told her I liked her and Toki told me she liked me 2 years went by and I asked her hand in marriage and she said yes, we were happy and when I found out I was going to have a kid or as you humans call it, a baby, I was more than happy, her clan was also happy and we waited for the day the kid was going to be born, but we never had the chance, for on the day I returned from a mission given to me by the clan I found her dead in our home, and a man that smelt like snake stood over her his hands on a sword with her blood, smiling evilly in a blind rage I attack him, and we fought until he ran to Konoha, I was so mad, I had no control over myself, and I changed to this form of myself, and I attacked trying to look for him. Konoha had attacked me, thinking I was attacking them and we fought I had forgotten why I was mad and went on a blind rampage in Konoha and soon after I was sealed I blacked out but not before hearing a baby cry and someone saying sorry I then found myself in this cage, never knowing what's going on in the outside world. That is until now. Naruto and Hinata just looked at the fox demon in wonder, who will do such a thing? That was until Kyuubi said, I will show you my true form. And then in a blinding light Kyuubi's shape changed to a smaller shape of a human, the shape soon cleared and out of the shadows of the cage came a man with long red hair, red eyes, dark whisker marks, he wore a red and black outfit. He also had 2 fox ears and 9 tails. He was handsome and tall. He said, this is what I really look like. Naruto and Hinata could only stare in wonder, the Kyuubi had just changed to a man. I mean wouldn't you be surprised Kyuubi? I'm sorry. Hinata tried to say, but Kyuubi smiled a sad and small smile before saying hey don't worry about it, I'm sure Toki-chan will be mad at me for not moving on, she was like that after all. Even her younger sister was like that too. Naruto just looked at the Kyuubi and wanted to change the subject because he could see the sadness in the Kyuubi's eyes. You said something about why you knew why Hinata-chan was called a key. What did you mean by that? Naruto asked. Kyuubi looked at him and smiled a little soft smile, as in thanking the blonde for changing the subject, and so did Hinata, you see Naruto. You came from a clan with a bloodline. Kyuubi started to say, Naruto's eyes grew wide along with Hinata's. Their bloodline is named Hikari, a bloodline only for Uzumakis, this bloodline is more than one thing. It also is very hard to awaken, and only a key can awake the power on the night of the Mikazuki Kyuubi said, as he saw their eyes grow more wide as they remembered the words on the stone tablet in their hideout. From chapter 5. On the night of the Mikazuki, the key is revealed, and the Hikari bloodline can be awakened. Their bloodline has many powers, you are able to control animals and demon animals, you can speak through them to someone you must talk to, you can see through the animal's eyes, you can summon animals without hand signs, not only that, but you can make weapons and infuse it with your chakra, and you can turn one weapon into any weapon of your wish. Your bloodline is rare for it can also take away curse seals, and your clan can melt themselves in the shadows of people, homes, trees, etc. Kyuubi said. Hinata raised her hand, and Kyuubi nodded. Meaning she may speak sorry for asking but how do you know all this? The Kyuubi blinked before chuckling. The woman I loved was named Toki Uzumaki, firstborn of the leaders of the Uzumaki clan, and was leader of the clan when she was 14 years old. You see, the Uzumaki clan doesn't care if someone was human, half-demon, or demon, for they believed if God wanted all of us to be the same he would have made us, but he didn't, he made us different. Naruto thought if he loved a Uzumaki then somehow I'm related to him. I wonder if he knew my mom or dad. As I was saying. Naruto, your bloodline is rare, not many people had seen Uzumakis use their powers in battle, much less seen one. Uzumakis were said to be a myth, something not real. In order to know if it was a Uzumaki they had a tattoo on their back with a Mikazuki on it. Hinata then cut in, then Naruto is a real one. I saw the tattoo when he fought off against a ninja from Kumagakure. Naruto looked at her and asked what? Yeah, it's true Naruto. And I saw it when the barrier came out, Hinata said as she looked at him. Kyuubi chuckled and said, ah, the barrier of hope, it's a barrier that can only be triggered when someone's loved one is in danger and they wish for the person to be safe. When he said loved one, Naruto blushed and so did Hinata. The Kyuubi chuckled again at this was funny. He took pity on them and said, as I was saying, the only way a Uzumaki can have their power unlocked is if the key did it. The key is someone who is chosen to awaken the bloodline, the key must be true and kind-hearted. The key is either a demon, half-demon, or human. And I must say never before a Hyuga had ever been a key for a Uzumaki. You must be very special to be his key. Really? Hinata asked in wonder. Kyuubi looked around and said, it's time. Midnight of the Mikazuki. Hinata, do as I tell you, take Naruto's hands, and both of you look at each other. Naruto and Hinata blinked in confusion and wonder, what did he mean? But not wanting to anger Kyuubi they did as they were told. As soon as she took his hands and they looked at each other, both of their bodies glowed like the moonlight. Outside. It's time, Sophia said as she saw Naruto and Hinata starting glow, even though they were unconscious. The moonlight above them shined making them glow brighter, then a mass amount of chakra come out as a wave. The third looked with much surprise, this chakra was huge, even bigger than when Kushina's power woke up. That's when Sophia said Hokage-sama. I think this power is coming from Hinata too. The third looked at her in wonder, what do you mean? Sophia then said, you remember how in the Byakugan there is a power that no one in the Hyuga family in 100 years had been able to unlock? Yes. The Hokage said, I think I finally understand why she was chosen, he needed to her as much as she needed him. Sophia said. TBC. Clifford muhahahaha. In the next chap you get to see why Hinata needed Naruto also. And yeah, Kyuubi is good Kyuubi. Please review, don't flame or kill me, please review. The messages. Yo. I'm back people XD. Okay, let's see, I got a new laptop, I turned 16 last month, school is starting. I think that's it. Anyway, I do not own Naruto. I wish though. Last time. You remember how in the Byakugan there is a power that no one in the Hyuga family in 100 years had been able to unlock? Yes. The Hokage said, I think I finally understand why she was chosen, he needed to her as much as she needed him. Sophia said. Chapter 8. The messages. Naruto held on to Hinata's hands, but a strong gust of wind blew as hard as it could. Naruto Hinata yelled out as their hands were losing grip on each other. Hinata Naruto yelled out as his right hand had let go, but they were still holding on with their left and they started to lift off the ground. They were losing grip and the wind blew harder this time. Naruto. What's happening? Hinata yelled out, I don't know, Hinata-chan hold on, Naruto yelled out as their hands were about to let go, a bright light shot out and they both closed their eyes. But Naruto. Where am I? Naruto asked to himself. He opened his eyes and saw he was in a dark area and he was floating in it. Where is this? Where's Hinata-chan? He floated around trying to find out. Where he was. Just then he heard a soft voice say Naruto. He turned and saw two people in the room. One was a woman with red hair and blue eyes, she had a happy smile that was soft and warm. The person next to her was a man with yellow spiky hair and blue eyes, he looked a lot like the fourth Hokage. Who are you? Naruto asked out. He heard the woman chuckle, a soft chuckle that sounded familiar to him. It was then he noticed something about them. They looked just like those people he ran into on his birthday, the people that didn't yell at him when he bumped into them, the people he followed to the hideout. Naruto dear. I'm your mother. The woman said. Naruto's eyes widened. My mother? He asked out. The woman nodded and said. Yes dear, my name is Kushina Uzumaki, second born of the Uzumaki clan leaders Kana Uzumaki and Fukai Uzumaki, and little sister of Toki Uzumaki. Naruto looked wide-eyes and said the Kushina Uzumaki, also known as Red Whirlpool. Kushina nodded. Naruto remembered in class that a woman named Kushina Uzumaki aka Red Whirlpool stopped 3 wars at once. How just by her smile can melt any frozen heart, how her laughter made others laugh, how she was stronger than any female in the village. Naruto thought it was just weird how his and her last name was the same, but thought nothing of it since they didn't look the same at all. He thought the reason he had the last name was just something someone gave him. The man smiled and said, "And Naruto, I'm your father." Naruto looked at the man, his eyes in wide. "My name is Minato Namikaze, or otherwise known as the fourth Hokage of Konoha," Minato said with a grin almost like Naruto's grin. Naruto felt like he was going to have a heart attack. You're my dad, the Minato Namikaze who is Konoha's yellow flash and the fourth Hokage." Naruto yelled out. He nodded. Naruto felt like his mind going in overload. He stopped and looked at his mother and said, "You said you were little sister of Toki Uzumaki, right? Then that means Kyuubi's your uncle?" "Yes, he is, and the rest of the clan is alive also," Kushina said with a nod. Naruto at first was quiet and small tears started to fall off his cheeks. Minato and Kushina looked at each other in wonder. I have family all this time. I thought I was," Naruto tried saying, but his tears started to get in the way. Kushina floated over and hugged her son. Naruto felt a hug and it felt nice. "Naruto. I'm so sorry." Naruto heard his mother say, "Why are you sorry?" Naruto asked out. Kushina gave a soft sad smile and said, "I should have been there for you, to protect you, our clan should have been there to protect you too, but they didn't know I had you that night, they didn't know if you were alive, they thought you died after Kyuubi attacked." She hugged him once more crying. Naruto smiled a soft smile and said, it's okay, Mom." Kushina's eyes widened a bit, but soon they started to fill up with tears again, and they were happy she was called Mom. She smiled as she hugged him still. "Kushina, I don't think he can breathe." Minato voiced out as he saw his son turn purple. Kushina blinked and let go of Naruto who was finally able to breathe again. "Oops, sorry Naruto." Kushina said with a nervous laugh, "It's okay." Naruto said, taking some air in. Naruto looked at his father and Minato thought for sure his son was mad. Heck, I'll be mad too if my dad sealed a demon who was my uncle in me. Minato thought, but then he heard, "Why isn't my last name Namikaze if I am your kid?" Naruto asked out. "I wasn't expecting that." Minato thought but still answered, "Well, since I was the only one of the Namikaze who survived the attack on us, I had many enemies after me because the Namikaze had learned and made many justus only we knew. As I grew up I learned how to fight back. I met your mother when she joined my team one day. At first I thought she was going to be one of those girls that joined for a boy, but..." Kushina then cut in, "I joined to show the whole world that women can beat men." She smiled out, but Minato then said, "As I was saying, she was different. Soon I fell in love with her and that caused a bit more problems for me cause there was a lot of boys that fell in love with Kushina, but in the end she said yes to me when I asked her out and we started to date, but anyway, I was happy when I found out she was going to have a child, my child. Me and her got married in secret because I wanted to surprise Konoha the best way I could, that and I would be killed if any of the guys found out. Anyway, I knew that if anyone found out you're my son they were tried to hurt you, no matter what. After Kyuubi attacked I asked a third to change your name to Uzumaki until the day you found out or..." Minato stopped but continued. "But yeah, I wanted your name to be Uzumaki to protect you." "Naruto, and I'm sorry," Minato said. Naruto looked at his father confused. "What are you sorry for?" Naruto asked and Minato blinked. "Aren't you mad that I sealed Kyuubi in you and that made your life a living hell?" Minato asked out. "What? No." Naruto said as he looked at his dad like he was crazy. "Dad, it was something you had to do to protect Konoha, why would I be mad about that?" Naruto said. Minato blinked and was going to say something, but Kushina said, "Well, looks like he is your son Minato, he forgives people just like you do." Kushina gave a chuckle once more. Minato blinked and smiled. "Naruto, there is something you must know." Kushina said as she floated back to Minato, "We are always with you and always know that you're never alone, you have Hinata with you also, she'll never leave you." Naruto saw a strange light around his mother and father who smiled at him. Naruto shielded his eyes and then nothing. Meanwhile with Hinata. Naruto-kun. Where? Hinata woke up in a strange place. She floated about in the dark room. "Where am I? Where's Naruto-kun?" she asked out, then she heard a voice that made her gasp and her eyes were wide, always asking questions. Same old Hinata-chan. "But you're not blushing anymore." It was a voice she had not heard in a long time. The voice chuckled a soft chuckle that was so familiar to her. Hinata looked back and saw someone she had never thought to see in years. It was a female Hyuga. She had long bluish hair that was tied up, she wore the Konoha leaf on her neck, she was about her father's age, and she was very beautiful. She wore a dark blue ninja shirt and black pants. Hinata's eyes were wide and one word came to her: mommy. The woman smiled and said, "It's good to see you again Hinata, but how? Dad said you were on a mission when you went missing." Hinata asked in wonder. "Hinata, I am just a part of a justu I placed on you before I left, the reason why was because I knew you would be the one with it." Kasumi said it. "What's it?" Hinata asked. It is the strongest Hyuga power we have, we all have it Hinata, but we could never unlock it, but you on the hand, can Kasumi said with a smile. What? Me? Hinata asked out. Yes, Hinata you can unlock the hidden power of the Hyuga clan and use it as you please Kasumi said. But how? Dad and the elders said I have the weakest eye in the enter. Hinata was cut off and she saw her mother yell. Hinata. Hyuga, I have taught you better than to allow yourself to listen to what other people say about you. You alone can't choose your roads, don't you? Dare listen to what other people say about you. Do you understand? Kasumi said with a rant. Hinata blinked and nodded fast. Sometimes her mother scared her. Sorry, I just lost my cool for a second, but anyway Hinata, you do have the power of the Hyuga clan, and no matter what you father and the elders say anything otherwise, remember, never give up, never go back on your words, and never, ever lose hope Kasumi said with a smile as she started to fade away. Mom? Hinata asked out as she saw a bright light starting. And Hinata honey, remember I will always love you and you are never alone, you have Naruto-kun with you, Kasumi said with a smile before the light shone brighter. Hinata had to shield her eyes. Outside. Naruto woken up to the twilight-colored sky he saw through the hole above his hideout. He blinked for a few moments. How long was he out? Ah, he's awake said a female voice. Naruto got up and saw the woman he saw in the dreams of the moon shop, sitting near apple tree with the third Hokage. Just then Naruto felt like someone attacked him. He turned and saw wide eyes. Hinata-chan. Naruto said in surprise, you're awake. Hinata said happily. Hinata then realized she was hugging her crush. She let go and turned away with a blush on her face. Sorry I was She tried saying but heard. It's okay Hinata-chan, I like your hugs. Hinata looked at him and then blushed brighter. Oh, isn't that cute, said the woman sitting next to the Hokage who chuckled at them. Naruto and Hinata looked at them before Naruto said to her, you must be Sophia Uzumaki. Sophia smiled and nodded before saying yes, I am the Hokage. Then said Naruto, you must be wondering what has happened, so let's sit down and talk about it. About your clan, and about your mother and father. Same with you Hinata, you must be wondering what happened also. Naruto and Hinata nodded. They wanted to know all, even though they halfway understood. The Hokage started to tell the story of the Uzumaki clan. Meanwhile, grandmother Kana, grandfather Fukai, Sophia's summoned wolf has been seen at the gates with this, said a girl with long red hair and red eyes. She had a kimono that was red. She looked about 12 years old. She held a scroll in her hand. She gave it to woman with red hair and green eyes. The man next to her had brown hair and blue eyes. The woman named Kana opened the scroll and started to read. Around all of them were many people with red, brown, or black eyes and hair. They all looked confused to what the scroll had inside. It must be important if Sophia had summoned her wolf demon. They saw Kana smile, a soft smile that they had hardly seen in years. The young with red hair looked at her grandmother and asked, Grandma, what does it say? Kana handed the scroll to her husband and his eyes widened at this. Kana stood and spoke, everyone, we are going to Konoha. The people in the room started to mutter why and other things. Grandma, why? Asked the girl once more, hoping this time to get an answer. Because Tsuki, we just found your cousin, he's alive, in other words Kushina's and Minato's son is alive. And his powers have awoken. Kana said as people started to talk louder this time and a girl named Tsuki stood and smiled, her cousin was alive. An. Just to let you know if you're confused, they found Minato after he sealed Kyuubi and Naruto. Naruto was already with the third, so they didn't know he was alive and was with the third when they went to the hospital to take Kushina. They thought he was killed during the Kyuubi attack. Also they have no idea that Kyuubi is sealed in Naruto. Back to Naruto and Hinata. The third had told the truth of it all, how he knew all along that Naruto was the son of the Red Whirlpool and Yellow Flash. Hinata was surprised about that, no doubt about that. She looked at Naruto and thought, and just when I thought you couldn't get any cooler Naruto-kun. When the third told the story of the hidden power of the Hyuga clan, Naruto thought, wow Hinata-chan, with that power you can change things in your clan for sure. Naruto-san, there is something you must see, Sophia said. Naruto looked at her. They all got up as she said, follow me. They did, they followed her out of the hideout and they made their way to village, but soon stopped at two big trees right in the middle of the forest, close to the cave of the hideout and close to the village. Sophia raised her hand and she said release. As she said those words a strange thing happened. Out of the blue almost like magic came a house, but this house was huge, like a mansion. Hinata saw this place and it was almost bigger than the Hyuga house. What is this place? Hinata asked out. Sophia said. This house was made for Naruto's mother and father. This was going to be their home when a new clan started. This house belongs to you Naruto. It holds all of your clan scrolls and your father's justus he made. It may need a little cleaning up and repairing, but nothing too bad. There are a few rooms for guests and friends, a library, a hot springs, a weapon room, a garden room, a music room, main room, a kitchen, and others. Naruto looked at this house. This was his place, his home. Naruto heard the third say, you can move into this place anytime you wish. Naruto nodded and said thanks. Naruto then noticed. The time. Hinata-chan, we better get you home before your dad finds out. Naruto yelled out. Hinata smacked her head. How could she forget the time? Sorry old man, Sophia, I better get Hinata-chan home. Naruto said as he started to run off taking Hinata's hand. Sophia smiled and yelled out, I'll be here. Waiting. The third yelled out, I'll make sure your teams have no missions today. Naruto smiled and Hinata smiled as they ran all the way to the Hyuga home. Later. Naruto and Hinata made it, they snuck to her window, Hinata opened the window and jumped inside landing on her bed in front of the window. Hinata turned to the window and said wow today was weird. Naruto said as Hinata nodded, it's hard to believe that I have a power that no one had in over 100 years ago she said. Naruto smiled and said, I don't find it hard, you're a good person Hinata, you're worthy of that power. Hinata blushed again. Naruto laughed and said, you know, if I move into that place, it would be pretty lonely Hinata-chan, so I was wondering if maybe you want to move in, you know if your clan is ticking you off or something, you can if you want to. Hinata blushed and smiled. Maybe. She heard footsteps coming down the hall, she turned to Naruto and said, you better get going, I think it's my dad. Bye Hinata-chan. Naruto said before leaning into the window and kissing her on the cheek and tuning off. Hinata stood there frozen in her spot, her face brighter than before, she fainted and fell on her bed, the door opened and it was Hiashi. He blinked in wonder if his daughter came home last night or did she just come back now. Naruto's turns, he's back home by the way. Naruto closed his door and slid down the wall he had his back to, he touched his lips in wonder what the heck made him do that, he really hoped Hinata-chan didn't hate him for kissing her, but something in his mind told him she liked the kiss. He made his way to his bed and fell asleep. Woot. Done. Okay, I hope you like it and please do not flame, I hate flames, I know I have spelling mistakes and other things, but please, I get it, just stop. Also I might add something to Naruto's bloodline, it's not just one bloodline but two, all Uzumakis have the lunar Hikari bloodline, but only a few can unlock the solar Hikari. Anyway I have a few questions. 1. Should Hinata's mother be alive later on in the story? Yes or no? 2. Should Kyuubi's wife be alive? Yes or no? 3. Should the daughter of Kyuubi like Gaara? Yes or no? 4. Should Hinata move in with Naruto after getting pissed off because the Hyuga elders were talking trash about Naruto? Yes or no? 5. Should Naruto and Hinata try the blood bond? Yes or no? 6. When should the Uzumaki clan come to Konoha, during the last exams or after? 7. When should Konoha find out about Naruto, a few days before he leaves or when his clan gets there? Please vote once for each one, no flames and please review. Also if you can't review this chapter please go to my profile and give me your vote too. Send message. Thanks to my reviewers. Chapter 9 is up next. Something new this way comes. 1. Yes 26 no 4, winner. Yes, and you'll know how later. 2. Yes 19 no 11, winner. Yes, I'll find a way to get Kyuubi out, don't worry. 3. Yes 19 no 10, winner. Yes, she is going to be so funny. Gaara is going to wonder a lot about her. 4. Yes 31 no, winner. Yes, I have the perfect plan on how she gets back at them. 5. Yes 27 no 4, winner. Yes, of course. 6. During 20 after 6, winner. During, they come during Naruto's fight with Neji. 7. Few days 9 clan gets there 20, winner. Clan gets there, this is going to be funny. I do not own Naruto or anyone really. Have fun reading. Chapter 9. Something new this way comes. A month had come since that day, the day his bloodline had awoken, the day her lost power of her bloodline woke up, the day he talked to his mother and father, the day she talked to her mother, the day he found out his clan was alive, the day she found out of her power, and the day he kissed her cheek. Naruto had moved into his home with his family member Sophia Uzumaki, he moved out of his old apartment and had a room near the end of the house, it was near the room that was for his parents and the main room. His room was big and nice even though no one had been it for 12 years, he cleaned up the room and started repairing the house with the help of Sophia. Hinata had not mentioned the kiss to him or asked him why, but she didn't mind, she did though like it, but she thought it was a friend kiss not a boyfriend to girlfriend kiss. She had a lot of fun talking to Sophia who told and taught Hinata a lot of medical things, when Hinata found out Sophia was one of the many medical ninjas of the Uzumaki clan. And speaking of Hinata, let's check in with her now. Hinata happily made her way around her home, sure she wanted to move in with Naruto, but she knew her father and the clan elders would be after her in a heartbeat. As she started to think of new battle moves, she heard her sister say Hinata, father and the elders want to speak to you. Hinata sighed, what did her father and those stupid elders want with her? Okay, man. I was on a roll. Hinata muttered while her sister looked at Hinata in wonder. Hinata opened the door to the main room where meeting were held. She saw some of the elders in a line, and her father was in the middle. Hinata, sit, Hiashi said, and she did. Hinata looked at the elders and knew something bad was going to happen. Hinata, we had heard from some of the villagers that you have been hanging out with Naruto Uzumaki for the past 2 months or so, is this true? Asked one elder. Hinata raised an eyebrow. What did he have to do with this? But she still answered anyway, yes, it's true. One elder then said, Hinata, we do not want you to be seen with that thing. If you continue to hang around that monster, then the good name of the Hyuga clan will be damaged forever. Hinata's eyes narrowed and an anger mark come on her head. What? Yelled out in her. Hinata, really? Hinata said, holding back her anger. Yes, Hinata, that boy is not a boy, he's nothing more than a monster, said the same Hyuga. The anger mark got bigger on Hinata's head. She then started to hear someone else on the far left whispering to another person, I don't see why we just can't kick her out, I mean after all she's the most weakest Hyuga. The anger mark grew. Hiashi sighed. He didn't want the elders to take away the bond Naruto and Hinata had. He was very happy that his daughter wasn't like other people in the village who stay clear away from Naruto. He was one of the very few that did not want to kill Naruto when he was a baby. But of course the elders wanted to stop Hinata and Naruto from being friends, and he had to go through with it. You know, Naruto-kun isn't a monster. Hinata said with a little anger in her voice. A Hyuga stood and said, Hinata, if you knew what that boy held inside him, then you'll understand that he is nothing but a murderer. This time the anger mark was at full max. Hinata, that boy is nothing but a no good, evil, demonic, good for nothing. Mon the elder was cut off, but Hinata, who stood up and yelled really loud. Shut your goddamn mouth, bastard. Naruto. Uzumaki is a good person who will do anything to protect anyone even if he met them 2 seconds ago. He's a kind boy who never gives up and never goes back on his words. He is not a monster or a killer or a murderer. He's a boy with goodness and kindness inside him, and if you knew anything about him, he is not what you think he is. So if I was you, I would not say one more bad thing about him. The elder that was standing fell to the ground and almost all the others were in a little fear and Hiashi's eyes were wide. Never before did anyone ever hear Hinata yell this loud. Some Hyugas who were passing by the door had heard her yell at them. One was Niji. Hinata glared at them and said, oh, and I know what he holds inside him, and for the record he isn't what you think he is. Hinata was about to turn, but then an elder stood and took her arm and said, Hinata, if you leave right now, consider yourself banned. Hinata turned and said, you know what, I don't care, but know this, I will be back to become leader. I may not be leader for long, but I will be, and once I am, I'll take off all those goddamn seals you have on every branch member, and when I'm done, I'll make sure this clan gets an attitude adjustment about how we treat other people with respect. And once that's over, I'll give up being leader and give it to someone who needs and deserves it. She spat at him. The elder said, Hinata, think about, you know what I am thinking. I'm thinking about how I'm going to kick your no good motherfucking ass if you don't let go of my arm. Hinata yelled out to the man. Hinata, yelled a female elder. That was it, the man still had not let go, and she had warned him. Her eyes were completely with a lot of rage. Hinata then noticed something near the Hyuga elder that had her arm, neck was 3 different colored glowing dots. One was yellow, one was blue, one was red. Hinata was getting more pissed off, so she raised her other hand and hit the yellow dot. The elder's arms and legs suddenly went weird and he made his body into a weird shape. He then went stiff, he fell to the floor, his eyes wide and his body in a weird way. Some elders rushed over, while others just stared at Hinata wide eyes. He's frozen stiff, yelled the female elder as she looked at the other elder. Hinata sent a glare before walking away in a huff and opening the door and slamming it shut. Hiashi's eyes were wide with wonder. Hinata went to her room muttering, goddamned elders, trying to tell me who I can and cannot hang out with, stupid bastards. That's it, I'm moving out and I know who to go to. She started to pack. Meanwhile, Naruto sneezed as fell off the yellow circus ball he was standing on. Sophia blinked in confusion. This was like 10th sneeze today, maybe he was getting a cold. She sighed and said, Naruto, let's take a break, you have been working on the circus ball just for 5 hours. Back to Hinata, and later that night. Hinata was almost done packing all of her things. She had called not long ago to Kiba and Shino and they were going to be there any moment to help her move her things. They asked where she was moving to, but she didn't tell them, at least not yet. She had already sent a letter to Sophia and Naruto, they were cleaning a room for her. She had also told the Hokage what happened and he laughed about the Hyuga elder getting his ass kicked. Hinata heard someone at her window, she opened it, she saw Kiba, plus Akamaru and Shino standing in the darkness of outside. She smiled and said, thanks for coming guys. They smiled too and Hinata started to give them some of her bags. Kiba then asked, so what made you want to leave? Hinata then said with a hint of anger, they were talking stuff about me and Naruto. I just couldn't take it anymore. Shino and Kiba looked at each with a small smile, they had gotten used to the idea of Hinata hanging out with Naruto, and they liked the fact that Hinata was getting stronger, and they were happy that she didn't stutter or blush so much anymore. "So what you do?" Kiba asked. Hinata stopped and muttered it while looking away. Kiba was wondering big time, what was that? He asked trying to hear, and so was Akamaru. Hinata looked back and said, "I hit an elder," and he was then frozen stiff on the ground. It took 3 hours to get him unstuck. Kiba started to laugh at this, so did Akamaru, and Shino wondered a lot on how she did that. "Alright, here you go," she said as she passed 2 of the last bags to Kiba and Shino, who nodded and took it. Hinata was about to get the last one, but then she saw something laying on top of this bag that wasn't there before. It was a scroll and a letter. She opened the letter. It read, "Dear Hinata. Hinata, I tried my best after Kasumi disappeared that day to raise you right. I guess I forgot how and only listened to the elders. I'm sorry if I pushed you so hard and didn't know I was hurting you. If you are reading this, then good luck on your way to become great. I'll try to raise Hanabi better. If you wish to leave, then you may go. And don't worry about the elders. I'll try to keep them off your back. Oh, and say hello to Naruto for me. Hinata, I am very sorry for all I done, and please at least send me some letters from time to time." Also, the scroll under this letter is something passed down from Hyuga. Leader to leader, this scroll tells about the power no one has awakened in 100 years, but it seems like you have. Have fun and please come back to visit if you wish, and I'm proud of you. Good luck, Hinata. From your father. P.S. Tell Naruto if I find out he has done something bad to you, I will kill him. Hinata's eyes widened at this, and then she looked at the scroll. She smiled as small tears fell from her face. She said, "I love you, Dad, goodbye." She then took the bag, the scroll and letter, and jumped out the window and started to run to Naruto's house. Unknowing to her, he was outside her door and smiled before saying goodbye. Hinata. To Naruto. Naruto was done with repairs for today and he was beat. He laid on his bed and looked around his room. It was bigger than his apartment and it held a lot of this in it, scrolls, books, weapons, and other things. He looked at his ceiling as his mind replayed all the way to that day when she asked him. None of this would have happened if Hinata-chan didn't ask me. He thought before smiling. He stopped when he saw a fox on his windowsill. It was Luna, Sophia's. "Summon Fox," it spoke in Sophia's voice. "Naruto-kun, she's here with her team." Naruto nodded and said K. He got up and ran to the front of house that was covered in fog. He heard, "What is this place?" "Hinata," yelled Kiba in wonder. "I wonder who lives here," Shino said in wonder. He then saw 2 people coming to them. One was woman about 20 to 23 and a boy around their age coming over to them. They looked hard and long because it was so dark outside. They saw the woman smiling and she said, "Hinata-chan, nice to see you again." "It's nice to see you to Sophia-san," Hinata said with a smile, but then Sophia said, "Hinata-chan, please just call me Sophia, no need to be formal." Kiba then asked in wonder, "Hinata, you know her?" Hinata nodded and said, "She's the one who's letting me live with her along with someone else." "Who?" Shino asked, but then heard, "Hey Shino, hey Kiba." They saw Naruto coming out of the fog. "Sorry about the fog, it's supposed to confuse people if they get too close to my house," he said with his grin. "Naruto, you live here?" Kiba asked in wonder how his friend and prankster buddy get the house. "Yeah, come on you guys," Naruto said as he walked them to the entrance. When they all got into the house, they were in the entranceway that was a box shape. They saw 3 hallways, one was in front of them, one was on the left side, and one went right. Naruto led them down the one in front of them. They passed a lot of doors. Kiba got to wondering about one door, and when he opened it he saw a very big room filled with books, scrolls, and other things. It was like a library in that room. It went 2 stories. He nearly fainted with thinking what these books held in them. Thankfully Akamaru braked and Shino came to drag the poor foaming boy by the collar. They got to the middle of the house that was in the shape of a circle that went 4 ways, left, right, forward, and backward, but they still went the same way. Naruto stopped when they reached the end of the hallway and opened the screen door in front of them. They saw themselves in a big room, maybe for meetings, parties, and other things. There were 4 doors, the one they came through, one in front of them, one to the right and one to the left. Naruto smiled and said, "Make yourself at home, I will put Hinata's things in her new room, okay?" Naruto then took some of Hinata's things from Kiba and Shino and he walked out of the right door that entered a hallway. Sophia smiled and said, "He's so happy that he has someone else than me living here." "Sophia, why do you say that?" Hinata asked. Sophia smiled and said, "He's a boy, he needs someone around his age, and not old hag." "Sophia-san, you're not old, you don't look a day over 20, Kiba said to the woman. Sophia blinked before starting to laugh with a blush and smile. She said, "My, do I really?" Shino asked, "How old are you then?" Sophia winked and said, 59 years old boy, turning 60 next month." This made Shino blink and Kiba cough. What? Kiba yelled out. Just then Naruto walked in and said, yeah, she's really 59. Uzumakis for some reason love honey, and because honey is good for skin they eat a lot of it, plus they add some in drinks. Kiba blinked as Shino asked, she's a Uzumaki. As in related to you? Yup, I like you both to met Sophia Uzumaki. Best. Medical ninja and the whole clan, Naruto said with glee as Sophia said, no. Not anymore, I retired long ago. But you're still the best. Naruto said with a grin. He then heard Kiba ask Naruto, how did you get this place? Naruto smiled and said with a grin, that dog breath is something I can't tell, at least not yet. What, you call me Uzumaki? Kiba yelled in little anger, you heard me, dog breath. They both got up and glared at each other while lighting started to connect with each other's eyes. Now no need to fight. Sophia said, stepping into the middle of them both as they turned and huffed at each other, but they couldn't help but smile at their childish game. After a while they chatted, but Shino and Kiba said they had to leave before their parents got worried, as Hinata said goodbye to her teammates at the gates of the house. She turned and left with Sophia to look at her new room. Naruto smiled and was about to say goodbye, but then Kiba said, hey, dead last. Kiba started to say, yeah, dog breath. Naruto asked, take care of her, okay? And if you or anyone else hurt her in any way, me and Akamaru will make your life a living hell, understand? Kiba said with a glint in his eyes, meaning he wasn't kidding about it. Naruto smiled a grin and said, don't worry Kiba, she's my friend and I won't let anything happen to her. Kiba nodded and started to walk back to the village with Akamaru, who barked by. Shino stood there and looked at Naruto before saying, Naruto, you are holding a lot of secrets and I have no doubt that Hinata knows about them. Maybe one day you will tell me and Kiba about it. But please continue with keeping Hinata-chan happy and also thank you for all you have done for her. Before Naruto could say anything, Shino had left. What did Shino mean by for all he had done for her? I will never understand those guys, Naruto thought before going inside and reputing up the fog. Meanwhile. Okay Tsuki, if we leave now we should get there by the starting rounds of the Chunin exams. And the rest of the clan should get there by the last rounds of the exams. Smiled a woman with red hair and green eyes. She was about in her late 20s and was very beautiful. If you could look at her neck you could see a slash on it, meaning someone had tried to kill her with a sword or something. Tsuki looked at her and said, mother. Can I ask you something? The woman named Toki blinked in wonder what her daughter had to say. What was Auntie Kushina and Uncle Minato like? And what do you think cousin Naruto will be like? Asked Tsuki in wonder. She had only heard a few things from the clan and her mother, since it was painful to remember the smiles and happiness Kushina and Minato brought to the family and they couldn't do anything to awaken them from their slumber at all. Toki looked at her for a while before smiling and saying, Minato was great, a true ninja and a man with honor and greatness. Always able to lead a group of people, very smart and he had a lot of fangirls after him. He was a bit bossy though, and he loved ramen as much as Kushina did. As for Kushina, she was always hyper and happy, she never liked rules, and she was such a tomboy, always wanted to prove herself, but what she lacked in smarts she made up in bravery. You could not trust anyone like you could Kushina, she never backed down or went down. As for their son, I think he'll be just like them. Maybe he'll love ramen just like his mother and father, she said. Just then someone bust into the room. She was a Uzumaki also. She said as fast as she could, that ninja we found years ago in the forest is waking up. The two stood up and said, really? They raced to the hospital room of the home as fast as they could. They opened the door and saw a woman with long blue hair and wide eyes staring at them. She said, where am I? And who are you? My name is Toki and this is my daughter Tsuki. What's your name? Asked Toki in wonder. The woman blinked and said, my name is Asumi Hyuga. 1 month later. Naruto looked at Hinata and asked the Chunin exams. What do you mean it's in a week? Hinata then said, you mean you don't know? Didn't Kakashi tell you? As she ate a piece of rice that Sophia made. Naruto, Sophia and Hinata were eating in the main room where last month Kiba and Shino had sat in. Naruto was surprised that the exams was in a week. No, Kakashi-sensei said nothing about it. Hinata had to go on a mission last week and she retuned today telling Naruto at dinner about the Chunin exams. You know kid, I wonder a lot about your teacher. Sophia said as she remembered how she met him a few weeks ago. Flashback. Naruto happily made his way to his team spot. When he got there he heard Sakura, where the hell have you been? She said with a glare on her face. She has asked that because he was not seen for almost 3 weeks. The reason why? Naruto had been training with Sophia. It was Sophia's job to teach Naruto a few of the Uzumaki Justus like Circus Bull Justu, Below Freezing Point Justu, Animalized Justu, and a few others. Naruto just looked at his team. Naruto was going to tell the pink banshee, but then he heard Naruto-kun. Naruto turned and saw Sophia running over to him. Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura looked at the woman who was running over to him. She wore a red kimono that had yume blossoms on it. She had long black hair that was in a bun and 2 different color eyes. Sophia-chan, what are you doing here? Naruto asked in wonder. Sophia gave a grin that was almost like Naruto's grins. She said in a songful as she held up a bento box, I made you lunch, but I forgot to give it to when you left. Naruto, who's this? Kakashi asked in wonder of the woman in front of them. He thought those eyes are not normal. Yeah, Naruto. Who is that? Sakura asked, getting mad that this woman was very beautiful. Sasuke didn't say anything, but you could see a little blush on his face. Naruto froze and was going to say something, but Sophia had an idea that popped out. I'm his other sensei. My name is Sophia, she said with a smile on her face. The other three eyes were wide. Naruto's other sensei. Why does the dope get another sensei and I don't? Did the Hokage give him another sensei? And if so, why wasn't I told? Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi thought as they saw Naruto smile to her while thinking nice lie Sophia, no problem kid. She thought. Naruto, is this true? Kakashi asked while looking up from his book. Sophia noticed it and gasped in shock and anger. She then glared at him and yelled, how dare you read such a book in front of these children? Kakashi blinked in wonder by what she meant. She then took his book and said, such filth in front of young ones, how dare you? She then threw his book in the river and it started to float away. Kakashi and others stood in silent before. Hold on Bookie, I'll save you. Yelled Kakashi as he dived in the river and swam after it. They all sweat dropped at the poor fool and at Sophia, who yelled out as she jumped on the bridge railing, pervert. She turned and said to Naruto, Naruto-kun, you never told me your teacher read that book. Naruto blinked and said, you never asked. She sighed but said true. Anyway Naruto, I want you to run 50 laps before you get back to our training spot and I want you to study the next Justu in the scroll, understand? Sophia said as she gave him a you better do it before you get more laps voice. Naruto then said, but Sophia. You already have me learning 4 different Justus and you're making me do more. Sophia patted him on the head and smiled, got that right brat. Now your sensei is coming back and I expect you to do as he says, but don't, okay? Naruto sighed and said yeah. Good, well later Naruto, Sophia said as she skipped away happily. Out of flashback. And we sometimes wonder about you to Sophia-san. Said a male voice in Naruto mind. Naruto laughed as Hinata and Sophia looked at him weirdly. Kyuubi said we wonder about you too. Naruto said with laughter. Hinata started to giggle too, but Sophia glared before saying, tell that fox to keep his mouth shut. Oh, and tell him once he's out of your body and into one of his own, I will get my revenge on him. Naruto sighed as he heard Kyuubi say, oh yeah, as if you can take me on. Naruto told her what he said and Sophia said, brat, if you weren't inside Naruto I would kick your ass. Sophia had found out about Kyuubi being in Naruto and she nearly had a heart attack. The entire time she was in Konoha she had no idea that the leader's son-in-law was alive inside the grandson of the leaders. She had an idea a few days ago. She was going to make a body for Kyuubi and when Naruto fused Kyuubi's chakra in the body, Kyuubi could transfer to the body and leave Naruto's, but of course there was a drawback. Some of Kyuubi's powers had to stay within Naruto, while Kyuubi only got half of his powers when he left. Sophia was still working on the body so it wasn't ready yet. Oh yeah, bring it on bitch. Yelled Kyuubi, who wanted a piece of her to fight with. Naruto let out a sigh before saying what he said and Sophia got madder. She said, Kyuubi, I'm going to kill you once you get out of there. Both Naruto and Hinata sighed at her. Later that day. Hinata flopped on her pillow and looked at the ceiling in her room. It was a room near Naruto's parents' room, the main room, and his room. She looked around and saw the bookshelves filled with books. She loved this room. She could read without being called by the elders to do something. She loved the fact that her room had a lot of stuff she never knew she needed to become a medical ninja, but she had a feeling Sophia and Naruto were behind it. She got up and started to reread the scroll her father gave her before she left. After she did, she had got a letter from her father saying that the elders wanted to know where she was. As for her father himself, he just wondered if she was alright when Hinata told him she was. With another older female who is living in the house, he felt she was much safer than just having a boy around. She reread it in her mind in her own words. Upon unlocking the power you can see pressure points that others can't. They are located on the neck. Yellow means paralyzing, blue means sleep, and red means death. Once hitting it will affect your enemy once you hit them in the spot. Also unlocking this power will give you the secret full power of the Hyuga clan. Only one had been able to unlock the full power all the way, other powers are unlocked and she pulled out of her thoughts as she heard something. She walked over to her window and looked out. Outside was Sophia, who was watching Naruto battle something white. The white thing was fast and moved with great speed. Naruto blocked the attack as it rushed at him. Hinata looked in wonder and smiled as she saw Sophia yelling out orders. Naruto, keep guard, don't lose forces. She went to her bed and looked at a picture of her, Naruto, and Sophia eating at the ramen bar 2 weeks ago. She smiled as she remembered how both Naruto and Sophia got into an eating contest and that and Tucci nearly went into a heart attack as they saw how much was eaten. Hinata swore she was the only normal person when it came to eating at the ramen bar. She smiled to herself and replayed every little thing that happened from that day to today. She said to herself, I really need to thank that crazy voice one day. Thank you, said a voice in her head. Hinata laid back and looked at her ceiling before thinking, I wonder what's going to happen at the Chunin exams. She and Naruto both felt like something new was coming and they didn't know if they were going to like it or not. Okay, done so far. I know I might have some spelling mistakes or I'm using words that aren't the meaning, just shut up, okay? I get it, I'm not the best writer, okay? I'm sick right now and I can't stay up for long. God, this sucks, I need a break for a bit. So please just review and don't flame, I hate flames. Chunin exams begin. Okay, next chap, woot. I do not own Naruto. If I did it, then why am I writing a fanfiction for it? Also, I am using my memory for the exams, so if I got it wrong then I'm sorry. Looks at reviews, oh eyes. Chapter 10. Chunin exams begin. Hinata was in the library of the house reading. She had gotten done with her training for the day and went home and wanted to read on a few things about the Uzumaki clan. She read the book in her hand. Uzumakis were said to be myths. In this clan only females are born and the chance that a male is born is very high. Females marry males outside of the clan and they use the blood bond that when the female gives birth, the Uzumaki blood is more in the child, so the child can unlock their power at a younger age. The most rarest age for a child to unlock it is when they are 12. The Uzumaki were said to be able to take seals off any person as long as they were on the same or above the level of the seal. Rumors that this clan was destroyed years ago by the Kyuubi, but no one is sure. She stopped and looked at the time, almost time for Naruto to return for his mission he had today. She got up and went to the kitchen for a bit. She started to mess with her locket with a fox on it, before thinking maybe I should meet Naruto after he done with his mission. She thought as she walked to the table in the kitchen. She stopped as she saw a note on the table. She picked it up and read. Dear Hinata, I was called away to meet the Hokage about something. I didn't want to disturb you from your reading, so I thought writing a note would be better. Anyway, can you do me a favor? We need some more rice, ramen, milk, honey, and some more ink. So can you go to the store and pick some up? The money will be by the door if you go. Thanks and bye. From Sophia. P.S. Tell Naruto he has the day off today, but I might call on him later. Hinata smiled and made her way to the door and saw the money on a desk near the door. She picked it up and walked out the door. Later that day. Hinata walked out the store she was in. She hummed a tune as she went around the corner. She stopped as she saw a strange box in front of her that was supposed to look like a rock, but you could tell it wasn't a rock. She then heard yelling. A square rock with two holes like that does not exist, it's so obvious. She looked from the box and saw Naruto pointing to the box. Hinata then saw the box yell out, I should have expected that from the man whom I have high hopes for and is also my rival. Then the box started to light up and it exploded. Hinata blinked in confusion, and so did Naruto. She heard coughing. She looked and saw 3 kids on the ground, all wearing goggles on their heads. She heard the one in the middle say, hey, you used too much gunpowder. The 3 kids looked up and saw Naruto, who just stood there in wonder at the kids. Hinata heard the girl say her name was Mogi, then next was one boy named Yuden, and the last one was named Konohamaru, and at the end, they all said something about them being the Konohamaru Corps. Hinata then asked out, Naruto. What's going on? Here? Naruto looked up from the kids and said, Hinata-chan. What are you doing here? Konohamaru and his friends looked back and saw a very pretty girl in front of them. Konohamaru blinked and asked, who are you and how do you know boss? Hinata looked at the boy before realizing something, aren't you the Hokage's grandson? Konohamaru stiffened and thought she was going to call him the honorable grandson or Konohamaru-san or Sama like all the others do. Hinata gave a smile and said, Naruto's told me a lot about you. Konohamaru-kun, my name's Hinata Hyuga. She didn't notice the look Konohamaru gave her. Kun. She called me kun. No Sama or San or any of that. Konohamaru thought, but he was pulled out of it as he heard Naruto whine, Hinata-chan, you're not answering me. Konohamaru, Mogi, and Yuden saw Hinata chuckle at Naruto before saying shopping. Sophia needed me to pick up some things for her. She held up the bag in her hand. Naruto smiled before remembering Konohamaru and his friends were there. Naruto looked at them and asked, why do you 3 have goggles on? Konohamaru laughed and the other 2 smiled as he said, we copied the old you. Naruto just stared before saying oh. Konohamaru got mad and yelled out, oh? You've been treating us so cold lately. Naruto blinked and said, and? What do you want? Hinata then said, Naruto, don't be mean. Naruto smiled to her but said, sorry, today was not so good, you know. Konohamaru jumped to Yuden and whispered, see, he's so cold. Mogi blinked but smiled to Naruto and asked, well, boss. Do you have time right now? Naruto gave a sad smile but said no. I'm going to go train. Hinata then said, "Oh Naruto-kun, I almost forgot, Sophia-chan said you have the day off today, so. You do have time." Naruto noticed the small smirk on her face, and he sighed. She's doing this on purpose. Hinata-chan so evil. He thought, but soon the kids cheered in happiness. "Yes, we can play ninja with Naruto," Konohamaru said with glee. He stopped and turned to Hinata. "Hinata-chan, do you want to play?" Hinata was going to ask something, but then someone said what she was thinking, what's the point of a ninja playing ninja? Hinata glared at the voice hoping it was not who she thought it was. Hinata turned and saw a zombie like Sakura walking their way. Sakura looked at Naruto before thinking but still. I'm lower than him. Hinata looked at her and said with a glare, and she growled to herself, Sakura mind not to stare at him like that. Both Sakura and Hinata sent killer glares at each other for a moment before hearing Konohamaru say, "You're better than I thought." Naruto looked to him, and Hinata and Sakura glared at each other. "Is the pink-haired yours?" "Right," Konohamaru said as he held up his pinky. Naruto gave horrified look before yelling out, Why the hell do I want to go out with that banshee?" Konohamaru blinked in confusion before hearing Hinata laugh at what Naruto said and how Sakura twitched in anger. Konohamaru smiled before saying, okay, I get it, so the dark-haired one's yours, right? I have to say you have some good taste. Boss, the pink-haired one doesn't look like the girl for you anyway. I don't think she's the girl for anyone really." Naruto and Hinata blushed, then they looked at each for a moment before turning away and blushing harder. Konohamaru laughed, but then Naruto was punched in the face. Hinata turned and saw it was Sakura who punched her friend. Inner Hinata was pissed at no good bitch, I'm going to kill her. Konohamaru got pissed and yelled out, "What did you do?" Mogi and Yuden rushed over and the dust cleared and there was a hole where Naruto hit. He was facing face down. "Oh no. Boss," yelled Mogi as Yuden checked him and said, his pulse. Hinata gave a death glare to Sakura and was going to kick the girl's ass. Konohamaru yelled out, "You ugly girl, ugly." Just then Sakura cracked her knuckles and flames came behind her. Konohamaru's face turned from anger to fear and he yelled, "Sakura, you better knock it off before I kick your ass." Hinata yelled to the girl, but she didn't listen. She punched Konohamaru on the head really hard. Hinata forgot her anger on Sakura for the moment and rushed over to the fallen boy. Hinata, Yuden, and Mogi started to check the two, but then Sakura was going to walk away. Hinata sent a death glare that would put Sasuke to shame. Yuden and Mogi looked and saw the flames and aura around Hinata, and they held onto each other. Just then they could hear Konohamaru and Naruto get up. They both had bumps on their heads, and they were in pain. Konohamaru said, "That ugly wide forehead girl. Is she really a girl?" They heard her footstep stops, meaning she had heard what he said. Fuck. Both Naruto and Hinata thought as they saw her turn, and she had a very evil smile that meant she was mad. All of them looked in fear, but maybe not Hinata. Her inner self was saying, "Bring it on, bitch." They stood still for a moment before Sakura ran right at them. Naruto, Yuden, Mogi, and Konohamaru started to run but Hinata did not. She was going to fight, but Sakura ran right past her and went for Naruto and the kids. "That bitch." Inner Hinata yelled out. Hinata glared and an anger mark come on her head and soon she gave a chase to kick Sakura's ass. They ran for a while before Konohamaru hit something. Konohamaru looked up and saw a blonde girl and a boy wearing all black and he had paint on his face. The boy that Konohamaru hit said, "That hurt." Naruto, Yuden, and Mogi looked at them and so did Sakura and Hinata, who still wanted to kill Sakura. They looked at the strangers and Hinata saw their headband. It looked like they were from sand. Meanwhile, Sophia said to the Hokage-sama, "I must tell you Naruto's progresses is quite amazing. He learned how to control nature's voice a whole month before his mother did. His mother took 2 months and yet he got it down in 1. The Hokage smiled and said, "Well, he is their son, you know that, right?" Sophia smiled before saying, "Should I send out the message?" The Hokage nodded and saw her summon some birds that were hawks. They looked at her before nodding and flying out the window to the other teachers who were with her, not with their teams. Back to Naruto and the others. "Let go of him," yelled Hinata as Naruto and the others saw Konohamaru being lifted off the ground by the sand ninja. "Konohamaru," yelled Naruto. The boy held tighter on Konohamaru and said, "That hurt, brat." Then the girl next to him said, "Stop it. We're going to get scolded later." Sakura had to think fast and she said, "I'm sorry. I was joking around, so." She thought in her head. "Who are these people?" Naruto got mad and yelled out, "Hey. Let him go." The boy looked at the headband and just thought, "These guys are genins of Konoha," he said, "but I want to play around before some noisy people come." Konohamaru tried saying as he tried kicking at him, "Let go." Hinata got madder and yelled out, "Let go of him right now." The boy said, "You're very energetic, kid." He held tighter to Konohamaru's scarf. Naruto held his hand in anger and was about ready to rush over before hearing Kyuubi say, "Kid, don't think before entering your battles. Besides, this guy is a puppet master." "Puppet master?" Naruto asked. Kyuubi said yes, be careful okay, you don't know what he can do, besides. Someone else is coming and I know this power. Naruto looked around before hearing Konoha's genins are weak. Sakura started to think, are these people from outside the country? Why are they here? Hinata then thought they must be here to take the exams. Naruto then thought Hinata was right, the exams are not going to be easy, these guys look tough. Both Mogi and Yuden both yelled out Konohamaru-kun. The girl with blonde hair sighed and said, I am not going to be responsible for what you do. Naruto couldn't do this, he needed to help and he knew what to do, he looked around and noticed over a fence was a tree, his eyes widened and he understood, he closed his eyes and made a few hand signs and said nature's gift just to hidden roots. Then a strange thing happened to the tree that made all of them look but not Naruto, the roots began to grow and they went under the fence and popped out of the ground, about 4 different pieces of roots came out on their side, then 2 roots rushed right where the guy's head was on. Konohamaru's scarf. It hit dead on, the guy had to let go as the roots wrapped around his hand and Konohamaru was about to fall to the ground, but then the other 2 roots from the tree caught him. The roots rushed over to where Naruto and the others were and dropped Konohamaru to the ground, then those 2 went back to the tree and went back underground, but the other 2 that held onto the boy was still there. What the hell? He yelled out in wonder how the blonde did that. Hinata rushed over and looked at Konohamaru, she smiled and said, he's okay, Naruto-kun. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at her and nodded, he still had his focus on the guy in front of him. Naruto heard him say, let go of me. Naruto glared and said, you didn't let go of Konohamaru when we told you so I won't. Naruto then heard Hinata say, Naruto you have to, they are from Sand and they are here to take the exams, we have no choice. Naruto growled to himself but nodded to her, he undid the Justu and let the roots return to their spot under the ground. Naruto then heard Konohamaru say wow. Boss, where'd you learn that? Naruto smiled and said, my other sensei, I'll tell you about it. Later okay. Sakura then started to think how did Naruto do that? He said his other sensei taught him that. She then heard the guy say brat you're going to pay for that. I hate kids like you, who think they're so clever. He then reached for the wrap thing on his back and started to undo it, the blonde who got over the shock of what the other blonde did yelled out to him, hey. You're not to use Kurosu. Naruto glared but stopped when he looked at the tree on the other side of the fence, he felt the same person Kyuubi said might be there. Naruto looked around and then saw a little bluebird in the tree, he smiled and then he whistled in a bird way. Sakura looked and saw the bird had stopped looking around on the tree and saw Naruto, as if it understood him. Konohamaru, Yuden, and Mogi looked in wonder, Hinata wondered too, but understood what he was doing just by the look he gave her, she knew it too, someone was watching them, then the boy with black was getting pissed that the blonde wasn't even looking at him anymore. And the girl next to him blinked in wonder what he was doing. The bluebird flew from the tree and landed on Naruto's left shoulder, Naruto whistled and the bird did too, they whistled for a moment before the bird looked at the tree and then back to Naruto. Naruto smiled and whistled something that sounded like a thank you. The boy in black got pissed off and said look at me brat. Naruto then said to where the tree was come on out Sasuke, I know you're there, you too Sand Ninja. Sasuke gasped, how did Naruto know he was there, more importantly what Sand Ninja was Naruto talking about? Sasuke took a step out and looked at the so-called dope of a teammate and wondered something. Sasuke gasped to himself as he heard someone say Kankuro. Stop. Naruto smirked to himself and the bird just whistled in wonder. Hinata understood and stood in front of the kids, Sakura. Konohamaru, Yuden, and Mogi looked up in surprise. They saw hanging upside down on a tree branch near the branch Sasuke was standing on was a Redeed with a tattoo on his forehead that meant love. The Redeed looked at Kankuro and said, you're a disgrace to our village. Sakura and a few others gasped as what he said. Kankuro then said gee Gaara. Sasuke then thought when did this guy appear next to me and how did the dobe know about him? Gaara looked and his eyes landed on Naruto and Hinata, he felt some strange power from the two. Gaara looked at them before disappearing in sand and was then in front of them, Kankuro was trying to say something, listen Gaara. Gaara looked at him and said shut up. Or I'll kill you Kankuro, and the girl with the yellow hair took a step back from him. He turned to Naruto and Hinata and said, excuse them, you guys. Both Naruto and Hinata felt his cold eyes and could see he was more than he seemed those eyes. Naruto thought, but then Hinata thought I've seen those before Naruto once had those eyes when we were kids. Gaara stared at Naruto and thought. That Justu took 12 hand signs to make, but he made it look like he only did 4. And that girl, those eyes, and when he used the Justu she wasn't surprised like the others, she knows. Gaara then asked them, what's your names? Both of you. And how did you know I was up there? Naruto then said Naruto Uzumaki. As for how I knew let's just say a little birdie told me. Naruto then looked at the bluebird who whistled at him with what seemed to be happy, then it flew away knowing it had to do other things. Hinata gulped but said Hinata Hyuga. Gaara looked at them both and then to the Uchiha up in the tree and then to Sakura. Gaara turned and was going to leave, but he heard your name. What's your name? Naruto had asked that. Gaara turned and said Gaara of the Sand is all you need to know. Tamari, Kankuro let's go, we didn't come here to fool around Kankuro said, I know. As they were leaving Sakura rushed over and said, hold on. Hey. They stopped and the girl said, what? Sakura then said, I can tell by your headbands you're from the village hidden in the sand of course the land of fire and the land of wind are allies, but no shinobi can enter another's village. Without permission. So tell us why you're here and it better be good. The three turned and Tamari was going to say something, but Hinata said, Sakura the Chunin exams are starting and it's being held in the Konoha that's why they're here Sakura looked at her with wide eyes, while Tamari said, well at least not all of you live under a rock. They turned and walked away once more. Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, Sasuke, Konohamaru, Yuden, and Mogi watched them leave, while Gaara thought seems like there is something more to those two than meets the eye. Naruto watched them go, before hearing Sasuke as he jumped down from the branch, where did you learn that? Naruto glared and said, none of your business team. Sasuke glared back and said, I want to know. Where'd you learn that? Naruto only glared before looking at the sky and seeing an eagle above, and he turned saying to Konohamaru and his group, sorry guys I have to go, my other sensei Sophia is calling me, and if I don't do what she says I'm going to do more homework than I like. Hinata-chan I'll see you later okay he then started to run from them, Hinata smiled and waved bye before she turned evilly to Sakura who started to shake in fear from the evil girl, Hinata then said. Sakura. I do believe I have to get some payback for what you did to Naruto-kun and Konohamaru-kun. She cracked her knuckles while inner Hinata started laughing like a mad person, while Sakura thought what happened to the shy girl I remember. Sasuke slowly walked away, Konohamaru was watching while eating popcorn, Yuden shaked in fear, while Mogi was wishing she would be that strong one day. A few days later. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura waited for Kakashi to come. Naruto had gotten bored and pulled out a book, sat on the floor on the bridge and some paper, he started writing on the paper while reading the book, Sakura looked at the book over his shoulder, but only saw strange symbols and words. She asked Naruto what the hell is that? Naruto looked at her before glaring and turning the book to a different area, so she couldn't see it. Naruto read the question Sophia told him to answer. This Uzumaki was named Yasashika Uzumaki, who had the lunar and solar Hikari, what did she do with her power? And why is she the most known? Naruto thought before remembering. She used her power to heal the weak and sick. She's the most famous because she found the crystal star locked in the Senka Tower, allowing her clan to survive the Tears of Blood War and rebuild their home. Naruto whispered to himself, but it didn't go unnoticed by his teammates they looked at him for a while, and Sasuke was going to ask what he was talking about, but then Kakashi came with a poof he only heard Sakura yell you're late. He looked from his book and noticed Naruto was writing something on a paper, Kakashi wondered, but said sorry, but I got lost on the road of life Sakura yelled out liar and Naruto shot a glare at her and said, mind to keep it down, I have to study or otherwise Sophia. Sensei is going to make me do more of this fucking homework. Sakura glared at him while Kakashi said Naruto I have been meaning to ask. Why do you have another sensei? Naruto looked up and noticed all eyes were on him, Sakura wanted to know, Sasuke wanted to know if she thought him that Justu he used a few days ago, and Kakashi wanted to know where she was so he could get his revenge on her for throwing his book in the river. Naruto said as he put the book and paper away in the ceiling scroll he had, I saw her in the woods and we got to talking about things, she wanted to help me and so she asked the old man if she could train me and he said sure. The next day she came and told me that I was to train under her along with you Kakashi. Naruto told them the lie Sophia told him to tell. Not feeling quite happy with the answer, but Kakashi said okay I know this is sudden, but I entered you 3 in the Chunin exams, these are the entry forms, he then pulled out 3 forms, Sakura said, entry forms. Kakashi nodded and said, you don't have to go if you don't want to, there is always next year Naruto smiled and took his. Before yelling yes I get to see Hinata-chan in the exams. I can't wait. They looked at him before Kakashi said with a eye smile really. Naruto so your girlfriend is in it. Naruto blushed while Sakura looked a little pissed off she's not my girlfriend. God why does everyone say that? He yelled out Sasuke said, maybe it's because you both spend a lot of time together. Naruto sent a glare and didn't notice Sakura's anger mark. Kakashi smiled under his mask and said, by the way it's tomorrow. Then he disappeared in a poof of smoke. The next day 5 a.m. Naruto put all the things he needed in the ceiling scroll, he had about 3 medical kits in it, 6 easy-to-make meal packets, about 12 kunai and shrunken holders filled with weapons, and a lot of other things in the scroll. Hinata did the same with her in her room, she had about 5 medical kits, 7 easy-to-make meals, 10 kunai and shrunken holders, and other things in her scroll, she thanked Sophia for teaching her this ceiling justu. Both Naruto and Hinata walked out their rooms, scrolls hidden on an elbow pocket under their new outfits that Sophia made for them. Hinata wore a short-sleeved shirt that was a light pale purple color, her fox necklace was now a choker, she had replaced the chain for a choker, she wore fishnet gloves on her hands, she had pants that stopped just a little below her knees, on the right leg she had ninja pouch, and on the left, right where her knees start was a fishnet that went down to where the other pant leg stopped. Her headband was now on her right shoulder, and her hair was a little bit longer now. Naruto wore a long-sleeved shirt, the sleeves were a dark orange while the shirt was dark pale color, he wore long pants that went to his feet, his raven necklace shined and moved as he walked, since he had been training with not only Sophia and her summons, but thanks to training with Hinata, the baby fat from Naruto's face had faded and it was more lean, his eyes were a little shaper and his hair was much more messier. His body was also lean. He still wore his headband on his head. As they both went to the front of the house they stopped and looked at each other, they blushed and said hello. They looked at each other before hearing Naruto, Hinata. They turned and saw Sophia standing in front of them. She smiled and said, "You two have a great battle ahead of yourself. These exams will not show mercy, Hinata, I am proud you have changed from that shy girl that came into my shop into a great young woman, Naruto you will show that you can win no matter what, you are no longer cocky and rushing into battles now, you think before entering your battles now and you don't take your enemies for granted." They both looked at each other and smiled, but know this. They looked back, your battles would be dangerous, you may even have to face each other in combat if it happens, never give up and never back down. Sophia walked over and gave them both something, Sophia smiled and said, "Take care and good luck to you both," she then walked to the house behind Naruto and Hinata. They looked at the thing Sophia gave them, it was two small stones that read, "If you put them together, no matter how far I will be near you." They looked at each other before putting the stones away and walking to the village, they were quiet until they reached the part where they had to spilt up. Naruto looked at Hinata and Hinata did the same. Naruto said, "Hinata-chan be careful and good luck." Hinata nodded and said, "You too," and Naruto-kun. Naruto said, "Yeah." She said while looking down, "If we do fight with each other, don't hold back." She looked at him with excitement and determination in her eyes, Naruto blinked, but nodded a yes, "You too." They shook hands before turning and making their ways to their teams. At the same time they thought good luck. Meanwhile, "We are almost there," Tsuki said with a smile as her mother and Kasumi walked to Konoha. Kasumi smiled and said, "I can't wait to see my family again." Toki smiled and said, "I can't wait to see Naruto." Kasumi nodded and said, "I hope he's alright." Toki smiled to her and said, "I must thank you for protecting him all those times he was in danger when he was a child." Kasumi smiled and said, "Hey, don't worry about it's the least I could do for Minato and Kushina, those guys were my best friends." Done. Man, that took forever. Sorry if this sucks, I'm still fighting off my fucking cold I got. Also please don't tell me I need to spell check and redo words, please don't. Up next is chapter 11. Tests in the Forest of Death. Looks at reviews again and noticed the numbers went up. Holy Swiss cheese. Falls backwards and faints. Test and entering the Forest of Death. I don't own Naruto, blah blah blah, you get it onto the fic. And please remember that I am using my memory for the exams, so if I got it wrong, then I'm sorry. Chapter 11. Test and entering the Forest of Death. Naruto saw his team waiting for him in front of the academy, he smiled and didn't notice the looks they gave him. Sakura stuttered out, "And Naruto, is that you?" Naruto blinked. "What did that mean?" "Yes. It's me, Sakura, why do you ask?" Sakura was blushing as she saw his new look. "Holy crap. When did he? Oh my god, I didn't know how hot he looks. Whoa, wait, did I just call Naruto hot?" Inner Sakura yelled out. Naruto looked at Sasuke who said, "What's with the new outfit?" Naruto only grinned and said, "Sophia-sensei is really good with a needle and thread." Later. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura walked in the hallway and saw a group of people all in the hallway, they walked to the front of the line. Naruto looked at the sign and smirked to himself, trying to make us think this is the room. Not bad. He was going to say something, but saw a boy wearing green being hit and the boy fell. A girl next to him who had her hair in buns rushed over to the fallen boy. "Hey, that wasn't nice." Meanwhile. Finally. Yelled a voice in the Uzumaki household, it was Male's voice that sounded happy, he the man that had yelled that was Kyuubi. He looked at himself in the mirror. He looked just like he once was before he was sealed within his nephew. He was happy that last night Sophia got done with the body and during almost the entire night Naruto had transferred some of Kyuubi's power, his thoughts and other things, so the body had life. Kyuubi sighed and said, "Man, I feel like a citizen of Konoha now. All of my beautiful power gone," he said dramatically as he put his backhand to his head. He was then punched on the head by a pissed off and sleepy Sophia who walked into the room because she could hear him all the way to the other side of the house yelling, "Shut up, you fox idiot. I'm trying to sleep." He glared at her and stuck his tongue at her. She gave a sigh before saying, "How's Naruto?" Kyuubi smiled and said, "He's doing good, just got to the exams. And his teammate is such a idiot." Even though Kyuubi had his new body, that still didn't mean he couldn't see and talk to the kid, and besides Kyuubi still needed the rest of his power back. Sophia nodded before walking out the room to go back to bed. She stopped and poked her head into the room and said, "If I hear one more peep out of you, you are dead meat." Kyuubi only shuddered at that thought. Meanwhile. "So your husband was Kyuubi?" asked Kasumi in wonder as they were getting closer to Konoha. Toki only nodded and said yes. Kasumi then asked, "Wow, then would he attack Konoha?" Toki gave a sad sigh and said, "I was almost killed, this scar on my throat is proof. A strange man came into the Uzumaki main house and told me to give him the Immortality Scroll, but when I refused he tried to kill me. I was almost dying when Kyuubi came back from his mission my mother and father gave him. I tried saying something, but I couldn't. I saw Kyuubi ran at this man, and the man ran out of the house, and before I could do anything Kyuubi ran after him. I was found by the doctor who always comes to check the baby. She and other doctors did their best to save me. I was asleep for 4 weeks until I woke up and heard my sister, my brother-in-law, my nephew, and husband were gone. Then months later I had Tusky. I let my mother and father return to the clan leader while I take care of my daughter along with other children who need my help." Kasumi nodded in understanding. She then said, "But now you know, Kushina and Minato's son is not dead but alive." Toki nodded to the woman. She smiled to herself and said, "I can't wait to meet him." They stopped walking as they saw the gates, and the guard sleeping Tusky grinned and said, "Hey mom, I think we should just go in. You know, to surprise the Hokage cousin." Meanwhile. Naruto felt like banging his head on the wall, but instead he yelled out, "Damn it team. If you didn't blab that out, then the exams would have less people. That was part of a test." Sasuke glared at the pissed off blonde. He was silently cussing at himself too, but he wouldn't let the blonde know he was right. He then said, "It doesn't matter anymore, everyone is heading for the exam floor anyway, let's go." He and Sakura were going to turn to walk away but heard. Bolda Team 7 looked and saw a boy with brownish black hair and white eyes, the girl with the buns, and the boy with green and big eyebrows. The boy with white eyes looked at them and said, "What's your name?" He was asking Sasuke the question. Naruto looked at the boy and thought he's part of the Hyuga clan, the lower branch. I think Hinata-chan did say she had a cousin that was going to be in the exams this year, since he didn't last year. Niji, I think his name was Naruto, watched as him and his teammates speak for a moment before noticing the girl with the buns looking at him and then to Sasuke with a small blush. Naruto was now confusion at the girl, before noticing the boy in green had hearts in his eyes for his pink-haired teammate. Naruto rolled his eyes for the poor boy and sighed. Naruto heard his teammate ask the Hyuga, "What's your name?" He was going to answer, but Naruto said, "Niji Hyuga, right?" Niji looked at Naruto for a moment before glaring a bit but nodding. "Yes, how'd you know that?" Naruto smiled and said, "I'm a friend of Hinata-chan, she told me a bit about you from time to time." Niji gave a look at Naruto before saying, "Really, where is Hinata-san? And who are you?" Naruto didn't like the way Niji had said san, it was as if he didn't even want to give her respect. Naruto Uzumaki is the name and as for Hinata, she's been hanging around Konoha for a bit, although I know she's going to be in the exams, maybe you'll see her or even better yet fight her." Naruto said, knowing that the other elders needed Hinata back even when they didn't want her back at all. Niji almost laughed at the idea and said, "Sorry, but Hinata-san is one of the weakest Hyugas in our clan." Naruto bit his tongue to stop himself from yelling and punching Niji in the face. He hated it when people talked badly of his friends. Naruto had kept his cool and said, "Not anymore Niji, she's really strong and believe me, she won't take shit from you or the other elders anymore, so if I were you, I'd watch what I'd say in front of her." Naruto turned and said, "Come on guys, let's get going." Sasuke could only smirk at what the blonde said and Sakura nodded a little before they turned and walked off. But then Naruto stopped and turned to the boy in green. "Hey. By the way dude, if I were you I'd find a better girl to crush on because this one is nothing more than a banshee." Sakura gave a glare and started to rant at Naruto for what he said before walking with Sasuke. Naruto grinned and walked with them and shrugged. Lee was only confused. Later. Naruto felt like he wanted to bang his head on the wall again. As he and his team walked the halls, they had just gotten done talking. The Lee and Guy, they both freaked Naruto out. Naruto felt sad for Lee. If only Lee knew how much of a bitch Sakura was. And Naruto found it funny that Lee beat Sasuke's butt. He and his team made it to the doors. Naruto felt 3 familiar charkas, one was that boy Gaara, one was Niji's, and the other was Hinata. They then saw a cloud of smoke appear in front of them, and from inside the smoke was Kakashi. Kakashi gave a eye smile and said, "Good job guys, you made it. You do know that if you all didn't come, then none of you could enter the exams, right?" Sakura. Sasuke and Naruto were a little shocked with what Kakashi said. Naruto smiled a little to himself. He knew for sure Hinata must have known about it and that meant she was in. Naruto waited for his sensei to stop talking and when Kakashi left them to open the door, Naruto was cheering in his head. He and his team opened the doors to the exams. Naruto and his team saw many people looking at them with glares and glances. Naruto gulped and muttered, Hinata was right, this is going to be tough. Naruto looked around the room before hearing, look, it's Naruto and his team. He and his team turned and saw Iba smiling, Shino looking also, and Hinata smiled to her friend. Hey guys, Naruto said as he went over to talk to them, but then he heard something attack Sasuke. Naruto turned and saw Ino hugging his arm, with her teammates behind her sighing. He gave a sigh at the love-struck girl that held onto Sasuke, while Sakura yelled at her to let go. Naruto turned back to Kiba, Hinata and Shino, and started to chat with them before hearing from Ino, oh my dear Sasuke, you must have had a hard time being on the same team as that forehead girl and ramen crazy Naruto. She stopped for a moment before asking where is Naruto by the way? Naruto smiled a little to himself before saying, over here. She looked over along with Shikamaru and Choji, and then her eyes nearly popped out of her head as she saw him, Choji and Shikamaru. At a surprised look also at the changed and different looking boy. Ino blushed bright at him and yelled out, Naruto, is that you? She began thinking how the hell did he change from yelling loud-mouth idiot to hot cool hunk. She then started to debate on who looked better, Naruto or Sasuke. Naruto then said hi to Shikamaru and Choji before Ino noticed Hinata's outfit also. She then said, Hinata, is that you? Wow, you look great, where'd you get the awesome outfit? She yelled out in wonder. Hinata smiled sweetly and said, yes, it's me, thank you, and this outfit is homemade by my favorite person. Ino gasped, and Choji and Shikamaru felt like they were going to get a heart attack. Hinata did not stutter at them, and she said it so perfectly. Hinata was clueless, but spoke to Naruto and said, so you meet with my cousin and his team, did you? Ino gasped louder, she thought around the lines she didn't blush or stutter. And she's talking to Naruto. Naruto, she has a crush on him, and the last time I remember Naruto didn't know she alive. As a matter of fact, he didn't even know she was in the same class as him. What is going on? Ino and her team were confused and before she could ask anything she heard, you guys mind to keep it down, you're getting unwanted attention. They all turned and saw a man older than them with white hair, glasses and a purple outfit. Naruto and Hinata didn't like this, he was far different than what he was leading on. Naruto turned to Hinata, and Hinata nodded knowing what he meant. She looked at Kiba and said in a low voice, Kiba, you and Akamaru sniff this guy, me and Naruto don't like him, he is a lot different than what he leads on. Kiba nodded and told Akamaru quietly do as they said. When they both did they felt like they wanted to hold their nose bad. Kiba looked at Akamaru who nodded that they had the same scent they were smelling. Hinata and Naruto waited for their answer as they saw Kabuto, as he called himself, talk to the others. Kiba then said in a low voice, he smells like snakes. And not just that but of medicine and blood, a lot of blood. Hinata's eyes widened a bit before looking at Naruto, who had remembered what his uncle had said when they had learned the truth behind Kyuubi's attack that October 10th day. From chapter 7. I returned from a mission given to me by the clan. I found her dead in our home, and a man that smelt like snake stood over her, his hands on a sword with her blood, smiling evilly. Naruto growled a little to himself and wanted to ask something from the man Kabuto, but he then felt a hand on his. He looked down and saw it was Hinata's. He looked up to her and saw she was looking at him, and she shook her head no. Naruto took a breath before nodding and turning back to the others who were talking to Kabuto. Naruto and Hinata then heard, so what do you want to know? Kabuto asked as he had his cards out. Sasuke said Rock Lee and Gaara of the Sand. Then out of the blue another voice came, and Naruto Uzumaki. They looked and saw Neji and his team coming out of the watching crowd. Tenten then said, Neji. Naruto is from the Leaf, why are you getting information on him? Neji looked at her before saying and pointing to Sasuke, same reason this guy is getting information on Lee. Kabuto then said, oh, you know their names, now that's no fun. But okay then. Let's see. He pulled out a card about Lee and said a few things about him. Lee was bursting with happiness and said something about youth of information. Naruto on the other hand wanted to wring Kabuto's neck badly. When they went to Gaara's, Naruto and Hinata were impressed he never got one scar in battle, but Naruto knew why. Naruto looked and saw Gaara was staring at them. Naruto felt a strong demon energy inside Gaara somewhere. He thought to himself, so Gaara has a demon like I did, does he? I'm sure Sophia sensei will be willing to help him. Then Kabuto got to Naruto's name. Let's see, Naruto Uzumaki. He's 12 years old and has blonde hair and blue eyes, strange whisker marks since birth. His teammates are Sasuke and Sakura and his sensei is Kakashi. Wait, what's this? He has another team. That's strange. It says he is in a team with Hinata Hyuga and his sensei is a woman named Sophia. With his first team he's had 1 A rank, 0 B rank, 0 C rank, and 32 D ranks, and with his other team, he has 2 A rank, 1 B rank, 2 C rank, and 43 D ranks. He is good at shadow clones, and other things Kabuto was surprised that he didn't have much information on Naruto. He thought he knew much about the Kyuubi holder. I better tell Orochimaru that this boy is going to be trouble. Both Naruto and Hinata was surprised at the information before it clicked. The Hokage must have made them a team on that day, since they hanged out so much and had learned each other's secret power, and every time they helped Sophia in the shop was a mission. Naruto remembered how Sophia said some of the things she had in her shop was dangerous when they were moving it. Then as Kabuto and the others were going to ask Naruto something, Kabuto was attacked. Meanwhile, Sophia thought to herself as she happily made a new outfit for Hinata and Naruto. I still can't believe he's alive and well. I thought for sure he died when Kyuubi-sen attacked Konoha, and to believe that Kyuubi-sen was inside Naruto-sen the entire time. She froze for a moment before gasping to herself, I never told the leaders or Toki that Kyuubi-sen is alive. She, her daughter and the entire clan will be so shocked at this. She got up and was about to get a letter out so she could write when she heard something, a knock on the door. She walked and stared at the door. She thought it can't be Hokage-sama or Kyuubi is sleeping and the Hokage is at the exams. I better be careful. She walked slowly and said as she reached the door, state your name. She waited before hearing a familiar voice, hi Sophia. Her eyes widened and she opened the door fast. There she met the eyes of a young redhead with red eyes and a big grin over her face. Behind this girl was a Hyuga that looked a lot like Hinata and Toki herself. Sophia looked at Tusky as she said, where's my cousin? Naruto. I want to meet him. Sophia was going to say something but felt the door open more and heard someone with a dazed voice, yo. Sophia who's at the door. She looked and saw Kyuubi standing behind her rubbing his right eye. Then time stopped for 2, Toki eyes widened as she stared at the man in front of her as Sophia moved out the way and Kyuubi looked at her for a long time. He smelt the air around her and knew it was her. She was alive. Toki then said Kyuubi. At the same time. Kyuubi said Toki. Tusky looked back and forth from her mother to the man. She looked at the man and felt strange like she had known him from someplace. Asumi looked at them and said to Toki as tears started to come, Toki, are you okay? Meanwhile, Naruto grinned to Hinata when he found out she was sitting next to him. Hinata smiled also to her friend. As they sat down and got their test, Naruto and Hinata knew what to do, cheat, but Hinata didn't need to cheat since she knew this. As for Naruto wanted to bang his head on the table cause he hated tests so much. Hinata gave a little unsure smile to her friend crush as she thought same old Naruto. As the test started and the man Ibiki said the last question will be at the end of the test. Naruto and Hinata saw many people cheat and some were caught. The only ones that didn't get caught were the ones that made it almost not seeable at all. Naruto laid his head on the table and closed his eyes for a moment before thinking, yo, Uncle Kaiu. You there? Naruto asked using the nickname he gave his uncle. Naruto heard nothing come back. Naruto thought maybe his uncle was still sleeping or something, so he opened his eyes and saw a kunai go past him. Both Naruto and Hinata froze as they heard Ibiki, you're out kid. Naruto then heard it wasn't his number, but the number of the kid behind him. Both Naruto and Hinata gave a soft relief sigh at the same time. They stopped and stared at each other for a moment before smiling softly and returning to their tests. Later, Naruto slammed his hand down and yelled out, I don't care what you throw at me, I came to fair to give up just like that. So take your best shot. I'm here to show that I can come out on top of this. I'll never back down. I'll never go back on my word, and that's my way of the ninja. An. Forgot what he really said, sorry. Everyone in the testing area stared at Naruto, and those that almost raised their hands put them down and nodded to the blonde who spoke true words. Ibiki's face was unchanged until he smiled a little and said, congratulations everyone. You passed the first test of the exams. Everyone's face was in surprise, even Naruto's. Sakura got up and said, wait, what? Why? Ibiki then explained these exams will be the hardest thing they will ever face, and then he took off his hat, showing them what he meant by the hardest thing they will ever take. Naruto and Hinata knew at that moment that this was not going to be easy. Then someone burst through the wall and a big flag come out. Meanwhile, are you really him? Yelled Toki. Are you really her? Yelled Kyuubi at the same time. Tusky and Kasumi were confused while Sophia waited to see what would happen to the reunited lovers. Thinking it was a joke, they both yelled out, you can't be alive, you're dead. They both got an anger mark on their heads and yelled out, I'm not dead. I almost died but I didn't die. Again the anger grew as they both said, if you're not dead then prove that you are who you say you are. Toki said, no longer yelling, if you're Kyuubi-kun, then tell me what is my deepest secret and how did I fall in love. Kyuubi said at the same time, if you're Toki-chan, then tell me what is my deepest secret and how did I fall in love. They both glared at each other but said at the same time. Kyuubi, when you were 10 you got locked in the girls' bathroom and was stuck in there until I went in, dressed you up like a girl and walked out with you chatting about boys. And you fell in love when I kicked your ass in training when we were 7. Toki yelled out. Toki, when you were 11 I saved you from Kushina and Minato when they wanted to show you their new pet slug and you were stuck under your bed. And you fell in love when I carried you 6 miles when you broke your foot on a mission with me. Kyuubi yelled out. Sophia tried not to laugh at the deepest secrets, Tusky was giggling a little, and Kasumi awed at the love part. Kyuubi and Toki stared at each other after saying what the other only knew, the secrets were correct and the love was dead on. Tusky stopped laughing and looked at the man and said, "Mom, who is he?" Kyuubi froze and looked at the girl next to Toki, she had red hair, but the thing that threw him off was the red eyes, he smelled something different from the girl, she had half blood, he smelt the blood of Toki in her, but at the same time demon blood, the blood of a fox. Toki spoke and said, "It's really you, but how?" Kyuubi spoke, "I thought you and our baby died that day, how'd?" Sophia spoke, cutting in. "Let's go inside and we'll understand once we sort this out," they nodded. Kasumi then thought for a moment as she walked in the house. Toki is Kyuubi's wife, Toki said Kyuubi ran off when he thought she died, Kyuubi was sealed in Naruto, Toki wasn't dead, but hurt, Toki lived and gave birth, she thought Naruto and Kyuubi were dead. Naruto isn't dead. Kyuubi isn't dead. Kyuubi is free. Then it clicked. She looked at Toki and Kyuubi and smiled softly before looking at the girl Tusky in the middle, who was staring at the man who would look out the corner of his eyes to Toki and Tusky. As they sat down, Kyuubi and Toki were having a showdown. Toki asked Kyuubi. "If it's you, then where'd you go? Why did my mother and father say you died that day? Why did you leave me?" Kyuubi looked at her and said, "When that man had your blood on his sword, I thought you were dead. I chased him down to Konoha and transformed to full demon. In a blind rage I attacked the man unnoticing I was attacking Konoha as well. When Konoha attacked me, I had gotten so mad I had forgotten what I was doing. I had killed many innocent people in my rage, so many that I regret it even today. I was sealed away by Minato himself. Minato died. All I knew is that he sealed me in a baby and I grew mad that Minato, my best friend, would seal me in a random baby. I never knew anything from the outside world but the cage I was in. But then I found Naruto in his mind in front of my cage. I grew mad that my jailer was in front of me and started to yell at him. He yelled back and we got into this big argument until his friend Hinata came in. Sophia made Hinata go into Naruto's mind with her mind transfer just to. When I found out his last name was Uzumaki I had to make sure, and when I smelt him, he smelt like Kushina, the smell of the forest was around him, and when I got a better look at him, he looked so much like Minato. It was then it clicked, Naruto Uzumaki, the baby that was chosen to be my container, was the son of my best friends. And then I knew. Minato could never bring that fate of an innocent child of another family into this world, like that he chose his own son cause he knew his, and Kushina's son was strong, even at his age, he was strong. Toki was in shook and she said in a small low voice, how'd you get out? Kyuubi smiled and said with a grin Sophia helped, she found out a few days before the exams that I was in Naruto, so she wanted to help. It took her a few days but last night. Naruto was able to transfer my mind, heart, soul, and memories into this new body Sophia made. Toki looked at Sophia at that moment who was said not looking at her, I didn't know Kyuubi-san was sealed away until after I sent the letter, if I had known I would have told it in the letter, I am sorry. She looked at Sophia and bowed in regret and respect for Toki. Toki sighed a little and said, it's okay Sophia, I'm sure you would have told me if you knew earlier, I'm just shocked that's all. Now's it your turn Toki Kyuubi said, wanting to know her side of the story. Toki nodded and said, I thought for sure I was going to die that day, I tried to tell you I was alive, but I could not speak. As you rushed off to kill the man one of the nurse came to check up on the baby as always, when she saw me she rushed to save my life while yelling for help. I passed out after that. I was in a coma for 4 weeks before waking up hearing the news that you, Naruto, Minato, and Kushina were gone. I gave up being the leader and let my mother and father return to the clan head while I waited for my baby to be born. I gave birth to her a few months later. I had become head leader of the Uzumaki medical nins with my daughter as my successor. She then looked at Tusky who was trying to figure this out. She asked Mom who is he? Toki smiled softly to daughter, you remember how I told you have fox demon blood in you right? She nodded and said yeah and you never told me who my dad is cause you don't like remembering. Toki stood walked to her daughter took her hands and made her get up, she did the same with Kyuubi when she got to him. She made them touch hands and said, your father was the Kyuubi, the 9-tailed demon fox, the strongest of all foxes and demons. And he's in front of you Tusky eyes widened as she heard those words. Your daughter is named Tusky Uzumaki, youngest female ninja in the clan to be a successor, a half-demon girl with 4 tails now. Kyuubi smiled softly knowing his wife and daughter were Alive, knowing they were family again, Tusky looked at Kyuubi and muttered daddy. He nodded to his baby girl and hugged her as she smiled when she got her first hug from her father. Toki smiled as tears started to fall from her eyes as her daughter finally knew her father. Asumi and Sophia smiled as they watched a family come together. When Kyuubi broke the hug, Tusky pulled her mother to her father. Kyuubi and Toki stared at each other before smiling softly and leaning to kiss. It felt like it had been all those years ago when they first kissed and the day they got married. When they broke, their forehead touched and they stared in each other's eyes as they hugged and smiled. Knowing it wasn't a dream or a cruel joke, but it was for real. Sophia sipped her tea she was drinking before they came and said, "So, tell me, are you Hinata's mother?" Kasumi looked at Sophia and said, "How do you know my daughter's name?" Sophia smiled as she put her tea down. "Shall I start after the day you went missing?" Meanwhile, Naruto muttered under his breath as he and Hinata and the rest of Konoha 12 made it to the Forest of Death area. "I'm telling you. Hinata, crazy lady is out to get me." Hinata smiled and said, "Naruto, all because she broke through the wall doesn't mean she's crazy." Naruto pouted and said, "I'm just saying something isn't right about her." Hinata giggled and spoke again with her friend. The rest of the teams were in a little bit of the back and Ino asked, "When did Naruto and Hinata become the bestest friends in the world?" Sakura glared at Hinata and said, "I don't know, one day Naruto was completely trying to go out with me and the next he's always with Hinata." Kiba grinned evilly and said, "Sounds like someone jealous that Naruto's falling for Hinata now." "What? I am not jealous." Sakura yelled out in anger as a blush came on her face. "That's not what your face is telling us," Shino said while looking at her. "Why would I be jealous of Naruto and Hinata?" she yelled out as Shikamaru answered in a low breath that only Kiba, Choji and Shino heard. "Maybe because the only person who ever liked you is now seeing a person who is far better than you." Kiba and Choji laughed hard at that and Shino nodded. Sakura glared hard at the dog boy and Chip Eater before hanging on to her Sasuke but kept glaring at Naruto and Hinata who were laughing and talking. Sasuke and Ino glared at Sakura to let him go. Shikamaru then asked, "So when did this all start?" Kiba then said, "Don't know for sure, but that girl AM at the ramen stand told me Hinata asked Naruto to go to get some ramen after he was punched into the river." Sakura froze for a moment and remembered that day when she and Ino were fighting over Sasuke and when Naruto came to ask her something she got pissed off and punched him so hard he fell off the bridge and landed in the small river below. She looked in front of her and saw Naruto grin and laugh as Hinata giggled with a small blush before she saw Naruto and Hinata stop in front of a big gated area with huge trees. Naruto said, "The Forest of Death hides behind weapons, tanks, trenches, and safe areas. Sorry it took me a while, I was on a huge roadblock for a while. I kind of like this chapter too." Looks around and hit submit button. "I want to thank those that review with good responses but asking me 24/7. When am I going to update is starting to creep me out. Oh well, later locks doors in safe house." In the next chap, Naruto and Hinata's team find themselves in a bit of danger. Naruto and Hinata's team up. Toki and Tusky finally get to meet Naruto and Hinata's mother sees her daughter once more. Find out more next time on Bloodline, Chapter 12. Snake in the Forest of Death. Watch out. Good reviews will be heard and be given cookies, flamers will be destroyed and will have burned cookies. Snake in the Forest of Death. Watch out. Payback D. We do not own Naruto or anything, just the shit I made up. And please remember I am using my memory for this too. If it isn't right, please forgive me. Chapter 12. Snake in the Forest of Death. Watch out. Naruto and Hinata and the rest of them were keeping their eyes on the forest called the Forest of Death. They both gulped and Hinata started to shake at the place. Naruto had noticed her fear and held her hand, as if saying, "Don't worry, I'm here." Hinata stopped shaking and looked to her hand. She looked too. Naruto and her eyes widened and she blushed so bright as Naruto looked at the forest. Sakura glared from where she was and the others were surprised Naruto had did that to calm Hinata down. Sakura clutched her teeth. A little before she noticed what she was doing, she stopped and went back to hugging Sasuke's arm as Sasuke tried to get her off and Ino glared at Sakura. Naruto and Hinata then heard as everyone got to the Forest of Death gates. "Okay, I want all of you to go to those booths and sign a waiver saying that we are not responsible if you die in the Forest of Death." Naruto and Hinata's eyes widened at this. Anko then stared to explain the rules. Meanwhile, "What do you mean her father and the rest of the clan are calling her weak?" yelled Kasumi. Kyuubi, Toki, and Tsuki family moment was interrupted when she yelled out. They stared at the angry Hyuga that broke her teacup that Sophia gave her and who was standing up with flames behind her. Sophia's sweat dropped and said, "Why yes. I am going to kill that man when I see him again. Ah. How dare he and the rest of the elders say she's the weakest Hyuga. That's it, when I see them I am going." The Kasumi stopped before saying, "I'm just happy she didn't see Naruto is Kyuubi, she must really care for him. Sophia stared and smiled softly, and Sophia said, she does Kasumi-chan, ever since they were in the academy she's cared for him, she admired him, and has a crush on him. She's one of a kind Kasumi-chan, you must be proud of her. Kasumi smiled and said, I really am. She gave a soft sigh before saying, I can't wait to see my little girl again. Kyuubi spoke up and said, you'll see her after she and Naruto are done with the first rounds of the exam, don't worry, besides she's grown stronger. Back to them. Naruto felt Hinata put the band-aid on his cheek, that Anko girl was crazy, that's what they both thought about her. As they spoke lightly they didn't notice the others saying, just look at them, Ino said with a small smile, I know it's like they're a just married couple said Kiba. Ino looked at Kiba and then said, wait, I thought you liked Hinata. Kiba, why aren't you mad Naruto and her are so close? Kiba grinned and said, I thought I liked Hinata, but she's more of a little sister to me now besides, she really likes Naruto, and if Naruto does anything to upset or hurt her, let's just say he's a dead man. He said as Shino nodded, who also thought of Hinata as a little sister. It was Choji who asked, by the way, how come they are wearing such nice outfits, and why can Hinata talk without blushing or stuttering? Kiba spoke again knowing the answer well, Hinata's so used to being around Naruto, I guess she got used to talking to everyone else, and why they are wearing those outfits. Well, Hinata told me Sophia-san made them by hand. Sakura then asked wanting to know more about Sophia, you know Sophia? Kiba then said Sophia-san. Yeah, we know her, she comes to train Hinata from time to time, she's very nice too, Kurenai-sensei and her get along. Sophia-san also brings homemade food for us too. Sasuke and Sakura were surprised when they heard. The teacher of Naruto was also teaching Hinata, they all looked to the smiling blonde and blue-haired girl. Hinata and Naruto slowly walked away and went to their own teams, it was going to start soon, Naruto and his team made it to one gate as Hinata did the same, they heard from Anko they were going to get one scroll and needed to get the other one from one other team, and once they did they must make it to the tower in the middle of the forest. Naruto gave a look to Hinata as everyone else got into their cages to start the test, they stared at each other before nodding and smiling and going into the gates. As Hinata stood with her team, she touched the locket around her neck and said, I hope you'll be okay. She looked up and saw her team nod yes. Naruto touched his necklace and sighed softly before hearing, why is your teacher teaching Hinata too? He saw Sasuke looking a bit pissed off, Naruto glared, but said, Hinata wants to be a medical ninja more than anything in her life, Sophia-chan is one of the best medical ninja around, so I asked why not. Sakura then said with a glare, then why didn't you ask if she can train me or Sasuke-kun, I'm sure we would have done amazing jobs. Naruto almost wanted to laugh at her but didn't, instead Naruto said well. Sophia-chan chooses who she wants to train, I did once ask her, but she said when she saw your eyes Sakura she told me she never wanted to train you, she said in your eyes all you care about a boy that is cold, you didn't become a ninja cause you wanted to prove something, you joined to try to win the heart of a boy that may never like you. As for Sasuke, she said that your eyes hold hurt and revenge, and that's something that can lead you to a life of pain and betrayal. She said if Sasuke doesn't get over whatever happened to him he will hurt others and himself. They both stared at Naruto when he said that, Sasuke clutched his hand and thought get over what happened. How can? He killed my family. Sakura then thought how'd she know that, how'd she? Naruto smiled and said, Sophia-chan said that when looking into someone's eyes, you can see the soul inside, but if you only see one layer of the soul you can't see the hidden part behind it. As they heard the gates opened it meant it was time for the exams to start. They looked at Naruto who was looking at the gate and saw him say, come on. By the way what scroll do we got? Naruto asked wondering what scroll Sakura was holding. Sakura blinked and said, we have the heaven scroll. She was in shock on how the woman Sophia who they only met once knew much about her. Naruto smiled and said, so all we need is the earth one, cool. They walked out the gates and soon started their exams. Sasuke glared at the thoughts in head, the woman would not train him cause he was bent on revenge, then how was he supposed to kill Itachi? As they started to walk in the forest of death, Naruto knew something bad was coming soon. Naruto felt like eyes were watching his team, he looked in the forest as he and his team ran through the woods, hoping to find a place to rest later. Naruto stopped on a branch as he heard sounds from it. Sasuke and Sakura stopped also as they saw him staring at one area of the forest. Sasuke asked, what's the matter dope? Naruto didn't want to worry his team so he said, I have to go pee. Sakura gave a look as Sasuke sighed to the blonde, he said. Fine just hurry up and remember the password. Naruto nodded and went to go pee away from them. But when he found himself far enough away he turned in front of him knowing something was coming his way. He closed his eyes and said as he knew it was coming faster as he did hand signs, nature's gift. Hidden earth just to. As the giant snake almost tried to eat Naruto, a part of the earth shot from the ground, making the snake hit the hard earth. As it sank back down, Naruto smirked to the big snake. He never did like snakes, even most of his clan didn't like snakes, sure they learned how to control snakes and summon them, but most of the clan never liked the way snakes acted. The snake was in little shock at what the boy did, but then it went to attack again, only to find out he sunk his teeth in nothing but dirt and grass. It saw Naruto was in the air when the snake tried to bite him again. Naruto landed on a branch and smirked to himself as he looked back to the snake. This was going to be fun. Meanwhile with Hinata. Hinata walked over and picked up the scroll they needed. She smiled and threw it to Kiba, who grinned. Shino nodded, knowing they had done what they needed to do. As they started to make their way to the tower in the middle of the forest, Hinata stopped and closed her eyes. She felt it, the changing in temperature fast. She then heard. "Something is wrong," Shino said as he looked around. Kiba then asked what. Shino touched the tree he was on and said, "The temperature just dropped to almost below 40, and it's still dropping." Hinata then said as she looked to the forest, "He used the below freezing point just to, didn't he?" They looked at Hinata and then to each other. Shino then asked who. Hinata slowly turned to them and said, "Naruto, he is showing what he can now do." Hinata. "What is this below freezing point just to?" Kiba asked. Wondering how his hyperactive blonde friend learned whatever that was. Hinata looked at them and said, "Below freezing point is a just to that allows one to drop the temperature too well. Below freezing point, it can turn an area full of flowers and trees to nothing but a barren ice field. Once that happens, one can use the ice in any way they wish. They can make the ice grow bigger or turn it into a smooth battlefield of surprises. It just depends on what the user thinks is good." Kiba then almost yelled out, "How on earth did the dead last learn that?" Shino nodded, wondering where the blonde had learned something that powerful. Hinata smiled and said, "He's a Uzumaki, they are always full of surprises." Meanwhile, Naruto gave a sigh as he looked from the tree he sat on. As he looked at the dead snake, he thought to himself, "I better get back to my team." As he rose himself off the frozen tree, he jumped on an ice spike and down to the ground below. He re-looked at the ice spikes that engulfed the snake and smirked. This Justu was one of his favorites. As he made his way back, he had noticed how long it took him to stop the snake from eating him. His team might be mad at him for taking so much time. As he neared the area where his team was, he noticed something was off. A strange power was what he felt. As he came to where his teammates were once at, he noticed they were gone. He closed his eyes and muttered, "Where'd they go?" He gave a pout and said, "They never wait, do they?" He then started to track them down. Meanwhile, "I can't believe it," said Kasumi as she smiled and held her hands together. "My sweet baby girl, I always knew she was something different, but to think her kindness was able to change so much in his life, and she's also Naruto-kun ki, what a honor." Sophia smiled with a sweat drop and said, "Well, yes, anyway." But before she said any more, Kasumi cut in, "Oh, what if Naruto and Hinata got married? Their children would look so cute." Sophia then said, "Mrs. Kasumi, don't you think you're getting a bit ahead of yourself?" Kasumi stopped and sighed with a nod. "I suppose you're right." Kyuubi then said, "But you have to agree they look good with each other." Toki and Tsuki smiled as Kyuubi and Kasumi started to talk about Naruto and Hinata. Meanwhile, Naruto's eyes widened as he saw Sasuke about ready to give the grass ninja on the snake. The scroll, he thought to himself, "Team, don't do it. All because you're facing someone stronger you just can't give in." He couldn't watch this anymore, so he jumped down and stood in front of Sasuke and took hold of the flying scroll in the air. Then the snake, the grass ninja was rushing to Sasuke before the blonde had caught the scroll. Sasuke's eyes widened as he saw this. "Naruto!" Sakura yelled out as she saw her teammate in front of the snake, the scroll and Sasuke. The snake stopped when it felt someone stop it. Naruto then heard, "Naruto. What are you doing?" Naruto glared at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke team, why the hell are you giving up the scroll?" "Because she's going to kill us if we don't dope." Sasuke yelled back out. Naruto glared more and said, "You know you call me a dope, but really you are Sasuke." Naruto then yelled out this, "Why are you giving up? You said you wanted to be stronger so you can kill whoever you wanted to kill, and yet you're giving up. If you stand your ground and don't give up, you will become stronger even if you lose." Sasuke's eyes widened a little before hearing chuckles from the grass ninja on the snake, so the little fox brat decided to come out and play, huh? "And it seems you were able to get away from my little friend." Naruto's eyes sharpened as he could smell the scent of blood, snakes, and death around the grass ninja. He didn't need to be a Inuzuka to smell that. Naruto felt the snake move back to struck again, but this time at him alone. He heard, "Go my little pet, have a nice snack." Naruto took a strange kunai from his pocket. The kunai was different from the other types. In the middle of this kunai was a strange crystal orb that was light blue around. As the snake grew closer, Naruto said, "Change." The kunai glowed and changed its shape in his hand. The shape grew longer and bigger, and soon the light went away, and in his hand was a sword with a symbol engraved that looked like a spinning crystal circle. As the snake grew closer and almost struck him, Naruto twisted the sword once and said, "Fire slash." Then the sword grew red and a large slash of fire came from it, the snake was hit and it flew back a little. He then turned to his team and said go. I'll hold her off. You both need some time to heal up. Sakura then yelled out, what no? We can't leave you here with this psycho. Naruto then said, just go. I can't keep this firewall up that long, okay? Sasuke clutched his hand and nodded, he then said, Sakura come on. Her eyes widened, her head was spinning as inner Sakura yelled out what this isn't supposed to happen. Naruto is the one that tells me we have to go and Sasuke-kun is the one that saves us. He's the one not the grass ninja smiled before saying, not so fast Acha. Her, or is it a he? Neck stretched far and wide over the firewall and rushed at Sasuke. Both Naruto and Sakura's eyes widened as they saw what happened next Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke. Hinata and her team stopped fast and looked around the woods, her eyes shaped and said, come on, we need to find Naruto-kun and his team, they need help. They nodded and went back the way they came. Kiba then said, I can find their smell, it's not close though. Hinata then said, well, let's pick up the pace. Shino nodded and so did Kiba and Akamaru. Hinata closed her eyes and thought please let him and his team be safe. Meanwhile, you bastard. Naruto yelled out as he saw the grass ninja bite his teammate yell. Sakura ran over to her crush and so did Naruto, he then started to scream more and more as he felt pain in his neck. Sakura gasped in horror as she saw the mark come on his neck. Naruto turned and said, what the hell did you do to him, you bastard? The grass ninja smirked and said, I just gave him a gift, that is all. Naruto glared before feeling the evil coming from the mark on Sasuke's neck. Naruto knew this gift was no gift. He looked at the grass ninja and said you. Why the grass ninja eyes made a look and so did Sakura and Sasuke, who was still in pain but was still listening. You smell of snakes, the same man that killed my aunt, the same man that made Kyuubi go crazy and go destroy the village. All of their eyes widened as they heard this. Sakura and Sasuke looked to the grass ninja. The grass ninja then said, I don't know what you're talking about. Before the ninja could finish he saw Naruto look up and say, I know what you did. I know. Because of you my entire family thought I was dead, my parents are dead because of you. I know what happened that day on October 10th. Naruto held onto his sword and said, so show your true self you asshole. Orochimaru's eyes widened before he smirked, he pulled the skin off of the grass ninja and said, not bad. You're not the idiot my spy told me you were. Naruto glared while Sakura gasped. She tried to help Sasuke. Naruto then said I was. But I grew up. He smiled a big grin and said, but only when I'm on missions, other than that I'm still the same Naruto Uzumaki I was born as. Orochimaru smirked before he said, tell me fox boy, where did you learn that fire slash and how to change that kunai into that weapon? Naruto held the sword up and said with a glare, oh. Just something I should have learned when I was 6. Orochimaru smirked more before saying hum I see, tell me do you know? Naruto then said, no. Oh you mean you know who? Yeah I know, it's a shame really, he lived his entire life not knowing what was happening around him until I spoke with him, and it's funny too because if he was here, he would have killed you before you even dared to mess with my team. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and said, if he was here? Naruto smirked and said yeah, he's out. Did I forget to tell you that? He's out running around in his new body someone made for him. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he heard those words. He almost yelled out, what do you mean a new body? How did Caillou? He was then stopped when he felt the temperature drop fast. He looked and saw his snake trying to move. He looked at the blonde and then to the sword. The crystal on the sword, it had changed color and it was turning light frost blue. Naruto smirked and said, snakes hate the cold right? I mean they after all cold-blooded aren't they? Orochimaru could feel his own body starting to freeze. Sakura and Sasuke's eyes widened as this power coming from both their teammate and his sword. Naruto stood in front of his teammates and said, stay behind me. Sasuke opened his mouth and said in pain, what are you going to do? Sakura was watching in wonder as she saw her teammate walk a bit forward. Naruto then smiled and said, one of my favorite justice. Naruto let the chakra rush to the sword. He could feel almost all of his chakra was going to the sword alone. He was still tired from fighting the snake before and knew he didn't have much chakra left. He threw the sword up and did some hand signs when the sword did a flip so it would hit in the wood when it came down. Naruto was done with the hand signs. He saw the sword go in front of him as it fell down. He took hold of it and smashed into the bark of the tree and yelled out, sword strike. Below freezing point just to version 2. The sword sent off a huge wave in front of them to the snake riding man. As the wave hit the trees and plants in its way, they saw the plants and trees turn to frozen ice. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he saw what this Justu could do. He then dispelled his snake hand. The ice struck hard as it reached the target. Around the woods people could feel the temperature go down fast. They didn't know what was happening now, just what was happening. Sasuke and Sakura opened their eyes they held shut when the ice struck the man. As the cold air clouds went away they saw on the bark with sword still in hand was Naruto. Naruto was breathing hard, his hands were frozen to the sword and parts of his body were frozen a little. Naruto rose from his knee he was on and tried to defrost his hands. Once he freed one, Sakura then said, "And Naruto, what did you just do?" Naruto didn't turn, but still looked to where the ice clouds had yet to disappear from. He spoke and said, "Sword strike, below freezing point just do version 2. You see below freezing point can be made without the sword, but it won't have the same effect as it. What if I did use it? Without the sword it would have spread all around us freezing everything on the field, but with the sword I can pinpoint to where it must go. In curtain areas this version takes more charca than the first one though, and it will freeze the user's hands and parts of their body, that's the setbacks of it." Sasuke's eyes widened and thought where did the dope learn all this? Just who is this Sophia? How powerful is she? Naruto then said, "Damn it he's still alive." Their eyes widened and looked to the ice clouds that were clearing away, right where the snake ninja once stood was just a log there frozen in a block of ice. Naruto felt his hand still frozen a bit and held onto it. He cursed a little before jumping out the way of the attack. Orochimaru had tried to hit the blonde from above and hit the tree branch, instead of hitting the blonde brat, Naruto jumped to his team and heard from Orochimaru, "Little brat." Naruto looked at Orochimaru and saw half of his left arm, and his left face was frozen. Naruto said, "So you did get hit?" Orochimaru glared before looking at the still in pain Uchiha and the hurt Haruno, before he looked at the charca drained and half-frozen Uzumaki. He then said knowing not even he had strength left. "Very soon the Uchiha will seek me out and desire my power, but in the meantime I have enjoyed the powers witnessed today that you both possess. I never in all life would have thought that even you, Konoha's own little idiot can ever possess such a power." Naruto glared harder as he saw the man disappear into the tree, but before he went away he used his tongue and got the scroll the blonde had put in his back pocket, and then his power was gone. Naruto cursed to himself for not stopping the snake man from taking their scroll, but his eyes traveled to Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke yelled in pain as the crease on his neck hurt more and more. He walked over and knelt down to the Uchiha and saw the mark. He thought to himself, "Damn, this mark is 6 levels higher than my charca, even if I still had some left." Sakura then said, "And Naruto? What is it? What is that mark?" Sasuke held onto his neck as he felt more pain. Naruto then said as he defrosted his right hand. "A curse mark. It can give the user much power, but at a cost. It can destroy his rightful thinking and make him betray everything, make everything he thinks about is a worthless item, and that it's just in the way." Sasuke yelled in pain before he had passed out. Sakura's eyes widened as she yelled out, "Sasuke." She held him up before he hit the tree bark. Naruto then heard, "A curse mark. We have to get it off of him. Naruto, get it off of him." Sakura was in a panic. Naruto then said as he shook his head, "I can't, the level of the mark is too high. Even if I had all of my charca it will still be a 4 levels higher than mine." What?" Sakura yelled out. Naruto sat down and said, "You see, a curse marker seal has a certain level. The only way to take it off is if the user is the same level or above it. I'm a level 5 if I had all of my charca, but since I used freezing point twice today, I used my limit. As a matter of fact, I only have 12% of my charca left. And I'm not that good with marks and seals." Sakura then said, "Then what do we do?" Naruto thought for a moment before smiling. He then looked up to Sakura and said, "I know someone. Someone who is a much higher seal and curse remover than me." Sakura was surprised and asked who. Naruto smiled and said, "A very good friend of mine. But before we go see her let's rest." Sakura nodded a little before seeing the blonde starting to fall asleep. He had used too much charca today. He fell backwards and landed on his back. He drifted to sleep not long after that. Later. Hinata and her team could see the sun was setting. After they had felt the temperature drop twice they had run everywhere looking for TAM7, but Hinata had said she could faintly feel Team 7's power, while Kiba could hardly smell them. Shino and his bugs were having a hard time too. As they left the frozen area of a battle, Hinata then said, "Darn it, Naruto-kun used not only below freezing point 2 times, but the second time was with the sword. He knows what that does to him." "With the sword?" Shino asked. Hinata nodded and said yes, with the sword the ice is more powerful, but it takes a lot of charca out of the user. They can send it to one pinpoint, then just around them. Kiba then asked, "Damn, how the hell did he learn all this?" Hinata sighed and said, "Because it's his clan's power. Children at the age of 9 can learn how to use below freezing point, but it's not until they are 11 can they use it as much as Naruto-kun did." Sophia Tan said he has progressed faster than she have thought he would have. Hinata and her team jumped off another branch before feeling the Team 7 power, or what was left of it, coming a little closer. She stopped when they reached where it was strongest at. She looked around and saw a tree with a hole under it. She saw some blonde hair and yelled out, "Naruto-kun." She jumped from branches until her foot hit the ground. She ran over fast as she saw Sakura sitting under the tree next to Sasuke, who was passed out too. Hinata ran under the tree and went to her friend and almost cried, but did not. She then said, "You used too much of your charka, didn't you? I and Sophia told you not to use so much. But you just don't listen." She sighed and calmed down as she heard her team's footsteps near her. She looked to Sakura, who seemed to be shocked a little, but she spoke out and said, "Sakura, what happened?" Sakura went out of her shock and soon started to tell what happened. Later. The sun was down and the night sky was above them. Hinata had checked Naruto and defrosted the rest of the ice on his arms and body. She had said that he used too much charka and passed out from it, and when she went to Sasuke she healed him up. She had saw the mark on his neck but knew not even she was strong enough to destroy it. It was about 2 levels higher than hers. She looked at the mark before sitting next to Naruto and waiting for him to wake up. Sakura, Kiba and Shino watched in silence before seeing the Hyuga put Naruto on her lap and leaning on part of the tree. As she did that, even she was starting to fall asleep. Once she did, they watched them sleep and wondered a lot of things. Sakura then asked, "Why did you guys come help us?" Kiba then said, "Hinata said we have to, she felt something was wrong, and since we are friends with Naruto, we didn't want to see the blonde brat get hurt." Shino nodded before asking, "So the man Naruto and Sasuke faced is the reason Kyuubi no Kitsune attack?" Sakura shrugged and said, "I don't know, Naruto was blabbing on about something like that, but I'm not sure." Shino soon began to think to himself. What is with the secrets, Naruto? It even seems like Hinata knows the secret. She wasn't shocked to hear what Sakura said about Kyuubi no Kitsune. Kiba then said to Sakura, "Hey, get some sleep, me and Shino will keep watch. Hinata is tired from using her charka to heal." Sakura nodded and went to the tree to sleep, only to glare a little as she saw Naruto turn toward Hinata as he slept. Next morning. Naruto woke up slowly, feeling something soft. As he woke up more, he saw a pale sleeping face and bluish hair near his. His eyes opened wide and blushed as he saw her lips was close to his. He blushed bright when he tried to move by her, and her lips grew closer and closer. When his was about a few inches away, he saw her. Waking up, he saw her open her pale wide eyes and her face turned red. She went forward in accident and their lips met. Naruto and Hinata blushed bright red as they pulled away and touched their lips in a little shock. Naruto was blushing red and was about to say something until he heard finally. He looked and saw Kiba standing there with a smirk while Akamaru barked in Shino. "Who was well, Shino?" "K Kiba, Shino. What are you guys doing here?" Naruto asked, still embarrassed about what just happened. Hinata was in deep thought as she thought in her mind it still tastes like strawberries. Inner Hinata was cheering in bliss. Naruto was thinking, please God tell me that they didn't see that. Sure, Shino is okay, but Kiba. He'll tell everyone about this. Both Naruto and Hinata looked at each other and blushed before looking away. Kiba smirked more and answered the blonde's question. "You see, we heard what happened when you guys yelled out Sasuke, and Hinata felt your charka go down faster, so she was worried and ran off too. Find you, we went along to help if anything happened, and when we got here Sakura was watching over you guys and Hinata healed you all up. She told us what happened too." Naruto nodded and gulped before hearing from his dog-loving friend say, "Sakura is awake but looking for some water. We were on duty, Sasuke is sleeping. So. Later, and we'll let you both get back to that kiss you were both in." And with that the dog boy ran off and laughed as Akamaru barked and Shino smirked under his coat and left. Naruto and Hinata blushed deeper than before. Later. Sakura had come back with water and Kiba went to find food. Shino had stayed behind and was setting things up. Naruto told them they needed both of the scrolls now that the snake man took theirs. As he explained it, Sakura then said, "Naruto, the curse mark, we have to find that person you were taking about." Naruto nodded and looked to his sleeping teammate before looking at Hinata. "Hinata-chan, do you think you can get it off? I'm not that good with seals and curses." "Like you are." "What?" Sakura almost yelled out as Kiba came back and Shino understood. Hinata shook her head and said, "I wish I can, but it's higher than mine by 2 levels, Naruto-kun. If only I was stronger than I can. I'm sure Sophia-chan can, but it's very dangerous to let a curse like this stay within someone for a period of time." Naruto sighed before hearing his pink teammate say, "So, there's nothing we can do?" "Nothing." They were both silent until Naruto said, "There is one thing we can try." Hinata's eyes widened and said, "Naruto-kun, you don't mean?" Naruto nodded and Hinata gasped as she said, "We can't. Sophia-chan said that no one has been able to do that successful. And you don't have all of your charka back yet." Naruto looked at Hinata and said, "What other choice do we have, Hinata-chan? We can't take it off of him alone and it might be too late to get it off when we go to Sophia-chan." Shino then asked, "Try what?" Naruto and Hinata looked at each other and nodded. Hinata spoke, "It's called charka blending. It's something very dangerous. Say if you have someone with a sealer curse, but your level and not high enough, so if they find another person who with any charka level, it doesn't matter, it might tip the scale, so they are powerful together." Naruto continued where Hinata left off, so when they try to take the seal off they believe they can, now that they are stronger, but because the charkas comes from different people, it might either destroy the mind or body of ones that are using it or the person they are using it on. In recent studies of this, it is a 20% chance. Sasuke is hurt in this, while for us it's a 70% chance. There is a 10% chance that we can all get out of it unhurt. Kiba's eyes widened, Shino was in deep thought, and Sakura gasped. Hinata then said, "That's why I don't want to try this, Naruto-kun, you don't have all of Charka, and who knows what will happen." Naruto looked at her and said, "Hinata-chan, we have no choice, by the time we get Sasuke to Sophia or anyone else, it might be already warping his mind. It's now or never." Hinata took a breath and thought to herself, she knew this was true, but her mind wandered to what might happen if everything went wrong. After a while she said as she looked at Sasuke and then to almost crying Sakura, "Fine, let's do it." Naruto nodded and they both stood up. Naruto and Hinata walked over with Kiba, Shino, and Sakura. Naruto looked at Kiba and Shino and said, "Hold on to his arms, this can get messy." They nodded understanding, and Naruto looked at Sakura, he said, "Keep an eye out for enemies. Me and Hinata can't stop until we finish it, and it can be very dangerous for all of us." She nodded knowing this was no time to play around. Naruto looked to Hinata and asked, "Ready?" She nodded, Naruto nodded also and said, "Let's start." They both did the same hand signs at the same time, both in sync. Once they finished the hand signs, they took hold of each other's hand and said at the same time, "Charka bending. Removing curse Justu." Their hands that were intertwined glowed dark blue and orange, they reached down and touched the curse mark. Sasuke's eyes snapped open and yelled in pain as he felt the dark blue and orange. Kiba and Shino held him down as he tried to move away from the glowing hands that touched the mark. Naruto and Hinata still hanged onto each other's hands as they pushed harder. Sakura prayed for not only Sasuke's safety, but for Hinata's and Naruto's. Naruto and Hinata felt their charka mix and bend as if one was trying to overpower the other, but then a white light mixed in with the white light calmed the charka of the two. They felt a strange power wash over them. They touched the mark again as Sasuke yelled in pain again. Their charka was then washed over Sasuke's and the mark. Later, Naruto and Hinata felt their charka leave and their hands stopped glowing. As they breathed hard they looked to each other and smiled. Hinata smiled softly and Naruto smiled big. They looked back and saw Sasuke had calmed down and the mark was gone. Kiba and Shino let go as Sakura asked, did it work?" They looked at her and nodded. Hinata then said, "I don't know how but it did, we preformed the Justu, and no one is hurt." Naruto nodded and said, "Yeah. I guess it worked because the mark is gone and Sasuke seems to be okay. We can't be sure though." He and the others looked to the now sleeping Sasuke. Naruto rose from the ground and said, "Kiba, get some rest, me and Hinata keep watch, Shino go look for some food for us, and Sakura watch over Sasuke." Kiba grinned and nodded before saying, "Come on Akamaru, let's get some sleep." Akamaru barked happily before they both found a spot under the tree to sleep in. Shino nodded and went to go look for food, while Sakura went into the hole under the tree and watched Sasuke. She looked out of the corner of her eyes and saw Naruto and Hinata watching then trees, but at the same time was laughing and talking to the blue-haired girl. She bit her lip in annoyance now. She didn't know why this annoyed her, but for some reason it just did. After a while Shino had returned with food, just enough for them to eat. As they ate they waited to see if the Uchiha would wake up, but that's when it happened. They were attacked by the same people from Sound. Meanwhile, "Okay everyone, we will leave in a few days, make sure you got as much stuff as you can carry," said a happy woman with red hair. She smiled big and said to her husband, "Make sure everyone is ready. I can't wait to see my darling little grandson." Her husband nodded and said, "Me either, hard to believe he was alive this entire time." The woman nodded but gasped to herself. She then said, "My God, he's been alone this entire time. I must get presents and gifts for all the birthdays, Christmases, and other things we've missed." She then rushed off to go to some stores. Her husband sighed before smiling softly at the idea of meeting his first grandson. Okay, I know I said that in this chapter they would meet Naruto and stuff, but I relooked at this and saw it was long enough in this chapter alone, so here it is. Review if you like it. If you don't then please leave. Man, I update faster than I thought I would and oh my god, over 300 reviews falls into another coma. The preliminary rounds. Here is the next chapter and no, I do not own Naruto for the last time. Also this may anger a few of you but the Sakura bashing is now ending. Sorry, well not really, it will happen from time to time. Also sorry I have forgotten what happened in the show at this part, so some of it might be wrong. Okay, hi guys, I finally got out of coma from the last chapter and sorry if I angered a few of you, it's just that was my first ever over 300 reviews on one story I ever got. Chapter 13. The preliminary rounds. Naruto's eyes widened as he heard his pink-haired teammate yell in pain from the sound ninja that held her hair. Naruto and Hinata were busy taking down one of the male sound ninjas, while Kiba and Shino went after the other one. As he was about to run over to his teammate he saw her do something he never thought she would do, she pulled the kunai out of her pocket and cut her own hair. The sound ninja was surprised and so was Ino who was hiding in the bushes with her teammates. Meanwhile, the Hokage made his way to the Namikaze Uzumaki household. He needed to speak with Kyuubi and Sophia about the news of Orochimaru and the exams. He knew Kyuubi was going to go try to run off and try to kill Orochimaru, so he was going to tell Sophia before telling Kyuubi. The Hokage had pieced it together. Once Naruto told him that the man who killed Kyuubi's wife smelled like snakes, he knew it was Orochimaru. As he reached the door he heard something, it sounded like music, wondering what was going on, he opened door using the key he had, he walked down the long halls, and then opened the door to the meeting room. Once he opened it he saw 3 new people in the room with Sophia and Kyuubi, one was a girl around Naruto and Hinata's age but she seemed a little bit younger than them, the next one was a woman with very long blue hair, and then the last person was a woman with red hair and green eyes, on her throat she had a large scar. He saw the 2 redheads singing and dancing, while Sophia and the blue-haired woman clapped. Kyuubi was near them watching and laughing as he looked at his daughter and wife who were both talented singers. They stopped at the end of the song and clapped 3 times before bowing and laughing. Sophia then looked to the door and saw the Hokage standing there, she smiled and said, "Hello Hokage-sama." Everyone in the room looked and his eye widened as he saw the long-haired redhead with the scar. One name came to him, Toki. He asked in wonder as he remembered that Naruto told him that Kyuubi's wife Toki had died. Toki smiled big and remembered the old man that Kushina would talk about, and she did meet him once. She then said, "Hokage-sama, it's been so long since I saw you." The third nodded in shock before looking at the blue-haired woman who had turned and looked at him, his eyes widened more and said, "Kasumi." She looked at him and smiled, she then said hello. Hokage-sama. Before he could do anything he fainted in shock because of the fact that Kushina's older sister was alive and that the Ashi's wife, the very woman who could strike fear in the clan elders, was alive. Dusky raised her hand and said, "I think he just died." The other sighed softly. Meanwhile, Ino's team helped out during the Sound Ninja's attack, so don't get confused, also Naruto got their scroll, so yeah. Man Sakura, I never thought you'd do something like that. Naruto said with a smile as he patted his now short-haired teammate on the back. Sakura blinked and looked at him for a moment before feeling strange, it was as if she finally did something right, she smiled a bit and nodded. Hinata smiled at Sakura before healing the bruises and cuts, she healed them fast. Sakura blinked, but asked Hinata, "Where'd you learn how to heal like that?" Hinata smiled and said, "Sophia-chan, she's a great medical ninja, she trains both of us, Naruto is best at fighting and tactics, as for me, I'm good at healing and seal removing." Hinata then rose and went to the others who needed healing. Ino was listening and stared at her before asking Sakura, "Who's Sophia?" Sakura then answered, "She's a woman that for so odd reason trains Naruto, and I guess Hinata too. Me, Sasuke and Kakashi met her once, she has long black hair and 2 different colored eyes." Ino blinked and then looked to Naruto and Hinata, who were talking to Choji, Kiba, Shino, and Shikamaru as they watched the still sleeping Ichigo. She then looked at Sakura and said, "That's strange." Sakura nodded and said, "They are hiding something, I just know it." Ino nodded before saying, "I wonder what it is." Naruto then said to Shikamaru and Choji, "Okay, so your team has all of your scrolls, huh?" They nodded. Naruto then looked to Hinata and said, "And so does yours." Hinata, Shino, Kiba, and Akamaru nodded. Naruto sighed and muttered, "Why is always my team to get things last?" The others laughed softly at the truth of that, but they then stopped when they heard screams not too far from them. They looked around and was wondering just who screamed. Hinata then said, "Let's go find out what happened, me, Naruto and Shikamaru will go, you guys stay here and watch Sasuke." Everyone stared at her but not Naruto, who smiled, and they nodded, not wanting to see an angered Hinata because confident Hinata was very demanding. Meanwhile, "Dusky, stop poking the Hokage like that," said Toki, who glared at her daughter who was poking the Hokage in the face with a stick. Toki ran over with a stick of her own and said, "You poke people like this." She then poked the Hokage too and they just had to poke him at the same time. Kyuubi laughed as Sophia and Kasumi sighed. Kyuubi then said, "Good to know my daughter is almost like her mother, that means she'll be able to take down any guy that comes her way." Tusky looked to her father and grinned. Toki snickered at that. Kasumi then said, "Hey, I believe Hokage-sama is waking up now." She pointed to the Hokage that started to wake up. Once he was fully awake he muttered, "What a strange dream, I thought for sure I saw Kasumi and Toki alive." "We are," said the 2 in the room. The Hokage shot up and stared at them, he pointed and said, "Kasumi, Toki, you're alive." They nodded. He then said as he pointed to Kasumi, "But you disappeared when your teammate saw you fall from the cliff." And then he pointed to Toki, "And Naruto and Kyuubi told me that you died because someone slit your throat." They blinked and looked at each other before nodding softly. Toki spoke and said, I almost died, a doctor came in and saved my life. Just in time, Kyuubi thought I was dead, but I was alive. I was then in a coma for a while after that. Asumi then spoke, I did fall off that cliff, but thankfully I landed in a far river down below, somehow I survived. I was then told that young Tusky was out collecting herbs when she found me. She rushed home and told the medical staff that she found me. For years they tried to wake me, but I fell deep into a coma that for some reason I have just woken up from a few days ago. When I did, I found myself in the Uzumaki clan house. I knew it was the Uzumaki clan because Kushina-sen would tell me stories of it. I came with Toki and Tusky to see my daughter who seemed to have befriended dear Naruto. Kun. The third looked at the two supposed dead women before staring at a young redhead with red eyes. Once he looked to Kyuubi and then to Toki. He realized that the girl was their child. He gave a deep sigh as he understood. Then he heard Sophia ask, so Hokage-sama, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at the exams? The Hokage looked at them for a moment before saying, I have some bad news, but before I can tell you, Sophia-sen, I think you should tie Kyuubi and maybe Toki up before I do. They all blinked in wonder by what he meant. Meanwhile, Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru looked around the area where they heard the screaming. As they walked around the trees they noticed some signs of some people that once was there. As they kept looking, Naruto noticed a scroll on the ground. Hey guys, look at this. Naruto yelled out as he pointed to the scroll. The others ran over. They looked and saw the scroll. Hinata activated her Byakugan. She stared at it for a moment before saying as she turned it off, it's safe, no traps or anything. Naruto walked over and picked it up. He blinked and said, wow. This is just what my team needs. He smiled big as Hinata giggled softly and Shikamaru thought of things at that moment. As they headed back they talked about some things for a moment before finding themselves near the campsite. Once they made it they saw Sasuke up and Sakura was telling him what happened. Once she was done Sasuke looked at Naruto and Hinata. He blinked not knowing what to do anymore. Soon after that, Ino's team left saying they'll go up ahead and see them at the tower. As Naruto, Hinata, Kiba, Akamaru, and Shino said goodbye, Sasuke and Sakura watched before they looked at Naruto, knowing their blonde teammate was much stronger than before. Later. I'm getting lazy right now. They finally reached the tower. Both teammate and Seven sighed happy. They really never wanted to go back in the forest of death ever again. Once they reached inside they nodded and opened their scrolls. Their eyes widened and they heard Sasuke say, drop the scrolls. They all did as they rushed away from the scrolls and in a poof came two people. Kurenai and Iruka smiled. Naruto eyes widened and he yelled out, Iruka-sensei. He rushed over and hugged his old teacher who smiled back and said, Naruto. It's been a while, hasn't it? Naruto nodded and said, what are you doing here, sensei? Iruka smiled and said, oh, when I heard you were going to enter the exam, I decided to help out. You see, this part of the exam is to see Kurenai cut in now if you can be trusted with important scrolls on missions, so to test you, we sealed ourselves in the scrolls, and those who looked inside before they made it to the tower are disqualified. Everyone in the room nodded and understood. Naruto then said to Iruka, Iruka-sensei, I have a lot to tell you. You'll never going to believe it. Iruka smiled and said okay, but tell me later, right now we have to show you guys to the room. Naruto smiled before turning to Hinata saying, this day just keeps getting better and better. Hinata-chan. Hinata smiled back and said, yeah, it sure does. Iruka stopped for a moment and stared at them wide-eyed. He looked like he was going to faint. Did Naruto really just talk to Hinata and call her Hinata-chan? But also did Hinata just say something without blushing, stuttering, or fainting at Naruto? He watched them laugh and talk. He was going to say something, but heard amazing huh? Naruto's been talking to Hinata for the past 2-3 months, and she's already got even courage to talk to him. She's even doing better on her training too, and she even yelled at her clan elders. Hard to believe that just by hanging out with him and training with him, she changed so much just for being his friend. Iruka turned and looked at Kurenai who smiled as she watched them. She then said, he's one of a kind. Iruka blinked but smiled softly as he nodded. Later. Again, I'm being lazy. Naruto smiled while Hinata sighed. She hated this. She and the others just found out that they must battle each other, and it might even be with her own teammates and friends. She looked at Naruto was happily talking to Kiba, Choji, Shino, and Shikamaru. He didn't mind that the fact he might be fighting one of them, or even if it was her. Hinata looked back and saw Kabuto and his team leave. Her eyes narrowed and thought, I better tell the Hokage-sama about him. Something isn't right. She stopped thinking and looked to the Hokage. He seemed annoyed and worried about something already. The third Hokage sighed again as he remembered his talk with Sophia and the others. It did not end well. Kyuubi and Toki both wanted to run to the exams and kill Orochimaru once they heard the man who tried to kill Toki was in there with Naruto and Hinata. Both wanted to go superpower on his ass. But thankfully Sophia placed a binding spell on them, making them unable to move from their spots. Kasumi gasped and prayed if Naruto and Hinata were safe. Well Tusky, well let's just say that Sophia had to place another binding spell before she was able to jump up from her seat. The Hokage stopped for a moment and looked up to Naruto, who was smiling happily to his friends. The Hokage smiled softly and said to himself, I better keep this a secret until he goes home today. The Hokage rose and began to explain the rules. Later, once again, I'm being lazy. Naruto and Hinata watched as Kankuro won his battle. They both watching the strength of their opponents, they gulped for a moment but knew they might win. Sasuke had already battled, he won. Shino did too, he won also. It was only the third round and Kankuro just won. They watched him leave his spot and head up the stairs. They waited and heard fourth round. They looked to the screen and waited for the names. Hinata's eyes widened for a moment as she saw it. Hinata Hyuga vs Sakura Haruno. Please enter the arena, AN. Yeah I know, I changed it, so sue me. Sakura sighed, not really wanting to fight, but nodded. Hinata took a breath before hearing, hey Hinata. Hinata turned and met blue eyes. Naruto smiled and said, good luck out there, I'll be watching, but please don't overdo it. Hinata's eyes widened for a moment and she blushed. Naruto turned to Sakura and said, good luck to you too Sakura, and watch out, Hinata knows some powerful moves. Sakura blinked and nodded, still not sure if she wanted to battle. She watched Hinata jump on the metal bar and do a flip off of it. She landed perfectly and looked up to Sakura waiting. Sakura gulped but needed to do this. Inner Sakura was yelling, come on, show her we mean business. Besides, it's only Hinata, it's not like she really is powerful because Naruto said so. Sakura felt like shutting her inner self but went down to the battle arena. Naruto smiled big and watched as the man raised his arm and coughed as he said, round 4, Hinata vs Sakura begin. As soon as he said those words, Hinata got into fighting stance. Sakura got ready too. Time flew by for a moment before Hinata disappeared into thin air. Sakura's eyes widened as she saw that before she felt wind rush around her and kick hit her face. Up in the stands, Kiba, Shino, and Naruto smiled before hearing Ino say whoa. Hinata disappeared. Naruto blinked and looked at Ino as he said, what are you talking about? Hinata just ran at her. Ino stared at Naruto like he was crazy. Even Kankuro, Temari, Tenten, Choji, and Neji looked at him like he grew another head. Kiba smirked and Shino thought, Naruto, their eyes are not used to seeing such speed. You saw her run because you train with her all the time. Me and Kiba also saw her run BQs. We do too. Lee knows he saw it because he mostly a speed user. I know Sasuke saw it too. Shikamaru might have also. As for that Gaara person, I'm not sure, he's very hard to read. Everyone stopped and looked back to the fight. Sakura rose and felt her cheek. She twitched at the pain but looked back up. Hinata stood there staring at her. Sakura clutched her teeth and got back up slowly. She ran at Hinata. Once she was in hitting range, she threw a punch. Hinata smiled softly and moved to the left. Sakura anger rose. She threw another punch, only to miss again and again and again. Each punch missed as Hinata gracefully moved out the way. Hinata moved out the way of one more and sent one hit of her own. Sakura was hit hard on the neck and was sent to the other side of the field. She didn't get up. After a minute pass, the man who was coughing said, winner. Hinata Hyuga. Hinata sighed softly before walking over to Sakura, who was on the ground. Hinata bent down and saw Sakura's eyes wide as she couldn't move. Hinata placed her finger on Sakura's forehead and said, undo. As soon as she said those words, Sakura's eyes turned to yellow in a split second, but soon they changed back to green and she could move again. She rose slowly and looked at Hinata, who stared. Hinata gave a hand out and said, you did good Sakura, better than I thought you could. That kick from before was supposed to knock you out, but you lasted it, good work. Sakura stared at Hinata and she felt like crying. She was weak and she knew it. Hinata then said, you know what, because you lasted that hit, I'll help you get stronger. I mean, if you want me to, and I'm sure Naruto-kun would like to help too. You after all. His friend and teammate Sakura blinked softly but nodded for a moment. She rose and let Hinata help her walk to the stands again. Once they got there, Naruto smiled and said, wow. You guys did good. Hinata smiled before Sakura said with a small smile of her own, yeah, but I really didn't even land one hit on Hinata. Hinata looked at Sakura but heard, yeah, but you came close. Each punch you threw at Hinata was really close. Hinata stared at Naruto and she said with a smile of her own, he's right, each time I moved I felt your fists really close to me. You're doing very well Sakura. Sakura smiled before hearing, yeah, right. Everyone stopped and stared at Neji, who had his arms folded. He gave a glare and said, she's weak. Hinata-sama fought against a weak person, as a matter of fact weaker than her. What we saw here was just dumb luck. If Hinata-sama went to fight against a real fighter, she would have lost. Hinata and Naruto sent a glare as Sakura looked down. Was it true? Hinata placed Sakura on the floor slowly and looked up to her cousin. She glared and said, Neji, why don't you shut your mouth and get that stupid 20-foot pole out your ass, you no good prick. Everyone froze at those words. Hiba, Lee, Kankuro, Temari, Ino, and Naruto fought the urge to laugh. Gaara just stared, not really caring. Tenten stared wide-eyed, and Sasuke chuckled softly to himself. Kakashi, he just got there, even tried not to giggle. Guy was trying to decide whether to laugh or defend his student. Asuma chuckled and stared at Kurenai, who was trying not to laugh herself. Neji stared at his cousin wide-eyed, trying to figure out what to say, but heard, "You know what, I really hope I get to fight you, Neji Nai. And soon, that way I'll show you what I can really do. And by the way, I bet even Sakura could beat you, given the chance." Hinata smiled as she said that. She then looked to Sakura, who was staring at her wide-eyed. Hinata smiled and said, "Right." Sakura smiled for a moment and said, "Right." Before anything could be done, the man said, "Next round, 5th round, Tenten vs Temari." Everyone turned and stared at the screen. Tenten smiled, it was her turn now, and Temari smirked knowing she was going to win. They kept going on like that for a while. Temari won fast, then it was Shikamaru vs Kin. Shikamaru won, but said troublesome at the end again. The next round was Neji vs Ino, an easy fight for Neji. Choji versus the sound dude. Choji lost. Next was Gaara vs Lee. At the end of their battle, a lot of people felt like throwing up, even Hinata, but when she looked at Naruto she understood what his face was saying. He wanted to help Gaara. And he was going to. By the time it was next round, the screen said Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba and Yuzuka. Kiba cheered and said, "Alright. Now it's our turn to shine." Akamaru braked happily. Naruto smiled and said, "I guess it's fox versus dog, huh?" Kiba then said with a smile, "Hey, don't hold back, because me and Akamaru won't." Hinata stared at them and smiled before she said, "Kiba, Naruto." Naruto and Kiba stopped and stared at the young Hyuga girl. She then said, "Kiba, you better keep your eyes open because Naruto is stronger than he was in the academy." Kiba nodded once before hearing, "And Naruto, please don't overdo it, because if you do then you're going to have to eat your own cooking for the next 3 months if you hurt Kiba too much." Naruto mouth opened and he said, "But Hinata-chan, you know I like your cooking better than mine, that's not fair." Hinata smiled sweetly and said with a giggle, "Good luck both of you." Naruto pouted but nodded as he made his way down. Kiba and Akamaru laughed to themselves as they saw their blonde friend pout like a child. Once they both got into the arena, they smiled as the man said, "Round 10, last round, Naruto vs Kiba, begin." Naruto smiled as he saw Kiba and Akamaru about ready to run at him. He then said, "Now that's not fair." They stopped and stared for a moment. Naruto then said, "2 against 1. Really, now I think we should even the battle, you know." Naruto folded his arms and thought, "But how?" He stopped and smirked to himself as he said, "I have the perfect idea." Kiba was going to ask something, but then saw Naruto raise his hand to his mouth and whistle. Both Kiba and Akamaru wanted to hold their ears as they heard the loud supersonic whistle. When it stopped, Kiba yelled out as he held his ears in pain, "Naruto. What the hell, man?" In the forest, small orange ears perked up, they twitched before running to where the sound came from. Naruto smiled and said, "Sorry Kiba, but I want to even the playing field, you know." A small creature rushed from tree branch to tree branch. In a huge rush it landed on the ground, still running. It could see the tower nearby. Kiba tilted his head and said, "What do you mean by that?" The animal ran as fast as it could as it went through the doors that were open. It rushed down the halls with great speed. Naruto smiled and counted backward saying, "You'll find out soon enough in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Z." The animal kept running until it saw closed down. It rushed faster and hit the doors, making them burst open fast. Naruto and Kiba looked up, and Akamaru growled as it saw the orange blur jump from the railing to the battlefield. Naruto then finished row. The orange thing then ran to Naruto's side and jumped on his shoulder. It stared at Naruto before it purred softly as it rubbed its head onto Naruto's face. Naruto laughed and said, "It's nice to see you too, Kyoko." Everyone above eyes widened as they saw the small animal purr. It was a fox, a little fox, dark red fur and green eyes. It was maybe smaller and lighter than Akamaru. Its long red tail swiftly moved around and around. It stopped purring and saw Akamaru. It glared deep and growled softly. Naruto laughed and said, "Kiba, Akamaru, this is Kyoko, she's a fox. She's a good friend of mine, and since, well, foxes live in forests, I knew she was around. Anyway, she's here to even the battle out. I mean, after all, you get to us Akamaru, don't you, so it only seems fair." Kiba and Akamaru looked at each other and nodded. They didn't mind, as long as their battle started. The man coughed again and said, "Will you both start now?" Naruto nodded and so did Kiba and Akamaru. Kiba watched Naruto and the fox when he disappeared in a red fire. Kiba's eyes widened before he heard barking. It was from Akamaru. Kiba looked up and moved out the way as Naruto and Kyoko came out of a flame above him. Both Kiba and Akamaru stared wide-eyed at the Uzumaki, who had no signs of being burned. Naruto smiled and said, "Cool, huh? It's called Fox Fire. Kyoko is not only a great fighter, but she can do some cool stuff." Kiba looked and noticed that the fox was gone. He then felt a pain in his leg. He looked down and saw the fox biting hard. Before Akamaru could bite her off, she disappeared into her foxfire fast. Hinata smiled softly but heard, "Where did Naruto get a fox?" She turned and saw it was Sasuke who asked that. She looked around and saw Shikamaru, Niji, Gaara, Sasuke, Temari, Kankuro, Sakura, one Sound member and Shino were left on the stands. Ino, Tenten, Choji, and the other fighters went to hospital after their battles. Hinata then said Naruto-kun learned a few things Sasuke, and when the time comes I'll tell you about them, but for now just watch what he can do. In the battle Naruto moved out the way of Kiba's punch. Akamaru tried to bite the teasing fox, but each time he got close it would disappear. Their battle went on for a while until Naruto said, "I think we wasted enough time, so let's end this." The fox nodded softly and watched Naruto make a few hand signs. Once it was done, he closed his eyes and let his chakra rush around him. He then said circus ball jutsu. Everyone above eyes twitched for a moment as they heard those words. Hinata sighed and said Naruto. In a poof of smoke everyone waited to see what this jutsu did. Once the smoke cleared everyone stared at the blonde disbelieving it. Naruto had his feet balanced on a huge red ball with a star on it. He smiled as he balanced perfectly on it. He then said, "Cool right? I love this jutsu." Kiba then yelled out in anger, "What the heck man? What is that thing supposed to do?" Naruto smiled again and said, "You'll understand. Sooner or later." Naruto's eyes turned dark for a moment before saying 1, 2, 3. He jumped on the ball, once, twice, and a third time until he jumped down hard fast. When it sprung him back up he went far up in the air, the ball right under his feet as he went higher, then in a blink of an eye he did a flip backwards in the air and was in kicking range. He kicked it hard. Kiba's eyes widened as he saw the strange ball come flying at him. He and Akamaru jumped out the way. Once they did they heard a loud boom and looked back to their spot, right where the ball landed. Was a crater. The ball bounced, hit a wall and went right underneath Naruto as he landed on it, still balanced. Naruto crossed his arms and smiled before watching Kiba and Akamaru nod to each other. Up in the stands Hinata watched and said, "Here they go." Everyone looked at her before looking back down to see two Kibas now. They looked around and saw Akamaru was gone. When someone asked why, Shino answered. Hinata kept watching, not listening. She watched as Kiba and Akamaru got close to hitting Naruto, who was running around on the huge circus ball. She shook her head and thought only Naruto would love the jutsu with his heart. She smiled softly before seeing something was out of place. Naruto kept smirking as Kiba and Akamaru kept missing. Each time they tried to hit him or the ball hoping to pop it, but Naruto was able to jump on it to make it sprung up and making them miss it. No matter how many times he moves it, it always lands under his feet. He remembered how hard it was to keep his balance. When he learned how to bring the ball out, it was hard half the time. He smirked and said, "Okay, time to end this." He jumped on it again, but he twisted fast on it fast, making it spin too. He jumped off as it kept spinning. Kiba stopped in his tracks, and so did Akamaru, but as soon as he did that his eyes widened as he saw the ball catch fire and spin faster and faster. He looked and saw right on top of it was the fox Kyoko, whose eyes gleamed. Naruto smiled and ran at it fast. Kiba and Akamaru were going to run from it, but it was too late. Naruto kicked it hard and it rushed at them fast. When it kept twisting and the flames spin, Kiba and Akamaru got hit hard. When the ball burst brighter with the flames it engulfed the area for a moment until it stopped. It died down and the spinning slowly went away. When the smoke cleared Naruto petted Kyoko, who happily purred before running off back to the woods. Naruto looked back and saw the ball stop spinning, and both Kiba and Akamaru on the floor passed out, both covered in soot and some smoke. He looked up to the man as he said with a cough, "Winner of the last round, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto smiled big before looking to the Hokage, who nodded, and then to Hinata, who smiled softly with a sigh. Naruto smiled brighter before walking over to Kiba and Akamaru. He looked over them and saw they were okay, just passed out. Naruto was able to get Kiba awake and said, "Good battle man, I never thought I'd had to use spinning fire on you." Kiba stared and said, "Good. Man, I was great. You're just lucky that you've been training like crazy, or otherwise I would have beat you, but I have to admit, you really did good. Never thought that you would do anything like this." Naruto saw Kiba give him a grin. Naruto grinned too. He watched as Kiba got up and went to pick up the passed out Akamaru. Naruto helped his good friend up. Once they did, Naruto helped Kiba up the stairs. Kiba said, "Never thought me and Akamaru would get beaten by a fox, man." Naruto smiled softly and said, "Hey, I want to tell you something later today. I mean after you make sure Akamaru is okay. Bring Shino over to the house too, and then we'll talk about something important. And maybe we'll help you train." Kiba was about to say no before hearing, "And I'm more than sure that Sophia-chan is cooking tonight." Akamaru's ears perked up once he heard that when he started to wake up, and so did Kiba's. Akamaru looked up and braked as Kiba said, "Sophia-san's cooking awesome. Count us in." Naruto laughed but then looked up and saw a smiling Hinata. Later, Naruto and Hinata walked to the ramen stand. They had told Iruka to meet them at the ramen stand before they were going to leave to the main house. Naruto stared at Hinata and said, "So you're fighting?" "Niji huh?" Hinata smiled and said, "Seems like it, must be luck huh? At least I don't have to fight that Gar boy, I know I would never beat him." Naruto smiled and said, "Yeah, you can say that, but try saying it like it was destiny that the main and branch of the Hyuga clan fight, soon we will learn who is better, blah, blah, fate, destiny. Blah, fate besides I'm sure if you ever fought Gaara you'd do fine I think," Naruto said, acting like Niji and making faces. Hinata giggled and tried not to laugh hard, but it was funny. Naruto stopped and said, "You know, I really was surprised when I heard you say those words to him Hinata-chan." Hinata smiled and said, "I know, I was too, but even though I never liked Sakura much, Niji Nai-san took it too far by calling her weak, I had to say something for her, besides I'm sure if she gets over her crush on Sasuke and focuses on work and training, then she'll become strong, I mean she's good with remembering things and anything to do with her mind, but she needs to train her body too. Not just her mind." Naruto nodded and said, "By the way, speaking of training, I asked Hiba, Akamaru and Shino to come by later, I'm going to ask Sophia-chan if she can help train them in their weak points, Kiba and Akamaru are good tag teams, but if one is out then the other is useless, also he has a hot head half the time, he needs to learn how to cool down." Hinata giggled and Naruto stared at her and said, "Reminds me of someone I once knew." Naruto pouted as he realized who she meant and she giggled harder. She stopped and heard anyway. As for Shino, him and his clan relate too much on their bugs and that is not good, he has to learn how not to fight with them and fight on his own, otherwise, someone might pull out bug repellent and spray him." Hinata rolled her eyes softly and stared at Naruto, her eyes softened as she saw the yellow hair, tan skin and blue eyes of her longtime crush. She sighed and thought to herself, why can't I do it? Why can't I ask him? I can talk to him perfectly, I can fight better, but each time I get close to asking him I just can't, I freak out and I chicken out of it. Why can't I? She pulled herself out of her thoughts as she heard Iruka-sensei. She looked up and saw her crush zoom to the old teacher who smiled happily. She smiled too and thought, I may love him, but for now, it's better if we're just friends, I don't want to ruin what I have. Later. "Then Naruto, where are we going?" Iruka asked as he saw the fog around him as him, Naruto, and Hinata walked deeper into the woods in Konoha. Iruka blinked as he saw Hinata smile and Naruto say, "You'll see when you get there, Iruka-sensei, just wait." When they kept walking, Iruka could hardly see any trees around him and he felt like he was walking on no ground since he couldn't even see the floor of the woods. He pulled himself out of his thoughts and looked up when he heard, "Here we are. Home sweet home." Iruka's eyes widened as he saw the Uzumaki household. When they got inside, Naruto said, "What do you think? Cool right?" Iruka stared at the walls and floors and hallways of the old house. He saw vases with flowers and doors that led to amazing rooms, a library, a training room, a weapon room, and so many other rooms. When Iruka kept looking in rooms, he had to run to catch up with Naruto and Hinata. Who walked ahead of him. When he reached the middle of the house, he saw it had 3 other hallways other than the one he took. He looked to the walls in this room and saw strange symbols on the walls. He rushed again back to Naruto and Hinata as they went down the hall across. When they went more and more into the house, Iruka noticed the huge door in front of him have a spiral symbol above it. He blinked and asked Naruto, "Whose house is this?" Naruto turned back right as he was about to open the door. He smiled and said, "Oh, this place. It belongs to the Uzumaki clan, of course." He turned back from a wide-eyed Iruka as he opened the door and said with a yell, "Hey. We're home and we have a guest." Iruka and Hinata walked into the room and Iruka noticed it was a huge room, maybe for meetings and parties. There was a door across from him, but he knew just by looking at the door, it hasn't been opened in years. He stopped when he heard, "Good to hear it. I also know what happened at the exams. Good work both of you." Iruka looked and saw a woman with 2 different colored eyes. She smiled as Naruto hugged her saying, "You trained us well, and that was why we won." The woman smiled and patted his head before she looked at Hinata. She bowed softly and said, "Thank you for training us both, Sophia-chan. Without your training, we would have never won." Sophia rolled her eyes with a smile before they landed on the man in the room, Iruka. She guessed from the stories Naruto told about him. She smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Sophia Uzumaki. It's nice to meet the man who helped Naruto in his time of need." "Thank you, Iruka-san. Without your help, Naruto would have never became a ninja." Iruka's eyes widened more as he heard those words. He pointed slowly and said, "Uzumaki, you and Naruto you're related to?" Sophia nodded and said, "Yes, by blood we are related, but not by much. You see, Naruto's great-great-grandmother was the great cousin of my own great-grandmother." Iruka tried to understand that but not even he knew. He felt like fainting, but stopped when Sophia said, "Naruto, Hinata, I have a few surprises for you both." She turned to a door to the left of the room and said, "Come on out." When the door opened, Hinata's eyes widened as she saw the person walk into the room. Her lips trembled and her face paled deep, her body shook and she said one word, "Mommy." Wow, I haven't updated on this thing in a long time. Well, sorry for the long wait, but you know, I had finals and now I'm in summer school, but at least I got done with it. Anyway, I hope you like it, I worked hard on it, also I might not update for a while, my hand that helps me write is hurting, and I can't even hit a stupid button without it hurting like hell, it's going to be like this for a while, anyway. If you like the story then please review, if you don't like the story then please leave it alone, I know it's not the best fucking thing out there, okay? Also, battle lineup matches later in the story. Hinata vs Niji, why? Because I want to see Hinata beat his ass, that's why. Himari vs Shikamaru, I like their battle, it was funny, Shino vs Kankuro, Shino is going to be pissed, Sasuke vs Dosu, dude will die anyway. Naruto vs Gaara, hell yeah. Uzumaki vs Sandman, best battle ever. Well, until next time everyone. 3. Family and Training. Here be the new chapter. Hope you like it. I do not own Naruto. Chapter 14. Family and Training. Naruto stared as Hinata's eyes widened fast, so did Iruka's as he watched a Hinata look-alike come into the room. Sophia smiled softly, Hinata stepped forward and asked Mom. Is it really you? She reached out with her hand in wonder, when she and her mother reached each other, she felt her mother's face, in surprise she gasped and pulled back, she watched her mother's face smile softly as she said, yes, Hinata-chan, it's really me. Hinata took a sharp breath in and said, how? Dad told me that you fell from the cliff that could have killed anyone, how? She watched her mother take a breath and say, I landed in the small lake far below the cliff, I was in the water when I started to drift to a waterfall near the lake, when I fell off of that I lost all thoughts, and I was placed in a coma for a long time, some people found me and tried to wake me up. Hinata, it wasn't until a few days ago did I wake up from a long dream. I dreamed I was in a white place, nothing but white walls and floors, and then I heard something, a voice, it was your voice, your father's voice, Hanabi's voice, everyone loved, I heard their voices, and then, I woke up. Hinata watched her mother's face go in a wondering look to nothing, it was like she was lost in the memory. Hinata then said with wonder, who found you? Sophia then cut in and said, they. Looked to Sophia, who pointed to the open doorway to reveal a woman. With a large scar on her throat and a girl about their age, maybe a few months younger than they were, they saw the woman have long red hair and the girl have the same color hair, but her eyes, they were red, sharp too, almost like. Naruto stopped and muttered a few words, her eyes. They look like Kyuubi's. He stopped as he noticed them stare at him, they stared and stared until the woman ran over and hugged him yelling out, it's like a mini Minato. Naruto felt his feet lift off the ground and he was then being spun around and around fast, the girl blinked and laughed as she watched her mother spin her cousin faster and faster. When she finally stopped she let the boy go and Naruto fell to the floor trying not to puke whatever he had before he came back. Hinata and Kasumi watched Toki start laughing and Tusky laugh harder. Hinata stood there for a moment before asking who are you both? Toki and Tusky stopped and looked at her at the same time. Toki stood there and said, wow, Kasumi-chan, your daughter looks just like you. She then smiled as she said, my name is Toki Uzumaki, I'm Naruto-kun's aunt. Naruto shot up and yelled out, what, but you're supposed to be dead, Uncle Kaiu said so. Toki laughed and said with a grin that was almost like Naruto's, nope, still alive and kicking kid. Hinata was going to ask something, but noticed the scar, her mind pieced it together, she pulled Naruto close to her and whispered in his ear as she pointed to the scar. Naruto stared before realizing it. He stared at her before seeing red eyes into his own, he jumped back in surprise and saw the red head leaning forward staring at him, he saw the red eyes blink before hearing hi. He stared at the girl who was around his age, but younger. Naruto waved hello and said, hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and my friend next to me is Hinata Hyuga. The girl smiled and held her hand out, she said with a grin, name's Tusky Uzumaki, daughter of Toki Uzumaki, so I guess that means we're cousins. Naruto stared at her and smiled, he shook her hand and said, I guess so, they both smiled until she said, so do you like ramen? Naruto's face lit up with a smile, both Hinata and Iruka sighed at the look as they saw the cousin talk about ramen and the flavors it had. Hinata stared at Naruto and smiled, she closed her eyes as she felt her mother hug her from behind. She opened her eyes and stared at Iruka, she watched him talk to Toki and Sophia, asking them how are they related to Naruto, she then said Naruto-kun, we need to tell him about, you know who. Naruto stopped and stared at Hinata, he then looked to Iruka and nodded softly, he walked over and asked Iruka to come with him for a while. Iruka nodded and left the room. They waited and heard nothing for a while, then a gasp, and then some words almost yelled out in both fear and some anger, then the yelling calmed down. When the door opened Naruto and Iruka walked in, Iruka stared up and looked at Toki and then to Tusky, he wanted to say something, but nothing came from his mouth. Naruto waited until he said, where is Kyuubi? Just as he asked that, a flash of fire come to the middle of the room. Once the flames were gone they watched the man stand. Kyuubi stood and stared at them as he said, "I went to talk to the Hokage, sorry I'm late." He stopped when his eyes landed on Iruka. He stared and looked down. He walked closer as Iruka was hiding his anger, fear, and sorrow. He stared at Iruka before doing something no one thought he would do. Kyuubi sat down and bowed his deepest bow saying, "You must be Iruka Yamino. Naruto had told me about you." He said, "You are like a brother or maybe even a father to him. He has also told me what happened to your parents." Iruka stared wide-eyed at the so-called fearsome demon Kyuubi no Kitsune. Everyone still stared when he said, "I understand if you hate me more than your life. I understand if you want me to die at this moment and beg for mercy. What I did that night, it was horrible, I know. I shouldn't even be alive for what I did, for all the lives I took that night. I understand if you want to kill me right now, and if that is your wish I will allow it." Toki and Tusky gasped at his words, so did Hinata and Kasumi, Naruto, Iruka, and Sophia stared wide-eyed at him. He looked up and his red eyes stared into Iruka's, Kyuubi, then closed his eyes and said, "I killed your parents, and because of that you were alone. But I have to thank you for giving Naruto a chance to be happy. You gave him a reason to smile when the world tried to beat it out of him. You, Hinata, and the Hokage are his loved ones, the only ones that gave him a shot at life." Iruka still stared before saying, I am mad about what happened that night. I do hate you more than anything else." Toki and Tusky closed their eyes. They were both ready to jump into action if anything happened, but knew if they did Kyuubi would still let Iruka kill him. Naruto and Hinata stared at Iruka while Kasumi didn't look. Sophia turned away for a moment, but soon they heard, "But, Naruto told me what happened that night. At first I thought he was crazy, but when I looked at your wife and daughter, I understood how you might have felt. It's hard losing what you loved. You're lucky Kyuubi-san, your family is alive and you're finally together now. I may hate you, and I may never forgive what you did, but I can't kill a man who was so blinded by hate and anger that he had no control of what he was doing at the time." Kyuubi looked up and stared at Iruka who smiled. Kyuubi stared before he too smiled. He then said, "I see now why you're so important to Naruto." Iruka looked to Naruto and said nothing. He watched smiling blonde and the softly smiling Hyuga. He nodded before helping Kyuubi off the ground. He watched Toki and Tusky run over and hug Kyuubi. He looked before being hugged himself by the small girl. Iruka patted her head before watching her run back and hug her father. He then remembered what Naruto asked him from behind the door. "Iruka, what would you do if you found out your wife, who was going to have your baby, was almost killed by the hands of a man who smelt like snakes? Would you run after him and try to kill him yourself, only to lose control of your emotions and destroy everything in your path to get to him, would you?" He stared at Kyuubi who kissed his wife, while their daughter smiled brightly at them both. He closed his eyes and thought, "Yeah, I would." He then heard, "Very good Iruka-san, you have a good heart to forgive him. Maybe I should teach you a few things in healing. You seem to be the type to heal instead of fight." He turned and saw Sophia who folded her arms and stared at him. Iruka stared at the woman. His eyes traveled to Naruto talking to Kasumi. Naruto spoke out, "Hey, now I remember you, you're that nice lady from when I was 6 years old." Hinata stared for a moment and said, "What?" She looked to her mother who smiled as she nodded yes. She then said, "I was one of few in the village that saw Naruto as a hero. Whenever he needed help I was there for him, but I always had to sneak out of the house to do so. I would help clean Naruto's apartment or even cook dinner for him." Naruto smiled again and said, "That's how I remembered your name, Hinata-chan. Your mom always told me about you. She said you're going to be the strongest in the clan. She believed you are." Hinata stared at her mother who patted Naruto on the head talking about something. She kept staring until she smiled. She then looked to Iruka who was talking to Sophia, while Toki, Tusky, and Kyuubi spoke to themselves. She then thought, is this how it feels to have something like a real family? She then looked to Naruto who spoke to Kasumi while he waved his hands around telling her a few of Hinata's battles. She smiled and thought, I don't want this to be a dream. If God could do this one thing for me, please don't let it be a dream. She stopped thinking when she heard, hey Hinata-chan, Sophia-chan wants to know if you're going to help her make dinner. And don't forget, Kiba and Shino are coming over later. She looked up and smiled to Naruto. Her mother watched them and smiled softly. The next day. Naruto took a breath and said, hard to believe it, huh? Naruto sat on top of the roof of his house. He stared to the sky as the stars disappeared and the sun started to rise. Hinata sat next to him, her head on his shoulder. She nodded and said, it feels like a dream. Naruto nodded and said, I really hope it isn't. I like how this is. Hinata smiled and said, so, Kyuubi is going to train you, huh? Naruto nodded again and said yeah, and it seems like Sophia is training your team. Hinata nodded too as she said yeah, but I don't understand why my team has to leave. Naruto smiled and said, you're lucky though, you get to go to an awesome place to train while I'm stuck here. Hinata giggled but said, hey, don't be like that, at least you get to train with a powerful demon. She then playfully hit his arm with a punch. Naruto laughed before staring back to the sky. Hinata looked up and stared at the sun as it rose, she then said, "Isn't it the most beautiful thing you ever saw?" Naruto blinked before looking to Hinata, he stared at her and muttered, "Second most beautiful thing I saw." Hinata blinked before staring at him, her smile faded, and they stared at each other a moment. Hinata blushed and looked down, and so did Naruto, they both didn't speak for a moment, they watched each other out the corner of their eyes, before Naruto asked, "So you're going to be living soon, huh?" Hinata blushed and fiddled with her hair for a moment, she nodded and said, "Why yeah, in the afternoon, me and my teammates are heading out, you going to be there?" Naruto shook his head and said no, Kyuubi wants to start training soon, so I can't. Hinata looked at him and then backed down, she sighed and said oh. They sat in a moment of quietness before Naruto asked, "So, want to go get some ramen? For old time's sake?" Hinata stared at Naruto before nodding yes. She took his hand and he helped her up, she smiled before she remembered last night. Sophia had asked if Hinata and her team would train with her, they would leave the next morning to head to a temple hidden in a mountain not far from Konoha. When Hinata found out of this she wasn't for sure, but her mother and Naruto said she should take up the chance, which she did. Her mother told her to train and become a strong woman, and that she'll be there watching the finals after she shows herself to the Hyuga elders. Her mother had then thought of many ways to kill the elders and her husband for their stupidity. Her teammates also agreed, she couldn't help but giggle when they saw the Kyuubi no Kitsune, they freaked for a while. But after she told them what really happened they understood but still fear the mighty beast. But when they met Tusky, her and Kiba got into a which canine is better fight and became fast friends, even Shino liked the girl because she was not afraid of his bugs. Hinata started to wonder if all females in the Uzumaki clan didn't fear bugs. She took a breath and thought, I hope I can become a great medical ninja like them, maybe even great as Tsunade-sama, I heard she's the best, even Sophia-san said her medical training is nowhere near Tsunade's. She looked to Naruto and thought he's going to get so strong. Naruto-kun, please be careful while you're training. The next few days. Naruto stared at the man who was peeping on the women in the bathhouse, he looked inside greatly before yelling, "Oh my god, some old man is watching the women in the bath houses." Then in 0 seconds Naruto heard the women screaming in horror and the splashing of water. Naruto grinned as he saw the man going to run away. Naruto turned back to Kyuubi and said, "And that's how you take care of perverts who spy on women in the bathhouses." Kyuubi rolled his eyes and chuckled before saying, "Okay brat, stop fooling around and get to training." The Hokage said that since your sensei is taking the Uchiha kid to train, I get to work you like a mule. Naruto groaned and said, "Man, and I was hoping Iruka sensei can take me to get some ramen today too." Kyuubi then said to himself, God, why is it that every Uzumaki loves that stuff? Ever since Toki and Tusky went to go there with you, they go there non-stop. Naruto glared and pointed to his uncle. Hey. Ramen is like food for the gods. Don't you dare talk bad about it. Kyuubi rolled his red eyes and said, "Whatever, now get back to work." Kid Naruto stared at the human form Kyuubi and went back to training on the water. Naruto was not only trying to learn water walking up, he was also tried to get the water to move to his command. Just as Naruto almost got the hang of it, he felt a rock hit his head, Naruto fell into the water and yelled. Kyuubi stopped and stared up to see his student in the water and bubbles come from his mouth. He looked over to the other side of the small river and saw the white-haired pervert from before. Brat. You made me lose good research from your yell. Kyuubi blinked and thought. He watched Naruto get up and yell at the white-haired man who yelled right back. Kyuubi stared and stared before saying, "Hey. I remember you. You're Jiraiya. You're the bastard that tried to spy on Toki, Kushina, Sophia, and all the other women in the Uzumaki clan when Minato let you come with him." Jiraiya stopped yelling at the yellow-haired brat and his eyes widened, he then said, Kyuubi. Meanwhile, Toki stopped eating her food and glared as she looked around. Tusky stopped and stared at her mother in wonder, and Tucci at the new regular customers in wonder. They had been told by Naruto and the Hokage that they are related to Naruto. At first Tucci thought of all the dying and dashing they might do, but they paid unlike the yellow-haired Uzumaki. They were also told the whole truth, since they were one of the few people who treated Naruto like a real hero, so when they saw Kyuubi they didn't freak out much. Tucci would have done the same if he ever lost his wife and daughter that night. Tusky then asked, "Mom, you okay?" Toki growled to herself and muttered the words, "Pervert." Tusky just stared at her mom like she was crazy before returning to her ramen. Meanwhile, Jiraiya pointed and said, What are you doing here? I thought Minato sealed you away. How did you get out of the seal?" Kyuubi blinked and said, "Sophia-san found a way to get me out of Naruto, so I'm free." Jiraiya glared and said, "You can't be out, not after what you did." Kyuubi sighed and said, "I know, I shouldn't even be alive for what I did, I'm sorry, but let me explain why." Naruto, keep training, I need to talk to Jiraiya before he decides to kill me. Naruto sighed, but did as he was told. As Naruto kept training he could see Kyuubi talk to Jiraiya near the woods. He watched Jiraiya panic for a moment before Kyuubi told him who had happened. He watched the words Orochimaru fall from Kyuubi's lips and Jiraiya closing his hands into a fist in anger. He could see that Jiraiya say, because of him. Damn it, I knew Sensei should have killed him when he had the chance. Because of him Naruto's parents died and the Uzumaki clan hid themselves from the world. Damn it to hell, the next time I see that man I'm killing him. Naruto watched Kyuubi chuckle as he said, get in line, Toki has first dibs, then me, then Tusky, then the Hokage, then Naruto, then Kasumi. Jiraiya smiled softly before patting him on the shoulders. Good to know you're still the same old idiotic brat, so tell me, is the brat over there Naruto? Kyuubi nodded and said, spitting image of his dad. Then he saw Jiraiya look at him. Naruto stared back before sticking his tongue out at him. Jiraiya glared back before saying, good to know you're teaching the kid your manners too. Kyuubi chuckled again and said, hey, he gets that from his mom, not me. That's when Jiraiya had an idea. He then asked, so, you're training him? Kyuubi nodded. Jiraiya smiled and said, how about I help out? I mean, after all, Minato was my student, it seems right that I train the brat too. Kyuubi stared before saying, I mean you were the closet thing to father to Minato, so why not, and besides you know his justice better than anyone. Jiraiya nodded before saying out, hey brat, get over here for a second. Naruto stopped and nodded. He walked right over and landed on the ground. He then said, yeah. Jiraiya grinned and said, tell me, what do you think of toads? TPC. Yeah, I felt like leaving it there. Why? I don't know for sure. Anyway, please review if you like the story. If you don't like the story, then please leave and never return. Also, I know I misspelled words and such, I'll try to correct them when I get the chance. Not my best chapter, but it'll do for now. Problems and realization. Yo. Sorry for the long wait, I was writing a chapter for the story on my old laptop when I killed it by accident. Now all the data on this fic and the others were lost and I had to wait for a while. I do not own Naruto in any way. Chapter 15. Problems and realization. So you trained my dad, huh? Naruto said with his arms crossed as he stared at the white-haired man and then to his uncle who nodded softly. The old man named Jiraiya, or Iro-senin as Naruto liked to call him, nodded with a grin. Sure did, your dad was one of my best students back then. Kyuubi muttered under his breath. He was your only student at the time, moron, other than Kushina-chan, but of course she liked training with Tsunade more. Jiraiya glared a bit at Kyuubi, but said anyway, your dad was a good student, one of the best. Naruto smiled a bit before nodding so. Let's see what you can do, kid. Jiraiya said with a smirk, wanting to see the kid's power for himself. Naruto nodded a bit before trying to summon his chakra up. But as he felt the chakra coming up, something happened, a hint of red mixed with his blue chakra, and once it showed, Naruto was thrown backward with force and he hit the floor. Both Kyuubi and Jiraiya yelled out in surprise. Naruto slowly rose off from the ground he was pushed onto and blinked with wonder. Naruto looked up to his uncle and his new teacher and asked out, what the hell was that? Kyuubi bent down and raised his hand up. He moved his hand over Naruto's head as it glowed red for a moment. He checked Naruto before pulling his hand back fast. He then said, it seems that some of my chakra strayed off and stayed within Naruto's body after I got out. I guess that explains why he still heals fast even if I'm not there, but that also explains what just happens. I think that it's because of my chakra is messing with his. Jiraiya nodded a bit understanding that but said, so, because of your chakra, he might not be able to learn anything. Kyuubi nodded softly but said yeah, a little, but by the looks of it, the chakra power is fighting each other and trying to dominate each other. It might take a while before they calm down and a winner is placed. If that's true, then it's going to take him some time before he can learn stuff. Naruto made a face and said, what, but the finals are coming up soon, how long will I have to wait, Uncle Kyu? Kyuubi shrugged a little and said, don't know, might be a few hours, days, months, hell. Maybe a year or two. Naruto gave an angry sigh and said as he laid backwards on the ground, I wonder if Hinata-chan is doing better than me. Naruto stopped and said, I wonder if she got that thing to work yet. Hey Hinata. Come on, Sophia-san and Kurenai-sensei are ready for training. Kiba yelled as he knocked on the door. Akamaru barked at the door while Shino just stood. They had reached the temple a few weeks ago and were given a few days to rest before training would start. They had found well-kept rooms at the temple for them, and Kiba had asked how on earth did the temple stay so clean because they hadn't seen anyone since they got there. Sophia only grinned at him and said something about the spirits of the temple keep it clean. That grin freaked him out and now he was jumping at his own shadow. Kiba knocked again, but no answer came. He looked to Shino and then Akamaru, who whimpered a bit. Shino reached for the door handle and opened it. They waited before entering the room. They looked in and saw scrolls on the floor. The room was dim as the sun came from behind the closed curtains. They looked around before finding Hinata at a desk near the end of the room. She was holding something, and by the looks of the fabric and pieces of thread around her, it was something she made. Hinata smiled at the gloves she had in her hands, fingerless black gloves. With 5 different symbols, each one a different color. Red, yellow, sliver, blue, and green were the colors. Hinata's smile went away when she heard Hinata, what are you doing? She turned around and saw Shino, Kiba and Akamaru in her room. She smiled once more and said, oh, just working. Kiba walked over and peered over her shoulder asking on what? Akamaru barked a bit wanting to know too. Hinata smiled and said with a wink of knowing, something me and Naruto-kun was working on, we were going to finish it together before the finals, but since he's training with Kyuubi and we're training with Sophia and Kurenai, he gave me the scroll and told me I can finish it. Kiba blinked before asking, so what were you working on? Hinata then placed the fingerless gloves on her hands and said, oh, you'll see. Kiba looked back at Shino, not liking that tone of voice she just used. Shino shrugged before heading for the door, saying Hinata, Sophia-sana and Kurenai-sensei said it's time to start our training. Hinata nodded softly before getting up and heading for the door herself. Kiba sighed a little and looked up to Akamaru saying sometimes, this new Hinata scares me Akamaru but. He looked to the doorway and smiled as he said, but thanks to Naruto, she's grown up a lot. Akamaru barked and wagged his tail at the name of the young boy that helped the shy girl. Kiba smiled before heading out to train himself. Naruto took another breath. It had been 2 days since him, Kyuubi, and Jiraiya found out that it might take him a while before he could fight with chakra. He gave an angry sigh before getting up to try again. He jumped off his bed and walked out of his room. He went by the meeting room, the training room, the library, every last room that was in the house until he reached the front door. He opened the door and stepped outside into the sun that shines softly. He soon started to walk away when he heard his aunt. Jiraiya, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. And then. Humming from his uncle yelled, Jiraiya, you asshole. You peeped on my wife at the springs, didn't you? And let's not forget his cousin. What? I'm going to kill you, you pervert. And. All that was coming from the house after a second was I'm going to die. Naruto, help me. Your uncle, aunt and cousin are trying to kill me again. Naruto twitched in anger before yelling as he stopped walking, hell no Jiraiya. Last time I almost got killed. Deal with it. Then a yell went out, you're just like your dad, he wouldn't help me. Oh shit. And then a few bangs and sounds of justice went off in the Uzumaki Namika's home. Naruto sighed before walking to his hideout. When he reached the hidden cave he stared at it before smiling and walking into the cave. Naruto sat down near the apple tree on the hill. The hill overlooked the entire area of his secret hideout. He looked from the lake to the strange stone road and tablet, to the trees and plants, to the animals that drank from the river the lake went out to. Naruto closed his eyes softly as he laid on the grass as the wind blew, his hair swayed a bit, and he smiled. Memories of taking Hinata into the cave came into his mind, him showing her his hiding place, the meeting at this same apple tree, them just talking and joking around it. He remembered when they trained. So many memories came into his mind, and the last thing he saw was her smiling at him, with a cute little blush, her calling his name. Something in his heart swelled, for some odd reason his heart beated faster and faster. What was this strange feeling? He thought it was the feeling for someone who you thought is like a sister to you, but this feeling for Hinata was stronger, way stronger than anything he had ever felt. He only knew this feeling once, and that was when he thought he was in love with Sakura, but. In a flash Naruto shot up and his eyes widened. He blinked a few times before asking out to no one this feeling. I used to have it for Sakura when I thought I was in love with her, but it's stronger. Wait, am I in love with Hinata-chan? He stopped and his eyes grew wider than ever before. He felt his heart rejoice at the realization he had. Naruto blinked once and said to himself, I'm in love with Hinata-chan. He placed a hand over his heart and clutched softly as his heart beated harder and harder. Heat reached his face as a smile came over his lips. I really am. Naruto went backwards and laid on the grass. He stared from the cave walls to the blue sky outside of the hole. Naruto blinked a few times before saying to the sky, I hope she likes me too, I really do. Naruto closed his eyes a bit before remembering the kiss he gave her on the cheek a long time ago. He smiled a little before feeling the wind blow, and he fell asleep. Up in the tree he slept under, a voice said with a squeal, oh my baby is in love. The man sitting in the tree with her moved his finger to his lips, saying shh, do you want him to wake up Kushina? Besides, this is maybe the only sleep he's gotten in a while. Kushina pouted a bit and muttered under her breath, he worries too much, because he's worried he won't be training with chakra for a while. He hasn't slept in 3 days, he keeps trying to get his power again, but he's trying too hard. Minato-kun. Minato stared at his wife and shook his head saying, and you weren't? If I remember correctly, when we were in the exams you went 5 days without sleep because you trained too hard, and right when we were facing each other in the finals, you fell asleep in the. Middle of our battle Kushina stuck her tongue out at him and said, "Hey, I won that, I was promoted to Chunin, well you passed out after me and did not get promoted, so shut up." Minato rolled his eyes and muttered, "Yeah, but that was because you fell on top of me when part your shirt was torn off, I passed out from blood loss." Kushina shot him a look that meant shut up or I will kill you, which he did. Kushina looked at the blonde and said, "He looks so much like you, Minato-kun." Minato smiled as he nodded a little, but said, "Yeah, but he acts like you the most, he's a prankster. Hard worker, funny, kind oblivious to love when it's staring at them in the face." He said the last part within a joking way. Kushina blushed and looked away saying, "It's not my fault, I'm not the sharpest kunai in the weapon pouch." Minato smiled softly before saying, "That may be true, but you're the strongest and most beautifulest one around." Again Kushina blushed scarlet before she said, "Come on, our time is running out, we have to head back." Minato nodded and gave a sad look to his son, both jumped down and landed on different sides of their son. Kushina bent down and kissed his forehead while Minato ruffled his hair, saying, "Naruto, I hope you can help us get back to our bodies, we really want to be with you." Again Kushina nodded a bit before watching Naruto smile in his sleep and turned to his side like a little child. Kushina smiled again and said, "Naruto, always remember, we love you and we'll be together again one day. Because a Uzumaki never gives up, remember that." Minato held his hand out to his wife and she took it, he helped her up and both looked at their son softly as he curled a little into a ball like a little kid would. Both walked to the stone tablet, they stopped and looked back one last time before smiling and disappearing into small balls of light into the tablet. Hana Uzumaki and her husband Fukai walked with many of their clan members to Konoha. They had a large number of people from their clan who wanted to see the son of one of their strongest females in the clan and the fourth Hokages. Most of the people were family members who rode in caravans, while the others were trained ninjas who guarded the outside and inside of the caravans. Some even hid themselves in the trees in case of enemies or bandits. Many people in the clan liked Minato because he was different from other people they had met in their lifetime, so when they heard both him and Kushina were dating, they cheered with glee, while some girls pouted that Kushina got to date the blonde. But when they heard Kushina and Minato were going to have a child, they cheered more and more, and their happiness grew when Toki and Kyuubi were expecting a child too. Many made toys for the two new children to play with, and some were making clothes. Some of their strongest were training harder so they can protect the two new head leaders when the time comes in their clan. The children were the light to the future and were always protected before anyone else. Sure, Toki was the head of the clan at the time, mostly because Kushina didn't want to be head and just wanted to live her life, but when her and Kushina's children were born and trained in the future, both would battle each other and whoever showed the signs of becoming a true leader would be the next clan leader. It didn't matter who won, it mattered who fought with their heart. In the Uzumaki clan, those that fought and listened to their hearts were always praised. Even if a mission was failed, they were praised for protecting their teammates, because if you leave a teammate behind when you had a choice, you were lower than anything else in the clan. They were never prejudiced with outsiders either, they in fact loved outsiders because of the tales of the world they were told, but when an outsider ever hurt a clan member or even another outside that had done nothing wrong in any way, shape or form, then a battle will enter the field. But let's get back to the grandparents. Kana happily skipped down the dirt while her husband sighed a little as he watched his wife skip. Kana looked back and said, "Hurry up you slowpokes, Naruto-kun is waiting and I want to give him his presents for all the times we missed his birthday and Christmas." Fukai just shook his head and said, "Honey, please, it's going to take us a while until we even reach the Fire Country lines, so please, stop skipping like a schoolgirl. You know we have families in the caravans and some have babies, so we have to take it slow." His wife shot him a glare before humming her tune and skipping again. He sighed again. The only thought now, why did I marry her and use the blood bond again? He stopped when he saw her look back with a stunning smile at him. He smiled and thought, oh yeah, now I remember I'm in love with her, I almost forgot about that. Hey, sorry for the long wait, I didn't mean for this to be on hold for this long, but at least you have a new chapter to read. Hope you like it. By the way, no, Naruto's not going to tell Hinata he likes her, not just yet. I have a plan for their first real kiss. I guess Naruto and Kushina got their obliviousness from Fukai or something. Anywhere review if you like, if you don't like then don't review. Also I plan to look at the other chapters and rework on them, so keep your eyes peeled for the chapters to be rewritten. Ninjutsu training, history, and worry. Here is the next chapter, I hope you like it. Also so far I was able to rewrite on 3 chapters, so those are up, any more past chapter 3 is not rewritten yet. I do not own Naruto in any way. Chapter 16. Kinjutsu training, history, and worry. Naruto sat down and glanced at his uncle asking, "Hey, Uncle Kaiu, if this chakra that's messing mine up, yours, why can't you control it and make it stop messing with mine?" Kyuubi looked up from his plate of food and stared at his nephew, he then said, I tried when I checked you, it may be my chakra, but it's now wild chakra and no one has control over that, not even I have control over it. Naruto sighed a bit but heard from Toki Naruto-kun, why don't you work on taijutsu training, or even kinjutsu? Naruto gave another sigh and said as he ate some food, I already trained with taijutsu today, and kinjutsu. I don't know, I've never tried before. Tusky smiled and said, you can train with me Naruto-kun, I know a bit about kinjutsu. Naruto smiled and said, sure Tusky-chan, let's train. Toki giggled before saying okay, now that's settled. Let's eat before you guys train. I will not have you kids train on an empty stomach. Both nodded and started eating again. Wokiba said as him and Akamaru looked wide-eyed at the most coolest thing they had ever saw. Shino's glasses fell off his face and his eyes were wide as he saw the same thing Kiba saw. Kurenai looked stunned while Sophia smirked at it. Hinata smiled and said ready, let's go. Come on cousin, you can do better than this. Tusky said with a giggle as she blocked Naruto's attack who was swinging wildly at her with a black katana. She too had a katana, but it was a red one. She smirked and blocked another attack. Their swords stayed like that, both trying to push the other back with their blades. Tusky only said to him, cousin, I think it's time to end this. And then in a quick movement Tusky pushed Naruto's sword back, making him stumble backwards to the ground. The impact made him drop it, and Tusky kicked it away from him, making it slide across the ground toward Toki and Kyuubi who watched the match. I win, Tusky said with a smile as she pointed the sword's blade at Naruto. Naruto sighed, but gave her a smile, saying yeah you won, help me up. He held his hand out and Tusky smiled again. She flipped the sword around and used her other hand to help him up. When Naruto got up he then said, told you I've never tried kinjutsu before. Tusky smiled again too and said as she and Naruto walked to Kyuubi and Toki, who was still watching them, no kidding cousin, you really have no skill in kinjutsu. Toki giggled before saying, his mother didn't either when she started, but over the years she became the top student and the master in ninjutsu. Kyuubi nodded and said yeah, she even beat me in a lot of our sparring matches. Naruto grinned at the mention of his mother. Tusky hugged attacked her father for a moment before looking back at Naruto. Tusky giggled before saying, hey Naruto, I worked up quite an appetite from that spar, you wanna go get lunch at Ichiraku? Naruto perked up and said, heck yeah. And in a flash both cousins ran out the door leaving a laughing Toki and a sighing Kyuubi before he looked to his wife and said wait, how are they going to pay for their food? Naruto's broke and Tusky spent her money last time she went to Ichiraku. Toki smirked and said knowing what her daughter and nephew did already without getting caught, check your wallet. Kyuubi blinked but reached for his wallet, then he noticed something, it was gone. Damn it to hell. They took my wallet again. Kyuubi yelled in anger. Ha ha. Both cousins happily laughed as they ate their ramen. Tucci and Am smiled from their workplace as they watched the two Uzumakis enjoy their ramen with happiness. Tusky said, I still can't believe Pop falls for this. Every time. Naruto nodded and said, yeah, it's like he doesn't notice when you take his wallet when you suddenly hug attack him. How do you do it without getting caught? Tusky smirked and said as she happily waved the wallet around as she winked, it's a kitsune thing cousin, I'm half so it's in my blood. Naruto laughed before ordering another bowl. None of them was watching the time as the sun went down. Gaara silently watched the moon from the rooftops and the leaves flying in the wind to the sky. He rose from his place and thought. Soon this place will have blood and soon enough mother will have that Uzumaki's blood. He then thought with some worry mother has been acting strange, almost quite I wonder why. Gaara looked to the streets below before noticing something. Two people were talking together, all alone. He watched the red-haired girl grin to the blonde. Gaara stopped when he realized the boy she was smiling at. He watched as the blonde looked up to the full moon and as the redhead pointed to it, Gaara knew that face anywhere. It was the Uzumaki he was going to battle, he inwardly smirked. Why wait when his mother could have the Uzumaki's blood now? Naruto and Tusky were walking home in the moonlight, both were hyper and happy from the ramen feast they had not too long ago. Naruto laughed as Tusky told him stories of his grandmother and grandfather who Naruto was eager to meet. Tusky raised her hands in the air and said, and then, Grandpa Fukai went flying into the air because Grandma Kana punched him super hard. Granny Kana may be over 70 years old, but that doesn't stop her from having fun, and Grandpa Fukai should really learn never to take her ramen from her ever again. Naruto laughed at the story and looked to the sky, his eyes landed on the moon, and he sighed softly at it. Tusky noticed the look, and her eyes grew soft, they were both quiet until she spoke up long ago. When the shinobi world was just beginning, two young children lost their entire family on the night of the new moon. Years went by. The two children grew to be adults. Both children loved the light that was always casted by the moon, but hated the nights when the moon was covered and gone. Both saw the world in a different light during the times the moon was seen, and because of their different connection to the world, they were given a gift one crescent moon night. That night our bloodline was given to us, and we named it Hikari. After the light from the moon years went by, the two learned how to control their unique powers, and both had children of their own who also possessed the power, but one of the siblings had gained a power the other did not learn, the power of the light of the sun, so before his death, he told his sons, daughters, nephews, nieces, grandchildren, and the others about the lights of the sun and moon. Giving one power named the lunar Hikari and the other the solar Hikari. Husky stopped her story and looked at her cousin who seemed lost in both the story and the light of the moon. She watched him before beginning to walk again, saying, "Come on, let's head back before mom and dad get worried about us." Naruto snapped out of his thoughts and nodded as Naruto took his first few steps to Tusky. Tusky froze and she pointed behind him. Naruto was surprised but looked back just in time to see sand spikes being sent at him. In a quick movement, Naruto dodged just in the nick of time. Naruto twisted in the air as he landed next to Tusky and soon enough looked back to where the spikes was sent from. Who he saw was Gaara in the empty street, with his arms crossed and sand swirling around him. Naruto and Tusky stopped in their tracks. "Hurry up," Tusky said as she and Naruto jumped in the woods. Naruto looked at her and said with a growl in his throat, "I'm going as fast as I can. But this guy isn't easy to lose." Tusky glanced back and saw another set of sand spikes being sent. "Naruto, move right, I'll go left," Tusky yelled as she jumped to the left, out of the way of a few sand spikes. Gaara glared as he saw the two Uzumakis move out of the way of his sand attacks. His mind thought mother will have their blood. Gaara watched as the two cousins moved back next to each other and looked back at him for a second. Naruto and Tusky kept running in the trees hoping to lose him, but he was still coming. "Damn it, how are we going to lose this guy?" Naruto thought as he jumped off another tree. He glanced back again just in time to see a wave of sand being sent by that Gaara guy. Both cousins jumped from the branches they had just landed on and went up to a higher part of the trees to get out of the way of the sand. Wave. Tusky looked back and just in time moved out of the way of 4 sand spikes. Naruto ducked as 3 were sent at him. "Damn it, at this rate we'll never reach the house." Suddenly a pain hit his leg and Naruto nearly yelled out in pain but held it in. He looked down and saw a sand spike in his leg. "Naruto," Tusky said in surprise as she saw her cousin stop on a branch and look down to his bleeding leg. She stopped and jumped back to fetch her cousin from his mild pain. She looked down and saw the sand spike. She looked up and saw another sand spike heading their way. She took hold of Naruto and made her body slid back off the tree branch, sending them downward. She made a small flip in the air and landed on the ground with her feet. Naruto made a hiss sound at the pain in his leg and Tusky let him go, making Naruto sink to the ground. While trying to get rid of the pain in his leg, Tusky ran over and made some hand signs. Her hands glowed a bit of red and blue mixed together. She placed her hands over the sand spike, making it disappear and fall to the ground. "This is going to sting a little, Naruto," Tusky said as she placed her hands over the wound, making Naruto wince in pain as it healed up with a hissing sound. Soon enough the wound closed itself. Tusky was about to say something, but she pushed Naruto back and she herself jumped back out of the way from 7 sand spikes sent by Gaara. Naruto was pushed a bit hard and did a flip on his back before he twisted himself around and slid on his feet on the ground. He looked up and saw Gaara standing there watching them both. "Hey, this is against the rules. We're not supposed to fight until the finals," Naruto yelled out. Gaara just glanced at him and said coldly, "Shut up." Naruto glared at him before noticing the sand being sent at him as Gaara said, "Mother wants your blood." Uzumaki Naruto jumped out of the way as the sand tried to take a hold on him. He knew what Gaara planned to do. He had seen and remembered what happened to Lee when he got caught by the sand. "Well, guess what, your mother can't have my blood, I kind of need it," Naruto said with a mocking tone. Gaara sneered softly at the Uzumaki and said, "Fool, you're mocking my mother." Naruto's eyes narrowed a bit, but suddenly Tusky said, "By your means mother, do you mean that demon locked away in you?" Gaara stopped for a moment and he slowly looked at the girl he had forgotten was there. His eyes watched her and he spoke, "How do you know about my demon?" Tusky smirked a little and said, "I know quite a bit about demons, believe me." Gaara's eyes narrowed and he said, "You don't know anything about demons, you don't know anything about the one I hold." Tusky just let her eyes narrow at Gaara before looking at Naruto. Both seemed to know what the other was thinking about by the nods they sent to each other. Then, in a sudden movement, the two cousins jumped up into the trees, hiding very quickly. Gaara's eyes narrowed again before looking around quickly, then suddenly, his hand rose up and blocked a fist. He stared at the Uzumaki girl and said, "You think you're going to get me with just a punch?" She smirked and said, "Nope, but I think a kick will do the job." Then, out of nowhere, Gaara felt a pain on the back of his head and he was kicked so hard that he was sent forward a bit. Gaara tumbled across the ground. Nothing was done nor said for a while. Both cousins watched in wonder and fear, waiting for Gaara to do something. Gaara slowly rose from the ground. His face was looking down as he slowly moved up. Both cousins' hands twitched ready for anything while Gaara was rising from the ground. When Gaara's head looked up, all they saw was Gaara's demon eyes looking up at them. Both flinched as they saw this. Kyuubi's eyes widened a bit and his breath made a hitch sound. Toki, who stood not too far from him, stared at him with wonder. Kyuubi-koi, what's the matter? But her sentence was cut short. When she suddenly felt a large demonic chakra coming from the woods not too far. Husband and wife looked at each other for a moment as Kyuubi said, "That's Ichibi no Shukaku chakra." Then both husband and wife glanced at each other and soon enough both felt two other familiar chakra around the Shukaku's chakra. Their eyes widened before jumping up from their spots and running to the door. Both knew if they didn't reach Naruto and Tusky soon, things would turn out bad. I hope you guys liked this chapter. I was going to make it a bit longer, but people like to go on my other stories and yell, and I mean yell at me to update on this, so I decided to cut it short and update happy. I hope you are. Anyway, someone pointed out to me that I misspelled Tusky's name wrong in a chapter. I know, I just haven't gotten the time to fix that yet. On the bright side, school ends this week, so I'll a few days off to write, but on June 9th I won't be writing, it's my papa's b-day. Review if you like the story. If you don't like the story then don't review. I really am not in the mood to read things like "oh, get a beta to rewrite your story." Or "it shouldn't be like that" or other shit like that. I'm really not in the mood. Also, the reason why Kyuubi has a wallet and money was because Toki bought him a wallet when she was out shopping and he stole money by pickpocketing people when he would walk around. Konoha and a henge, what, he's a kitsune, it's in their blood.